The path has been carved in runes and choice. Now comes the reckoning. As shadows grow and truths surface, Harry Potter must walk the final stretch of a road few even dare to see, let alone follow. Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians, to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today we begin Part 3, the powerful conclusion of Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path by Temporal Knight, a fanfiction that has transformed a familiar story into something mythic, introspective, and unforgettable. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a fan-based adaptation. All original characters and elements of the wizarding world belong to J.K. Rowling. The Rune Stone Path is the creation of Temporal Knight, and we share it here purely for entertainment and celebration of fan creativity. As we enter the final arc, Harry is no longer the boy beneath the stairs. He is a scholar of lost magic, a warrior of will, and a young man who sees through illusion. But power comes at a cost, and destiny demands its due. In these last chapters, the lines between ancient and modern magic blur. New alliances are forged. Old betrayals return, and Harry must decide who he truly is, apart from prophecy, apart from Hogwarts, apart from what the world once expected of him. If this story has moved you, inspired you, or made you see the wizarding world in a new light, now is the time to subscribe and become a Grimoire Guardian. And if you want to help bring more rare gems like this to life, consider joining the Wizard Army. The final runes have been drawn. The path ends here. Let's finish Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path by Temporal Knight. Chapter 16. Women Woes and Quidditch Quarreling. "Hey, Hermione," Harry said, giving her a quick kiss as she came into the apartment. "Thanks for coming early. I have something I need to tell you." He ran a hand through his hair and moved to the couch. "Watch her, Hermione." Tonks called from the kitchen. "I'm making the popcorn, and apparently I got drafted to play bodyguard. So no harming the guy, yeah." "I promise, Tonks," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. She got a little gleam in her eyes and continued playfully, though if he tries to start bragging about his accomplishments or discusses his latest scheme to defy death, I make no promises. "I can understand that. Yell if you two need anything." Tonks finished, and the teens heard the microwave start. "She got here early as well?" Hermione asked, sitting down next to Harry. He shrugged. "I think she got annoyed with Creature and Sirius mostly. She came storming through the flue, muttering something about a horrible painting that refused to properly burn, an annoying house elf that seemed far too eager to get his head chopped off, and a dog that kept making inappropriate comments." Harry paused and laughed slightly, which must have been pretty bad if they got Tonks riled up. "Yes, well, it is serious," Hermione said, shaking her head and grinning slightly. "So what did you want to talk to me about?" "I actually have something to tell you as well." She shifted so that she was looking at him instead of leaning against his side. "Oh, what?" Harry asked. "You first, Mr. Potter," Hermione said with a raised eyebrow. "You were the initial one to say something after all." "Right," Harry gulped and shifted his eyes so that he was staring above Hermione instead of at her. This is kinda awkward." "Well, more than kinda. I stopped by Gringotts a while ago, and, well, the thing with being serious heir is a tad bit more complicated than I had expected. And I kinda have to marry at least 12 people now," he finished in a rush. Hermione blinked. "I'm not going to pretend I understood that last bit, but from the beginning of it, I take it that you already know you need to have a second girlfriend for House Black now. Harry nodded dejectedly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I understand that you want a break. He cut off mid-sentence as her words caught up to his thoughts. Then he gaped and stared at her. Stared at her very amused expression. You knew too, Mione? That was actually what I was going to talk to you about as well today, Harry. Hermione said with a slight laugh. She patted his cheek. Harry, you're sweet, but you really need to look more closely at politics in the wizarding world. Did you ever bother to read those books that Neville Daphne and I gave you? As soon as Sirius proclaimed that you were his heir, I knew immediately that you'd have to have a second girlfriend and eventual wife. Everyone present did. We all just assumed that you knew already, so we didn't bring it up. Yeah, Harry muttered. I figured that the others knew. I actually just sent off a letter to Neville, Daphne, and Luna saying, thanks for the heads up, guys. You all suck. Amelia was carrying the message to Susan personally, and I figured Tracy would have actually had a good laugh about it and purposefully didn't say anything. I didn't think you'd know, too. Hermione leaned over and kissed him softly. Harry, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. My parents asked about some things a little while ago, and I only realized then that you probably hadn't realized that implication. I apologize for not talking to you sooner and for you having to find out via the goblins. I've been trying to think of a good way to bring it up. She reached into her bag and pulled out 3 sheets of paper, presenting them to him one at a time. I've made some lists. This one is a list of partners I feel are most suitable for you in order of compatibility. Daphne? Harry asked, squinting at the top name. What? She's with Tracy. She is, yes. But this list disregards all prior existing relationships. Besides, I've seen how she looks at you sometimes, Harry. She already stands beside you on most things as well. It's just something to consider. Moving on, this list contains partners that I would prefer to be with. Harry took the second paper from her looking slightly shocked. That you would... Wow. Oh, Luna is on that list somewhere, by the way. The girl may be a bit odd, but she can be somewhat adorable at times. I'm not sure whether she's interested in you or sees you as a brother, though. You'd have to talk to her. I've seen that she does seem somewhat attached to Tracy as well, so it's possible she'd be open to that sort of relationship too. Wait, you'd be okay with Luna? The same Luna that you shake your head at every time she brings up something off the wall? Harry asked, incredulous. Just because I don't find her particular method of evasion and distraction personally appealing doesn't mean I can't deny the benefits and effectiveness, Hermione shrugged. I'm also somewhat convinced that she plays it up a bit, sometimes just to watch me squirm. 2 can play at that game. Hermione chuckled at that. Oh, Harry said, still trying to catch up. He accepted the 3rd sheet of paper from Hermione. This list is a set of people who I feel like you might want to date while still taking into consideration existing relationships and continuing to date me. It's probably the most relevant one at this time. Harry nearly choked on his tongue as he stared at that list. Tonks, he said in a strangled voice. You call. Tonks asked, poking her head around the wall. No, we're good, Tonks. Harry hurried to call back, his voice breaking a bit. Actually, Tonks, you might want to come in here. I was intended to bring this up after the movie, but since you're here already... Hermione said, shrugging. Sure, Tonks said, furrowing her brow at the teen. She came in and plopped down onto the chair across from them, with popcorn in hand. Harry's head was rapidly shifting between Tonks and Hermione. How in the bloody hell had he lost so much control of the conversation so quickly? Tonks, as you are aware, Harry is now the heir black in addition to the heir Potter, Hermione said, turning to Tonks. Yeah, I was there when it was brought up, Tonks said, sounding amused. Well, I've been spending quite some time thinking about who might be suitable for Harry's second partner. She paused, and her face got a bit red. Tonks just waved her along. Well, I've been watching how he interacts with the women around him, as well as how they interact with him, and Hermione took a deep breath and pushed on. And I've seen how you both look at each other, and I think you would make a very good match. It certainly helps that Harry has never shown any preference for a specific form you take, and that you have never really seen him as a boy, but as a young adult. I think two would balance each other nicely. Hermione finished her speech with bright red cheeks and wringing hands. Harry was trying to burrow into the couch to disappear, while Tonks was gaping like a fish. What? Tonks finally squeaked. Her hair had flashed through a rapid rainbow of colors before settling on a fluorescent orange, and her cheeks had also turned bright red despite her best efforts to damp it down. Well, obviously, nothing has to happen yet. Harry is only 14 after all, so, of course, it's not something super urgent. But by the same token, I wanted to bring it up now to get everyone thinking about everything. And, well, I just wanted to make sure that there's no dancing around the issue and that we're all open with each other, so that no one feels awkward or anything, Hermione rapidly said, not stopping to breath. She seemed to have lost much of her earlier confidence. I feel awkward, Harry said, raising his hand. The two girls ignored him. Tonks got her breathing under control, and her blush lessened. You realize I'm 6 years older than him. Hermione shrugged. I'm a year older than him myself, and once we all graduate, the age difference really won't be much of a factor. Yeah, maybe then, but like you said, Harry is 14. You're about to be 15. Technically, I am 15. Time Turner. Hermione said, her voice settling back into a quiet assuredness. Tonks nodded. Right, 15. Point is, I can't even let myself think about him that way. Hermione. I feel like a cradle robber. Tonks said, raising her eyebrows. Feel, not would feel. Hermione asked with a bit of a wry grin. Tonks cursed softly and leaned back her hair, staying bright orange. Fine. Feel. So maybe I have thought about it. Tonks muttered. Harry's eyes widened. You have? When? Why does nobody tell me anything? I'm supposed to tell a 14-year-old that I started valuing his opinions more than my boss. Tonks asked, cocking her head at him. Or that he was giving me more respect than anyone outside my parents. Or that you were literally the first non-asexual male to treat me like a normal person and not like a sex doll. But you were, I think you broke him, Tonks, Hermione said. She shook her head and lightly patted Harry's cheek again. Don't worry, Harry, just us talk now. Whenever you reboot, you can rejoin the conversation. Look, Hermione, I'm flattered that you think we'd fit well, but my point still stands. Sure, the age won't mean a thing in a few years, but right now I feel like a pervert for even thinking it. Bloody hell. I drank 2 bottles of tequila when I finally admitted it the other week. Alcohol is never the answer, Hermione said, She paused and blushed a bit. Well, okay, sometimes alcohol is the answer, but not a long-term one. I've looked this up. Tonks. While it's not largely practiced, it's still considered acceptable and legal to get married as young as 12 in the wizarding world. In fact, the most recent case of this was just 5 years ago in a suburb of Westminster. What? Tonks asked with wide eyes. I know, I was rather shocked myself. But that's beside the point. Like I said originally, nothing has to happen yet. I just wanted to put it onto the table. Hermione, I'm not an idiot. Harry is surrounded by beautiful girls who would jump at the chance if he showed any interest in them at all. I'd put a lot of galleons on Tracy being willing to share Daphne, and even if she doesn't, then Luna is likely going to end up entangled with you too soon. Instead, barring either of them, the castle is full of eligible young women more appropriate than me. There is no possible way that Harry is still going to be available by the time I feel comfortable entertaining anything with him. Tonks finished with a sad smile. Her hair had shifted to a darker blue. Besides Luna and Daphne, Tonks, there's not really anyone in the castle I'd even think about dating. Harry said quietly. He finally seemed to have gotten his wits back, and he shrugged. Some of them are nice enough, but most either see me as the boy who lived or just the guy with the awesome hobby. I'm really only Harry to a few people. You were one of the first in that group along with Hermione and Neville. Tonks leaned back and drew her feet up. What about Daphne, Tracy, and Luna? They think of you that way too, Harry. I barely spoke to Luna before last year. Daphne and Tracy I didn't become friends with until halfway through second year. I met you before I met any of them. You were my friend before them, and you made a pretty bad situation a lot more fun and interesting just by staying positive and distracting me. It made an impression, Harry said. He was blushing as bad as a Weasley and couldn't look at either girl. I hadn't realized that, Tonks said. Her hair had changed to a dark brown, and a lock of it dropped in front of her face as she shifted positions. She held up a hand to scowl at it. Stupid hair. I hate my natural color. She concentrated for a moment, and it shifted back to pink. Tonks, Harry, Hermione said softly. I'm not trying to play matchmaker or be your pimp. Hermione paused and rolled her eyes at her weak attempt at lightening the mood. Humor was not her strong point. This is a very unusual situation, and I'm just trying to do the best I can to make things easier for everyone. I'm not very good at social situations, though I am improving. I truly think you two could be happy together. You're both very good complements to each other. Harry is far more mature than his years would indicate. And Tonks, please don't be offended, as I mean this as nicely as possible. You are not quite as mature as your age would suggest. Harry is introspective and likes to plan. I do, Harry muttered, frowning. Well, just because your plans tend to fall horribly apart rather quickly, it certainly doesn't discount the fact that you do make your plans before attempting most actions, Hermione retorted with a smirk. Harry opened his mouth to refute that, but ended up sighing and nodding his assent. Anyway, Harry likes to plan, and you are somewhat impulsive. I plan, Tonks muttered, sounding much like Harry had just done with his comment. The three paused for a moment as they realized that, and then all of them snorted. I really do try and plan things, though. Is that your first instinct, or have you had to train yourself to do it? Hermione asked. Tonks considered for a minute before conceding the point. Hermione, Harry said softly, I'm not a guru on relationships by any means, but I don't think you can just talk someone into a one. It's not supposed to work that way. Tonks shook her head and held up a hand before Hermione could say anything. That's not what she's doing, Harry. Her hair flashed through a few colors before settling back on pink. She's trying to talk me into accepting that neither of you would feel like I was taking advantage of you. She stood up and her hair shifted back to her natural brown, lengthening to lie just above her shoulders. I need to think for a bit. Tonks gave them a smile, and heading towards the back of the house. Tonks, Harry called. She stopped and looked back over her shoulders at him questioningly. Promise me you aren't going to go and drink, Nymphadora, he asked, no hint of teasing or sarcasm in his tone. Tonks gently shook her head, smiling wanly. Promise, Harry. I'll talk to you guys in a bit. Let me know when the others get here. As Tonks walked around the corner of the hallway, she noticed Shiva leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. How much of that conversation did you overhear? Shiva shrugged. Nearly all of it. For what it's worth, I agree with Hermione. You are well suited for Harry, and he'd be good for you. I teased him about it for a while, but I noticed after a bit that when he wasn't thinking of her, he was thinking of you. It's been that way for a long time. He leans on the other girls around him a lot, but he defaults to you too when things hit the fan. He's 14, Tonks said. It came out sounding like a plea instead of a rebuttal. And thanks to how he was raised, he's mentally been an adult since before he left single digits. Dora, Shiva sighed and pushed off the wall. I'm not trying to tell you what to do any more than those teens are. I'm just saying, don't discount the possibility. You're 2 years older than me, Shiva, Tonks said, wrapping her arms around herself. It'd almost be like he was dating you. Now, that is Bull's height. Shiva walked past Tonks and squeezed her shoulder. There's a quote by a Muggle writer. Twain something, age is an issue of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. Think about it, Dora. An hour later, everyone was gathered around the living room again, curled up on their various couches and chairs. Luna had claimed Harry's side, snuggling into him, while Tonks had dropped into an armchair in the middle of the room. She's not pulling away from you, Harry, Luna said softly as the movie started. Her voice was quiet enough that only Harry would be able to hear. He glanced down at the blonde with a questioning look. What? He whispered back. Tonks. Luna met Harry's eyes with her disturbingly piercing gaze. You two talked about something very important before we all arrived. It was a conversation that did not go as smoothly as it could have. It wasn't a question. Look where she has placed herself this evening. She is distant, but not far, apart, but not separate. She is open to what you discussed, but she is trying to hide it. She is not as skilled at that as I am. Luna. Harry floundered for something to say and came up empty. Luna just sighed and leaned further into him. She needs to accept herself before she will be able to adequately reply to your conversation. Harry. In the meantime, try to act normal. Your friendship will not suffer, even if perhaps the hugs and teasing might. Harry stayed quiet for over a minute, considering what his friend had said. Finally, he hugged the girl closer and whispered, You know, you are scarily observant sometimes, Luna. I know, Luna chuckled. I get that from my mother. Now, shush. I want to see the dinosaurs. That weekend saw Harry walking up to the gates of Hogwarts with Shiva and waving to his friends. Most of his core group had ended up deciding to come see the rendering of the basilisk. Luna was present with a camera borrowed from Colin Creevey to take some pictures. Neville wanted to see the thing, since he had been so close to being involved in the battle. Susan and Hannah were mostly just curious. Tracy wanted to spit on it and kick it in the bollocks. Daphne wanted to face it one more time. Tonks wanted to get a look at an actual basilisk. Hermione needed to see what Harry had faced down to avenge her injury. Harry was mostly ambivalent about this adventure. He was more worried he was about to be swamped by people concerned for him and Daphne in the next few minutes than anything else. The slight tension between him and Tonks was more disconcerting than anything the chamber could throw at him now. Harry nearly tripped as he went over that last thought. Hurriedly, he reached out and knocked on the wooden entrance hall doors, and crossed his fingers, and, just for good measure, conjured some salt and tossed it over his shoulder. "Harry," Hermione asked, raising her eyebrows at his antics. "Just had an errant thought, Hermione," Harry said, letting out a breath. Better to be safe than sorry in case the universe happened to have been listening. "I find it's always safer to let the universe play, as it will rather than daring it to play with you," Luna commented with a smile. "Yup, see? This girl knows what I'm talking about," Harry said, gesturing towards his friend. In front of Harry, Snapfist gave a deep laugh. "Ah, Warrior Potter, the best battles always come about after daring the Forge to toss more challenges at you." "I'm good for the moment. Thanks," Harry snorted. "How come you decided to come, Snapfist?" "I thought we'd just be meeting the renderers." The goblin shrugged. "I named you Warrior. I want to see if I was justified in that, and that the beast was worth the hunt." Shiva shook her head and led the group of humans and goblins up to the second floor, doing her best not to laugh at her ward. She nearly ran into Snape as they turned the corner to Myrtle's bathroom. "Shite. Sorry, Snape." "Watch where you are going, woman," the man muttered in an absent, disinterested tone. His eyes widened as he noticed her entourage. "What are all these people doing here, babbling? School is not in session and goblins have no business on these grounds." "We are here on contract," the lead renderer, Crag, said with a distinct snort. "So, yes, actually, we do have business on these grounds. The headmaster did not inform me that any contracts would be in effect today," Snape said, sounding less certain than a moment ago. "And that does nothing to explain Potter or his lackeys." "Lackeys?" Daphne said with raised eyebrows. "I'm a lackey now, am I?" "Snape," Shiva said with a sigh, "we are here claiming Harry and Daphne's right via conquest with our chosen renderers. I informed the deputy headmistress that we would be on the grounds for a few hours doing exactly that. I don't know, nor care, why you feel you should have been personally informed. Kindly move out of the way, or take up the responsibility of paying the goblins for their wasted time." Snape glowered at her for another moment. He stepped aside with swish of his cloak and stalked off towards the dungeons. "Well, there goes the lack of anonymity," Tracy muttered. She continued louder. "So, who wants to take bets on how long before Dumbles shows up?" "No bet," Harry said immediately. 15 minutes. Luna said, jumping up and down with her hand in the air, smiling happily. Snapfist raised his eyebrows at the perky blonde before turning to Harry. "You maintain very interesting company, Warrior Potter." You should see her when she starts going on about Crumplehorn Snorkax. Harry shook his head. I really, really hope she finds one someday. Crumplehorn Snorkax, Snapfist said, rubbing his chin. Here we are, Shiva said, opening the door to the bathroom. Myrtle? Ah, not here. Well, that does make it a bit drier at least. Harry, you're up. Harry nodded and headed over to the sink. He got the passage open, and the staircase extended. On a bit of lark, Harry hissed, "Remain open." Surprisingly, he heard a dull click resound. Huh, I didn't actually expect that to work. What did you say? Shiva asked, cocking her head at the hole in the floor. Harry shrugged. I just told it to stay open. Remember it shut on Daphne last time? I didn't really want to keep coming back up and down to open the door all the time if we have to make multiple trips. Yeah, but now Dumbles can follow us, Tracy said, frowning. The headmaster has no part in this contract, Cragg said, stepping onto the staircase. His voice echoed back up as he headed down. Whether he arrives or not is immaterial. The location of the battleground doesn't matter in the slightest when dealing with rites of conquest. Snapfist followed the renderers into the passage with a predatory grin. I would enjoy Dumbledore attempting to interfere with the contract. Then perhaps I could find him enough to claim that duty we discussed previously, Warrior Potter. Harry snorted at the goblin's humor and headed down with his friends. As they reached the first corridor at the bottom of the stairs, Harry and the others found Cragg and his team examining the shed skin nearby. Warrior Potter, Warrior Greengrass. This item was not in the initial contract, but is still suitable for sale. We would be willing to add it in exchange for an additional 4 suits of basilisk armor. 6, Daphne said, coming up beside Harry and nodding to the goblin. He considered and held up a finger. 5. Deal, both Harry and Daphne said. They gave each other a wry grin. Merlin, you fought something this big, Harry? Tonks said, hesitantly reaching out to touch the skin. Daphne laughed and shook her head. This is tiny compared to the real deal, Tonks. Come on, everyone, let's get to the real prize. Cragg nodded and left one goblin to start processing the skin before following along. Harry opened the second door to low whistles from some of the group and muttered comments about elaborate doors for secret underground bases. As the door slid open, the torches lining the chamber lit up and illuminated Slytherin's statue, eliciting another round of comments about 2 large egos. Then the light fell onto the corpse of the basilisk, and everyone present besides Harry, Daphne, and Tracy drew in a sharp breath and froze solid. The silence was broken when Hermione uttered a short scream before burying herself into Harry's chest. Neville gave a soft, "Merlin's balls, I wanted to fight that," and was promptly engulfed by Susan and Hannah, who were both trembling. Shiva muttered several choice curses before wrapping Harry and Daphne both in a hug. I can't believe I let you 2 go against this thing alone. If it's any consolation, Professor, Daphne said, had any more people been here, we likely wouldn't have walked away without casualties. Doesn't change the fact you fought a monster alone, Shiva said with a sniffle. Harry patted her back as best he could with Hermione still wrapped around him. Tonks was completely dumbstruck, merely blinking at the 60-foot snake in front of her. Morgana's tits. You okay, Tonks? Harry asked his friend. You said you weren't a kid a long time ago, but even with the Dementos thing, I don't think I really understood until just now. Her hair had drifted back to its natural brown, and her eyes were wide. A flash illuminated the chamber, and Harry turned to see Luna holding up her camera with a huge smile splitting her cheeks. "Hermione, I need to borrow Harry for a moment. Harry, Daphne, come over here. I need some shots of you both by its head for the Quibbler. Harry, can you summon your sword and stick it back in its mouth? Please, please, please." Hermione carefully let go of Harry and pulled back, wiping her eyes. She sniffled but nodded at Harry's look. "I'm fine, Harry. I was just a little overwhelmed that you fought this thing while I was lying unconscious. Go give Luna her shots." Harry leaned down to kiss her lightly before nodding and moving away with Daphne following behind. Tracy had moved over to Crag and was talking to the older goblin. "So, do you know where the bollocks would be on this thing? I'm not actually sure whether snakes have them or not." Crag let out a deep laugh, as did the other goblins in earshot. "Come, youngling, this way." After Luna got her photos, Tracy got her kick, and Crag's team started their work. Snapfist sidled up next to Harry and Daphne. "You two are certainly worthy hunters." His voice had lost almost all of the normal gruff tones that he usually used talking with humans. "I admit, I thought the story inflated. A basilisk is worthy prey, true, but this specimen is of a different caliber. This beast would give many of Gringotts' own guardians a worthy fight. It almost makes me wish the nation had a higher honor to bestow than warrior." Snapfist turned to the teenagers. He considered for a long moment before bowing to them. "Warrior Potter, Warrior Greengrass, the Goblin Nation officially congratulates you on your deed. Should you require our assistance in the future, we will give the request its due consideration irregardless of your species. We will treat is as it befits your status and the respect you both command." Daphne blinked several times before shaking her head. She hurried to curtsy, and Harry followed suit with a bow. "Thank you, Account Manager Snapfist. Warrior Potter and I recognize the honor bestowed and promise to treat the concession with the same gravity that it is offered. We won't abuse that, Snapfist," Harry put in. Neville, standing nearby, rolled his eyes at Harry's lack of formality. After that, Harry and the other humans started to wander around the chamber proper. There hadn't been time to explore during the first visit, and he never had managed to come back prior to this. Finding most of the chamber to be empty, they did end up stumbling across one large tunnel out and a grate blocked by another Parseltongue door. A quick sojourn showed that the tunnel opened up relatively deep into the Forbidden Forest, which at least partially explained how the snake had been able to survive for so long down there. Hermione was far more interested in the second find, a small room behind the statue which held several ancient tomes, at least 3 of which were written by Salazar Slytherin himself. Harry, look. This is Salazar Slytherin's own personal diary. And this is a book on Hogwarts. And this is, well, I don't know what this is, but look. This is amazing." Harry chuckled as he moved over to his girlfriend's side. "It's Parseltongue, Hermione," he commented, checking her book. "Seems pretty boring, actually. It looks like it is just descriptions of different kinds of snakes, both magical and mundane. It has some notations on which ones are smarter, which ones are poisonous or have special properties, and which ones make the best pets. Oh, apparently one of them can fly. That's both terrifying and awesome. I can't believe I'm reading one of the founders' diaries. Hermione said softly. She reverently turned the page with her wand. Tracy came up beside her and reached out to hold the book, only to be batted away by the brunette. "Don't touch it. It's ancient. You could damage it." Tracy held up her hands and backed off laughing. "Whoa, sorry, Miss Bookworm. My bad. I promise not to hurt the awesome book." Daphne shook her head and moved past Tracy to squint down at the book. "You did deserve that one, Trace. This is amazing." "Daphne, look," Hermione said, pointing to a section. "Is that what I think it?" "Yeah, it's why he left." Daphne's eyes widened, and she stood up. "Wow, that is not what history teaches. Anyone care to share?" Shiva asked, coming up behind them all. Hermione nodded absently. According to this account, Salazar Slytherin was never against Muggleborns in general. He was against magicals being hunted and slaughtered. He advocated for raising Muggleborns with other wizarding families so that we could hide our existence better. The other founders disagreed with removing children from their families despite the staggering amounts of young ones who were killed before they ever reached Hogwarts for fear of being possessed by the devil when they exhibited accidental magic. The dispute grew until Slytherin could no longer remain with the others. Daphne picked up the story. "It looks like the basilisk was left with the primary purpose of guarding the school. Slytherin felt that the attitudes of the other founders would eventually lead to a war with the Muggles, and he wanted to make sure that at least the children here would be protected." "Wow, that's actually rather sad what happened to the poor thing now." "I did try to talk to her," Harry said, glancing at the corpse. "Yet another good thing that Voldemort destroyed." Tonks shook her head, her hair long since returned to a black and gold pattern reminiscent of the basilisk scales. "I doubt that, Harry. This thing was alone for a millennium regardless of whether or not it was asleep for the majority of that time. Even if Riddle hadn't convinced it to start trying to kill the students, it likely wouldn't have been sane enough to be a decent guardian anymore." "It still seems like a shame," Neville said. He sighed. "I preferred hating the monster. You're not supposed to feel bad for things like this. That's what makes us different from him," Susan said, setting her mouth in a thin line. "Agreed," Hannah nodded. "If we can feel bad for a giant monster that tried to kill us and a man who wanted to break up thousands of families, then that just proves that we are better people than those like you-know-who and his followers." "Yes," Luna said with a smile. "We few no longer are infested with Nargles, unlike most of the population." "Nargles?" Hannah asked. Everyone else just laughed. The goblins had managed to complete almost half the work before Snape and Dumbledore strode into the chamber. Snape stopped dead upon seeing the corpse, and his mouth dropped open. Dumbledore continued on, as if he had seen this sort of thing every day. "Ah, Harry, my boy, I see you are conducting a bit of spring cleaning. A few months late for that, isn't it?" he asked, a twinkle in his eyes. Harry raised his eyebrows and glanced at his friends. Most just shrugged, though Hermione's eyes narrowed as she stared at the old man, as did Shiva's and Tonks. "Hello, Headmaster. I thought you'd be away on business." "We concluded the session early," Dumbledore said with a wave of his hand. "I am surprised you didn't think I should be informed of this." Shiva stepped in front of her ward. "Actually, Headmaster, I did inform the Deputy Headmistress that we would be conducting the harvesting today." "Indeed. Minerva must have forgotten to mention it." "She must have." Shiva flashed a wry grin. If he wanted to be difficult, she could be too. Dumbledore stayed quiet for a moment before continuing. "When may the school expect to see the extra income?" from the sale of the materials. That comment drew the laughter of nearly every goblin in the room, as well as snorts from many of the humans. By right of conquest, Snapfist said when he got himself under control, Warrior Potter and Warrior Greengrass have claimed this corpse. A contract has already been struck between them and the nation. Should they wish to donate any of their profits to the school, that is their business. I rather doubt that you will be seeing anything like that anytime soon, in my humble opinion, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's mouth set into a deep frown, and he turned from the goblin back to Harry and Daphne. Surely this is a school matter, Harry. Dumbledore, Shiva said, raising her eyebrows. Just because the beast was under the school doesn't make it school property. Daphne shrugged. We can, however, offer to donate several tomes penned by Salazar Slytherin to the school with the understanding that any and all rights to reproductions lie with us as the discoverers. Us? Dumbledore asked. Harry, Tracy, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Susan, Hannah, Tonks, Professor Babbling, the goblins present, and myself. Basically everyone who was here before you and Professor Snape arrived, sir, Daphne clarified. Cragg looked over at her with a surprised expression. He nodded to the girl and went back to his work. A founder's tome, you say? Dumbledore slowly nodded. Very well. I will have to go over these books to ensure that there is nothing dangerous in any of them prior to release. Tonks shook her head. No, you won't, Headmaster. That is not your right at all. We found these. We own them until we hand them over. You'll receive the originals in a few days after we get some master copies made. If you're just going to sit there and whine, you might as well head back up into the school, sir. Dumbledore pulled back, as if he had been slapped. Snape finally seemed to snap out of his stupor. He looked over to the group and strode towards them at a pace just under a run, with his cloak flapping behind him. Greengrass, this is what you faced in your second year. This. I told you not to insult Harry or myself, Professor. Daphne shrugged. I told you that we had not been exaggerating. Snape just gaped at her. He turned back to the basilisk and started muttering, Impossible. Potter was useless. An idiot and a bully. How could his spawn have? Shiva growled low and moved to step toward Snape, but Harry reached out to pull her back. Don't, Shiva, he whispered. Let him have his identity crisis and keep trying to justify his hate. It's not worth fighting it. And he has been at least slightly better the past year. She scowled but backed down. The group slowly spread out again. Dumbledore tried several more times to gain rights to the basilisk, or at least the books discovered, yet was soundly rebuffed each time. It was early evening by the time the assemblage headed back up out of the chamber with their parcels in tow. Hermione was clutching her box with the ancient tomes like it was filled with diamonds, and Shiva and Tonks were helping the goblins to transport the skeleton back above ground. They had almost reached the entrance hall when Dumbledore asked one final question. Where are you taking the skeleton? I would have assumed it would be rendered as well. Oh, I'm going to hang it up in my entrance hall, Harry said with a grin. Should be pretty cool. Huh? Harry and the others laughed and continued out. Dumbledore stayed, rooted to the ground with his mouth open, and an expression of pure horror splashed across his features. Ow! Harry moaned from the ground near the Quidditch World Cup underneath several grumbling bodies a few weeks later. He had only himself to blame for these circumstances. Like seemingly every other method of wizarding transit, Harry was apparently horrible with Portkey travel. Everyone but him had remained standing as they arrived at the grounds. Harry, however, had managed to stumble and fall as soon as the magic let him go. He tumbled and proceeded to drag down Luna, Hermione, Sirius, and Shiva on top of him. "I hate magical travel," Harry muttered as his friends and family picked themselves off him and helped him up. Shiva dusted him off and laughed. "It really seems to hate you too, kid. One day maybe we'll figure out why you suck at it so much. Or I'll just invent a new way to travel instead," Harry said sullenly. The others laughed, and he scowled deeper. "You think I'm kidding? Not this time. This getting really old. And porkies suck. Apparition is more uncomfortable at first, kid." Shiva shook her head with a smile. "Come on, people. Let's go find our tent. Luna, you said your father is going to be set up nearby, right?" The Quidditch World Cup tickets from Sirius had been a bit of a surprise, but in hindsight, they really shouldn't have been. The Ministry kept trying to bribe Sirius so that he wouldn't try and crucify them for his wrongful imprisonment, and had given him box seats to the game. Sirius managed to con them into a few extra tickets, so he'd gotten enough for Harry, Shiva, and Hermione to attend as well. Everyone had been somewhat surprised when Harry had asked his godfather to get seats for Fred and George to join them too. His only explanation had been business. A few others from Harry's group were around but were in general seating, and Luna was going to be joining her father in the press box. They were supposedly almost as good as the ones that Sirius had. Harry admitted to himself that he was greatly looking forward to this game. While he enjoyed playing Quidditch as much as the next bloke, it was really just the flying itself that made it fun. Getting to watch the professionals practice their skills, though, that should prove to be amazing. He loved his firebolt, but he had no illusions that the pros would know how to handle one far better than he did. Victor Crumb, in particular, should be proved to be impressive. Harry was hoping his side bet with the twins would work out. He really didn't want to make a set of rune stones that forced someone to sing, "I'm a little teapot." When Harry entered the top box, he scowled. Of course, the Malfoys would be here. And the minister, too. "Why did I let you talk me into this again?" Harry asked Sirius. His godfather chuckled and led the group towards the front of the box. "Hey, we get to thumb our noses at them. Pup. Perk up." "Harry," one voice belonging to a tall redhead sounded. "Our friend. Our pal," a second redhead grinned. "Our partner." Fred yelled, clapping the messy-haired young on the back and dropping into the seat next to Hermione. She just shook her head at the twins' antics, while Shiva looked at Sirius, who shrugged. "Hey, guys," Harry said, nodding to the twins. "I'll order forms set up then, I presume?" "That it is, partner, that it is," George said, grinning like a loon. "Products will be ready to ship at the beginning of the term. You sure we can't convince you to ramp up production on your end yet?" "Not just yet, guys," Harry said with a laugh. "It's going to be hard enough keeping up with the special orders. You sure you can handle the one-time use ones?" "Don't worry, Harry, we got it covered. Tested it out over the summer. Instructions worked fine." Shiva tapped Harry's should. "What are you up to, kid?" She was smirking, apparently already having a good idea. Harry smiled at her. "I'm starting my business. Potter runes are currently only offered via owl order through affiliation with Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Part of the deal was getting them box seats." "Nah, that was just a joke, Claus. Never actually thought you'd do it, Harry," Fred said, lounging back. "Seriously, thanks, this is awesome. The rest of the family has some rather terrible seats somewhere down there." He waved towards a section of the crowd towards one of the hoop posts. We tried to convince Ginny we'd smuggle her up here, but she apparently got conned into following Luna to the press box instead. George continued. Hermione peered between the three teens. You three are actually starting that business you've been discussing off and on. Well, we don't have a place yet, Fred said with a shrug. It takes a lot of seed money to open a physical shop on Diagon, but we have enough products ready that we can at least start. And I'll order. Harry's inventory is far more limited, since he won't let us sell a lot of the more impressive ones. More dangerous ones, you mean? Harry said, shaking his head. I'm reserving some of those for Susan's aunt, and a lot I'm just not willing to sell. Do you really want a magical grenade to be available on the open market? George nodded. We're not criticizing. Harry, it was just a comment. Whatever happened to those reflector robes you had talked about a while back, by the way? The what? Sirius asked. Harry just grimaced at the memory of that abortive attempt. Yeah, those are not happening. You know the rune on my glasses, Sirius? The one that bounces back spells. Well, I tried making some robes with that stitched into them. It was scary. Shiva quirked her eyebrow. Oh, how so? And why didn't I hear about this? Harry shifted uncomfortably. I sort of swore Daff to secrecy. Hermione laughed. Okay, now I seriously need to hear this story, Harry. The other four nodded their concurrence as well. Fine. Harry sighed, muttering a curse under his breath. I made the robes. We used that room to test whether they worked or not, since the walls seemed to absorb spells for some reason. Daphne shot some stinging hexes and stunners at me, and a few other things. It reflected almost everything, but the spells went everywhere. It's a good thing she hadn't thrown anything dangerous because she got hit by a ton of the ricochets. The design was interesting, but it would just end up being a huge hazard in any sort of combat situation where you had allies remotely nearby. Plus it had a minor problem. Do tell, Sirius said, grinning wildly at the scent of weakness. Cloth isn't a good magical conductor. Harry sighed as Hermione just raised her eyebrows at him and motioned for him to go on. The robes disintegrated after Daphne tossed out a few too many spells at once, and I had neglected to wear my pants that afternoon. Shiva started laughing uproariously, and the others in the group quickly joined in. Harry turned bright red. Yeah, laugh it up. Like I said, those are not happening again. Hermione shook her head, with a large smile on her face. I feel somewhat jealous of her now. Daff has gotten to see something that I, as your girlfriend, have been so far denied. Harry just groaned as everyone laughed even harder. Shiva clapped Harry on the back and wheezed out between her laughs. Kid, that is impressive. Next time you try out new robes, don't forget the underwear. You guys suck, Harry said, though he had a slight upturn to the edges of his lips. Getting delirious from the altitude, Granger. Weasels? Draco drawled from across the aisle. I can't say I'm surprised. None of you could possibly be used to such a lofty view, seeing your meager means. Who did you have to bribe to get these seats? Offer any alternative favors? The twins scowled, but before they could say anything, Shiva subtly shook her head and waggled her eyes at Hermione. The younger girl took the hint and leaned over to smile at Malfoy. The problem with a pedestal, Malfoy, is that when you get knocked off one, you tend to break everything once you hit the bottom. Is that a threat, Mud? He cut off, glancing around the inhabitants of the box with a scowl. Is that a threat, Granger? Merely an observation. We are in a box after all, not a pedestal. Hermione chuckled lightly. I admit I'm impressed with your restraint. You managed to stop before finishing your customary slur, and you have yet to say my father once. Don't give him too much credit, Han, Harry commented, waving towards a reddening Lucius Malfoy next to Draco. He probably doesn't think it's necessary to say it since his father is right there. Shut up, Scarhead. Draco shouted. Wow, is that best he's got? Fred asked. Rather weak of a comeback there. Brother. Not everyone can approach our brilliance, George said, shaking his head. Fred smiled and nodded. Too true, brother. Too true. I wonder which side of the family had the lack of gray matter. Could be either, Sirius commented, rubbing his chin. My family certainly wasn't known for their stability. Besides Andy and me were pretty much filled with oddballs and arseholes. I thought my grandmother was a black. Harry asked. Sirius grinned. Yeah, but she married a Potter, so my point is proven. Shiva and Harry both laughed at that. Lucius' scowl had deepened the entire time, and Draco eventually lost his cool. He jumped up and started to draw his wand before Sirius casually glared at him. You really want to curse the lord of the noble house of Black, little Draco. Draco's expression darkened even further, but Lucius jerked him back into his seat. I would ask you not to antagonize my family, Lord Black, Lucius said in clipped words. Well, I consider not dissolving your marriage and reclaiming my family's dowry to be pretty non-antagonistic, Sirius said with an evil grin. He nodded towards Draco. Control your son. The Bulgarian minister next to Fudge snorted and said something to his bodyguards, who started laughing. Fudge just glared at everyone present except his counterpart and tried to shift his one-sided conversation back to the upcoming game. How he was failing at that when the Bulgarian wasn't even speaking English made things even more entertaining. Oh, quiet guys, here come the mascots, George suddenly said, leaning forward. Vila. Sweet. Vila. Harry asked as he reached for his omnioculars. Whoa, they all look really similar. Oh, is that all, Harry? Hermione asked far too casually. Harry could sense a trap, though he had no idea what the trigger was. Yeah. Hermione made a non-committal noise of acknowledgement. Sirius laughed. She's fishing to see if you think they're beautiful, Harry. Oh. Harry just shrugged and looked askance at Hermione. Sure, they're pretty and that silvery hair is ethereal, but none of them are as amazing as you. Hermione smiled and patted his knee. And that, Harry, is why I care for you so much. Fred and George gave Harry a thumbs up before George started talking. Vila beauty isn't entirely natural, Harry. It's partly magical. They have an aura, an allure, that draws in most males and some females. Fred continued. They're pretty sexual people. We don't know much in-depth stuff, though. Not too many Vila in England. There's a whole enclave, though, in Bulgaria and another really big one in France. Sirius was grinning into his own omnioculars as the women moved into the center of the field. Never piss off a Vila, pup. They have a self-transfiguration ability that lets them become harpy-esque, and they can throw fireballs from their hands when really mad. That's pretty cool, Harry commented. Besides him, Shiva nodded in agreement. The Vila started to dance, and a quiet fell over the stadium. The more they swayed, and sang the more charged the air felt. Harry found it a bit hard to breathe initially, but he felt Hermione and Shiva's hands on his legs and shook his head. Whatever had been affecting him seemed to mostly dissipate, and Harry turned to ask what had happened. His eyes widened as he saw Sirius practically drooling into his lap, and the twins were on their feet, seemingly torn between sitting back down and going straight up to the railing. Draco was insensate on the floor of the box, and Lucius was slumped over in his chair along with Fudge. Both had their eyes completely glazed over. "Bloody hell," Harry muttered. The two girls on either side of him started and looked at him with wide eyes. Though Hermione's were a bit hazy, they cleared as she tried to focus on him. "Harry," Shiva asked, "you're all right?" "I'm fine. What's going on with the others?" The Bulgarian minister looked over at him and gave a polite smile and head nod. "They will be fine in short order. Our vila can overdo it bit much sometimes. Not many unaffected. You are of strong will, young man." "Bravo." Harry frowned, but thanked the minister for the information before his eyes were drawn to a commotion in the stands below. He raised his omnioculars to check it out and saw Ron Weasley trying to leap over the edge of the stands to get to the villa. Arthur and another redhead, who he assumed was Charlie from the resemblance, had their arms around him and were dragging the youngest brother back towards his seat. The vila song stopped, and Fred and George shook their heads and turned to each other before sheepishly dropping back into their seats. "We didn't do anything too embarrassing, did we?" Harry grunted. "Well, neither of you tried to jump 100 feet down to the stadium floor like your brother. So I'm going with no." George groaned and covered his face with his hands. "Bollocks, Ron, really?" "Yeah. Saw him through the omnioculars. Your father, and I think Charlie pulled him back, though." "Makes sense Charlie wouldn't care," Fred muttered. "Charlie never seems to care about relationships or stuff like that at all." Sirius shook his head and finally snapped out of his trance. "What did I miss? Where'd the girls go?" Amy, Harry, Hermione, and Shiva all just stared at him for a moment before bursting out laughing. Sirius, still dumbfounded, looked to the twins, who both shrugged as well. The three of them quickly joined their friends in laughing along at whatever joke had been made before turning back to watch the game. Fred and George had left to find their family and tease Ron about his failed attempt at unassisted flight after the game ended, leaving Harry with the other three. They had chatted about the game for a while, with Sirius attempting to give Harry pointers on how to use some of Crumb's moves and include them in his own strategies. "Absolutely not," Shiva yelled, smacking the back of Sirius' head. "Harry, it's bad enough you try to use the Ronxy feint, please. For love of the goddess, do not do that turn." "It really didn't look that hard, though, Shiva," Harry said, shrugging. Hermione groaned and slapped her head with one hand. "Of course it's not hard at normal speeds, Harry. You do that at full tilt, though, like Crumb did, and you're likely to lose your arm if the angle is even a fraction of an inch off. But imagine how much faster I could turn if I hooked the poles like that." He wasn't going to give up that easily. Flying was the only thing he could do half as well as runes. Shiva glared at Harry, but then got a scary grin and looked to Hermione. The girl cocked her head and let out a soft, "Oh." A moment later she smiled at Harry and moved to sit right next to the boy. His alarm bells were ringing again. She moved both hands to his cheeks and said, "Harry, you like kissing me, right?" He nodded. "And you like when I hug you?" He nodded again. "If you want me to keep kissing you, you won't lose your arm while playing Quidditch." Deal. Can I still try the move at lower speeds? As long as you promise to remain intact, she said after giving it some consideration. Deal. He hurriedly agreed. Hermione smiled and pulled him down for a kiss. They broke off as screams sounded from a short distance away. Sirius and Shiva frowned and stood, moving to the front of the tent. You two stay here. We'll see what's going on, Shiva said. The screams increased in volume and number. Scratch that. Head towards the forest, guys. Sirius, I got your back, he said, all levity and playfulness gone from his voice. Shiva, Harry started but was immediately cut off as his guardian shook her head. Harry, please. There are too many people here, and you could be a target. This could just be a lure to draw you towards them. I'll catch up, but I need to know what's going on first. Please. Harry scowled, but nodded. Thank you. Hermione, make sure he goes. Both of you protect each other. Worst comes to worst, head to the nearest Fleur and get back home. Then send off Hedwig to us if we aren't back an hour after you return. If he'll listen to you, send my elf. I don't want to call him with this many people around. He's still not exactly stable. Sirius said. Shiva gave Harry a quick hug and pushed him towards the flap. Go. Sirius, this way. The four split as they ran out of the tent, Shiva and Sirius heading towards the group of panicking attendees, while Harry and Hermione ran towards the forest. Harry and Hermione had made it nearly 3/4 of the way to the trees when the tent in front of them exploded. Little balls of fire rained down on them, and the two jumped out of the way. With a loud crash, a giant piece of the wood used to construct the stadium crashed to the ground. It fell between the two teens, separating them and blocking Harry's way forward. He rolled back away from the smoking barrier, yelling out, Hermione! Mione, are you all right? I'm okay. Harry, came a coughing reply. Cut through the next lane of tents and circle around to me, okay? On it. Don't move, Mione, I'm coming. Harry pushed himself to his feet, still coughing. Got to do something about breathing runes soon. Smoke and toxic fumes are not healthy. Harry ran through the nearest tents and picked up his reductor from his utility belt as he hit the back wall, using it to blast a hole through and into the next lane. Thankfully, that section was clear of debris, so he ran a few tents down before cutting back towards where he had left Hermione. He was still a short ways away as a piercing scream rent the air. Fleur was quickly learning that tempting fate was probably the stupidest thing she had ever done in her short life. The quick tour of the country had been interesting, especially the ancient magical sites such as Stonehenge and the supposed burial chamber of Merlin and Morgana. Even the World Cup itself had turned out to be more fun than anticipated. Celeste and her group had performed exceptionally, almost too exceptionally. They had grabbed the hearts and minds of nearly every male that Fleur had seen. One particularly sad redhead member of the crowd had actually tried to leap onto the field. She'd been rather amazed that the boy had been coordinated enough to get as far as he had, considering how little blood seemed to be in his head at that point. Well, the head on his shoulders at least. For the game itself, Victor Crumb's flying skills had proven exceptional just as she'd hoped. While it was disappointing that Bulgaria lost, she hadn't much cared for the results either way. It was just exciting getting to see the skill with which all of the participants were competing. Afterwards, she had been invited to stay with the group of her people for a short after-party that had quickly turned into a far more intense experience than she had anticipated. When many of the Vila began partnering off with the Bulgarian teammates, Fleur had called it a night. It wasn't that she was opposed to such activities. It was, after all, part of her very nature, but she did prefer to at least know something about her potential partner. She was not some floozy who would just jump into bed with the nearest warm body, simply because she was aroused. Now, if Celeste had been interested, the night might have proceeded differently, but her friend had been otherwise occupied. So Fleur had left, which led her straight into the current predicament, and cursing herself for tempting fate by expecting a boring trip. In her inebriated state, she hadn't noticed that the screams in the distance hadn't been simple shouts of delight, but were in fact sounds of panic. By the time that had penetrated her mind, it had been too late. She'd been surrounded by 5 men in black robes and white masks. She knew enough of recent history to recognize Death Eater garb when she saw it, and it had sent a chill down her spine. Fleur tried to grab her wand, but an ever-so-slight fumble was all it had taken. Her first spell missed by a fraction of an inch, and the man behind her slammed something into her head. Fleur went down with the world spinning. She tried to pull herself together enough to transform into her avian battle form, or even just ramp up her allure, but between the alcohol and the head injury, she wasn't able to concentrate well enough. Whoever had reached down and grabbed Fleur succeeded in unintentionally further complicating matters. He pulled her torso up and locked her arms behind her back with his knee between her shoulder blades, lewdly pushing her chest forward. Ne me touchez pas. Lâche-moi, espèce de pourriture. Fleur screamed, the position of her arms, and his leg effectively limited her ability to shift as her wings weren't able to form, and that prevented the rest of her from changing as well. One of the men grunted from behind his mask and reached a hand into his robes near the groin. Fleur screamed, fighting as hard as she could against her attackers. Another of the masked men sent a spell into her side, knocking the wind out of her. The world swam in front of her eyes, and Fleur sucked in a deep breath. This was going to be it. This was how her life was going to end. Beaten, raped, and killed by arrogant, rioting terrorists who had had the good fortune to be lucky at just the right time. Or perhaps not such good fortune after all. The man standing in front of her with his robes parted and his manhood swinging was suddenly hit in the chest with a bright red disarming spell. His wand shot away, and his body was thrown backwards nearly 10 feet from force of the spell, crashing to the ground in front of his other companions. The 4 men, plus Fleur, simply gaped for a moment as the prone attacker gave a shuddering gasp and fell still. Spells flew past Fleur, streaking towards 2 of the other men, but they sufficiently recovered their wits enough to start blocking. Fleur felt her arms released as her captor shouted from behind. She twisted out of the way, trying to kick or punch the man, but he had already started to fall to the side, a mass of brown hair riding his back into the ground. Fleur blinked. Whoever her rescuer was, the girl, for she looked to be a teenager only slightly younger than Fleur herself, had delivered a flying knee into the rioter's back and latched onto his shoulders as he fell to the ground. The girl rolled off the man as he hit, her elbow driving into his neck and quieting all his flailing before her maneuver was finished. She turned just in time to raise a shield around Fleur and herself as spells came flying at them. "If you can stand, get ready to run," the girl yelled. Fleur tried to nod, but it was still hard to focus, and she only succeeded in grimacing as the world swam around her again. "I don't think I can," Fleur hissed between her teeth as she blinked away the pain. but I can fight from air. You don't have your wand, the girl shouted back. Her shield cracked as more spells impacted. Here, it's a concussor. She tossed a small stone at Fleur, who stared at the little engraving dumbly. A rune stone? It launches confrigos, pointed at them. On my mark, 3, 2, 1. Before the girl could finish her count, the battlefield erupted again. Another small stone hexagon soared into the clearing and almost immediately exploded into a shower of light and raw magical energy. 2 of the attackers were caught in the blast, one dropping unmoving 10 feet away from where he started, while the second was pushed into the wall of a nearby tent, dazed but still standing. He had no chance to raise his wand to counterattack, though. An arm's-length stone spike, at least 14 centimeters thick, shot through the air and embedded itself in his chest. Fleur shifted her eyes and saw a messy-haired young man with blazing green eyes charging into the space between the tents, fury and panic written across his face. His right hand was clutching his wand, while his left was holding a rune stone. Spells shot from his wand, while another spike formed, shooting from the rune and streaking towards another one of the remaining attackers. That man managed to shatter the stone, but the brown-haired girl dropped her shield and launched a cutting hex. He turned at the last moment, and instead of striking his arm, her spell hit him in the chest and caused a spray of red to blossom, the rioter collapsing to the ground. The green-eyed man jumped towards Fleur, and the girl, completely missing the final attacker, now positioned just behind him. The girl tried to shout something, and the man started to turn back, but the attacker had already raised his wand to curse them. Fleur snarled. She didn't have time to fully transform, but she was angry and scared enough to force the shift in her arm. A light, downy sprinkling of pure white feathers sprouted along her right arm as the fire formed above her palm. Fleur drew her arm back and launched the ball of liquid flame towards the final rioter. She coalesced a second fireball before the first had even impacted, but it turned out to not be needed. Despite her condition, Fleur's aim had been true. Her fire hit the attacker dead center and flowed over him. He dropped his wand and screamed, but Avila's fire was not as simple as normal flames. These were hungry. Before her 2 saviors could do anything beyond raise their wands, the masked man dropped dead to the ground, his clothes still burning. Breathing hard, the green-eyed man and the brown-haired girl turned to each other. "Are you okay?" they asked simultaneously. Both nodded and replied, "I'm fine." The girl turned to Fleur and dropped down beside her. "Are you okay?" "Oui, je ne suis pas blessée. Est-ce que tu vas bien?" Fleur said, levering herself into a sitting position and attempting to ignore the spinning sensation. "I'm sorry, I don't speak much French," the girl said with a frown. "Ah, oui, of course," Fleur said with a groan. "Apologies. I am mostly fine. Are you hurt?" "I'm okay. A little bruised, but fine," she said, turning to the man who came up and put his hand on her shoulder, still looking around the clearing. "I'm Hermione, and this is Harry. If you can stand, we should leave before more of them come. I may need some assistance with that. They hit me on the EAD, and I am still a little I do not know the word. It is spinning. Disoriented." "Harry." "Got it," Harry said. "Take the spiker, Mione. But be careful." I knew it wasn't exactly a non-lethal cluster, but his voice faltered slightly before hardening again. "Never mind. if they're going to wear Death Eater robes and try to kill you, then they deserve it. Handing off the rune stone to Hermione, the boy moved to Fleur and helped her to stand. She groaned and held her free hand to her head, waiting for the world to calm down again. Her other arm was draped over Harry's shoulder as he supported some of her weight. "All right, let's move," Hermione said, holding her wand out and leading the way. Thankfully, they made it into the trees without further incidents, and Harry carefully let Fleur slump against one of the trees a short ways into the woods. "Merci, vous m'avez sauvé. Je vous dois la vie," Fleur said, smiling at the two youths. Harry cocked his head at her, and Hermione was about to say something before Fleur waved her off. "Sorry, I meant thank you. You both saved, at minimum, my virtue and more likely my life as well. I owe you a great debt." Harry blushed. "Don't worry about it. Saving people seems to be a habit of ours." Hermione sighed and rolled her eyes. "More like a habit of Harry's that we all just keep getting dragged along with. Do you know any healing spells?" "Oh, where are my manners? I am Fleur Delacour," Fleur said with a wry grin. "And no, I not know any of ze healing spells. I will be fine in a few minutes, suff. I imagine I am quite sober by this point, and the world has been spinning far less for some time now. Ze head injury was not bad, merely frustrating." "You should still get it looked at," Hermione said, frowning. "Concussions are never something that should just be brushed off." "I will. I promise. Hermione," Fleur said, nodding. She was quite pleased when there was only a dull twinge of pain at that movement. "Good. Harry, are you all right?" Hermione said, turning to her companion. "I'm fine, Mione." Harry's eyes narrowed as a burning green and black skull shot into the sky, with a snake curling through its mouth. Screams rang out anew, and distant pops heralded a retreat by the remaining rioters. "That's the dark mark, right?" "Yes, it is," Hermione said, growing pale. "You don't think?" "I doubt it," Harry said. "Voldemort's not that stupid. He'd never attack something this big without a ton of followers, and he'd probably be more organized about it." "I hope you're right, Harry," Hermione said softly. "Voldemort? I thought he was dead." Fleur asked, looking between the two. "Wasn't he killed over a decade ago?" "He's only mostly dead," Harry said, sighing and rubbing his forehead. "It's complicated, and now's not really the time to explain. Hang on a second, and let me see if I can contact Shiva or Sirius." "Come on, contact Shiva." Fleur's eyes widened as she turned from Harry to Hermione. "He can do wandless, long-distance voice throwing charms. I didn't think that was possible." Hermione chuckled. "It's another rune cluster, just a miniaturized version." She turned her head and tapped her earring. "See, Harry's quite skilled with runes. We all have a comm stone so that we can contact each other in emergencies. I think his guardian rather forgot about it in the heat of the moment earlier when she told us to send an owl after her if she was missing." Hermione finished with a soft grin. "Don't worry about it. I promise not to tease you. Yeah, we're fine, but we found an older girl, and she's hurt. Not badly, but someone should still take a look at her by the pink flaming tent, and about 2 rows further north and 100 feet in air. I'd prefer to talk about that at home." "Shiva, no, I'm fine. Yes, really, yeah, I did. I'm okay. I do want to talk about it, but not over a rune line. Shiva, that's why I said I'd wait till we got home." "Hermione, am I in shock?" Harry asked, shaking his head in exasperation and turning to the brunette. Fleur just peered between them, utterly lost. Hermione shook her head and gave him a thumbs up. Hermione says, "I'm fine." "Oh, I see you guys." "Hang on." He took out another hexagonal runestone and held up it. A second later, the most beautiful silver panther jumped out of it and prowled through the trees towards the tents. "Mon Dieu, is that a Patronus?" "From a runestone?" Fleur asked, gaping. "Like I said, Harry is good with runes." Hermione sighed. "It's not technically a Patronus. We're not entirely sure what it is, to be honest. He's kind of breaking new ground with the Silver Spirit." "Oh, there they are." Hermione stood and waved to two adults striding up to them, following the Silver Panther as it loped back through the woods toward the teens. The woman appeared a few years older than Fleur, though the man was quite a bit more mature, perhaps mid-30s. As soon as she caught sight of Harry and Hermione, the woman sped up from a quick trot into a full-out sprint with the man only slightly slower behind her. She crashed to a stop as the panther dissipated and pulled Harry into a bone-crushing hug. "Shiva, I said I was fine," Harry muttered, pushing her back and running his brilliant eyes over her critically. "You're hurt, though." He reached out a hand to gently touch a burn on her right arm. "It's nothing, kid," Shiva said, brushing off his worry. "I have a paste at the house, and it'll be gone in a day." She eyed him, and "you're fine" tends to translate to, "I almost died a few minutes ago, but everything's cool now. Excuse me while I bleed out over here." The other man, Sirius, came forward with concern also evident in how he checked over all three of the teens. Fleur noticed his eyes slightly unfocused as he looked at her. Cursing inwardly, she reining in her allure, not realizing it had been leaking out. Her injury must have been greatly diminished, now going by that. Sirius' eyes refocused, and he nodded at her before pulling Hermione in a quick hug. "You guys are really all right?" "Yes, Sirius," Hermione said with a sigh. "After the adrenaline wears off, I doubt we will be okay for long, but yes, for the moment, Harry and I are uninjured beyond some bruises. None of their spells hit. Fleur has a concussion, though she said the dizziness is abating. I believe she also has several bruises, but we managed to reach her before they had much of a chance to go further than that." "And the attackers?" he asked. Harry and Shiva both scowled while Hermione grimaced. Before either of the youths could say anything, Fleur cut in. "They have been dealt with. Airy and Hermione saved my life. They were quite impressive and quite determined." "I'd say decisive, not determined." Hermione sighed. "They're dead. 5 bodies back, near the flames." "Better them than you," Sirius said, and Shiva nodded her agreement. "Is anyone going after the others that got away?" Harry asked. "Sorry, kid," Shiva sighed. "They used port keys to escape when someone sent off the dark mark. No way to track them now, unless they were stupid enough to use ministry-registered keys, which seems very unlikely." "You can't track port keys?" Harry asked, looked incredulous. At the shaking heads, he scowled. "Another thing to add to the to-do list," he muttered. "Kid, it's just folded and overlapping spaces. Tracking it will be easier than making the Silver Spirit." "Harry," Shiva said, tone harsh. He looked up and shut his eyes before taking a deep breath and nodding. "Right. Sorry. We should get Fleur to a healer," he said. Fleur pulled herself to her feet. The world stayed perfectly still this time. My mother has some basic healing skills. Our tent was near Z Stadium, with Z Villa mascots from Bulgaria. Hermione nodded. Oh, that would explain how you could throw that fireball then. Fleur grimaced, but nodded. She hesitantly turned to the four, but surprisingly none seemed to care about the revelation. She blinked at that. Fleur and her mother had been facing prejudice somewhat regularly since entering this country. Yet another good reason for leaving Gabby at home. That's pretty cool, Harry nodded. Did you have friends in the cheerleaders then? Yes, Fleur said, still shocked. A distant cousin, once or twice removed. Nice. Hope she got you good seats then. He pulled away from Shiva and walked towards her, offering his shoulder again. Need help still? Oui. Thank you. Fleur almost shook her head, but caught herself before starting the movement. As the group started towards the tents to find her parents, Fleur couldn't help but wonder just who these people were. Bloody cowards. Pathetic, weak, despicable little bloody cowards, Barty Crouch Jr. muttered as he limped through the alley. His father had been distracted and lax ever since the truth about Sirius Black came out, and his control had been steadily slipping for weeks. Barty had used the confusion in the riot at the game to fully shatter the control. He'd killed his father right there, but Winky had banished him before he could steal the man's wand. Stupid house elf. Wouldn't even come when he called now. Knocking his father's body towards her shouldn't have counted as giving her clothes. She was a fanatical little beast, and she wouldn't have wanted that to count. Whatever. He didn't need a house elf. He had done fine on his own long before getting chained. At least he'd managed to steal that fool redhead's wand. The boy had left it in his back pocket of all places. Did he want to get his arse blown off? That sister, though, she was a sharp one. She'd seen Barty slip the wand and managed to get a cutting curse off at him. A powerful one at that. He'd just barely gotten the dark mark up before her wand came up, and he'd had to immediately apparate away in order to try and dodge her curse. The little bitch had still managed to get his leg pretty good. Barty grunted that in actuality it was a nice shot. After binding his wound, and despite the danger, he'd been unable to stop himself from dipping back into the World Cup grounds for a short kip. He found it deserted of his kin, the Death Eaters having run as soon as the mark appeared. With a scowl, Barty had left to start his plan. Finding his master had been deceptively easy. Riddle Manor was not really the most secure of hiding locations, though it was true next to no one in the ranks had been trusted enough to be told of the significance of the building. Barty was relatively certain that only he and Bella had been told, and even then it had only been after enough magical rituals that little, if any, of his master's birth father's genes remained in the body. Seeing the coward rat, Wormtail, attending his master was shameful. Oh, how he longed to torture the fool. But no, his master had forbidden it. For now, the plan to infiltrate the upcoming tournament was both simple and ingenious. Taking his father's place would certainly have worked better, but Black had closed off that option. He was forced to go with the second best solution. Alastair Moody. The man was known as horribly paranoid with those he didn't trust implicitly, so it wouldn't look odd when Barty kept drinking from his own flask of polyjuice instead of school supplies. There was even once a time that Barty had enjoyed acting, so playing a curmudgeonly old veteran skilled at both dark defense and dark offense should be simple enough. It might even be fun. The decision to willingly give up the use of his leg for months was made far easier after the damage that girl had done to him. Know the real trick to this plan would be keeping Harry Potter in a position to win the tournament. The boy may be more competent and powerful than originally anticipated, but Barty had heard the rumors about the tournament being far more intensive than the original plan. Dragons had been difficult enough, and he didn't relish finding ways through the newer challenges. Assuming he even bothered, if the boy died during the tournament, his master would be disappointed, certainly, but there was a large assortment of enemies who could be used for the solstice ritual. Harry Potter didn't need to survive to bring his master back. He'd wait and see how things progressed. Perhaps the boy would surprise him anyway. Right now, Barty had a paranoid old man to kidnap. Chapter 17. An Angry Witch. Shiva hovered near Harry as he walked in the rows between the tents with Fleur leaning on his shoulder. Hermione walked on her other side, watching carefully in case the younger girl was needed. Sirius flanked Hermione, maintaining a lookout in case there were any stragglers involved in the riot. Eventually they came to the grouping of tents housing the Vila contingent. Fleur caught sight of her mother arguing with a man in the British Aurors robes near the entrance to the cluster of tents. She silently pointed them out to the others, and they shuffled closer. "I do not care what you think happened, little man." Apollin's snarling voice carrying through the air caused Fleur to wince. She was exceedingly thankful that her mother had managed to control her rage enough that a light coating of feathers was the only manifestation visible. It had been a very long time since she'd seen her mother quite so incensed. The last time, fireballs had ended up raining from the sky. "You have 3 witnesses that those men assaulted my daughter. If you wish to avoid an international incident, you will stop arguing about these idiots and find her." "Let me speak to her," Fleur said quietly to the others. "When my mother regains her accent, she is tense." "Ma'am, there are many injured," the Auror said in a condescending voice. "These citizens were the only fatal casualties. Of course we are searching for your daughter. She is a material witness and will need to be questioned." "Are the citizens you speak of the group that assaulted me?" Fleur asked, speaking loudly as they came up behind the two. "Fleur." Apollin shouted. She pushed past the Auror and swept up to her daughter, quickly running her eyes over the younger girl. "I do not see blood or wounds. Why are you leaning on this man?" "I was hit in the head, ma'am. Most of the disorientation." Fleur asked, looking to Hermione, who nodded back. "Disorientation has passed, but I am still a little unsteady. Ari is helping. And Hermione saved me from the men you were discussing." Apollin nodded. She gave Harry and Hermione a critical glance, then took in Shiva and Sirius. She took a deep breath, and the feathers covering her arms started to be absorbed back into the skin. "You are unharmed otherwise." They came before those horrible men had a chance to do much of anything beyond leave a bruise or 2. The Auror came up with a scowl on his face. "Fleur Delacour, I am going to have to bring you into the ministry to answer questions about the recent deaths." Sirius' eyebrows raised, and his posture stiffened. "Really? It's Grimoire, right?" At the Auror's nod, Sirius continued. "Well, if I may be so bold, we overheard that you had some witnesses. Why are you taking Fleur and not Harry or Hermione? They were involved in the fight as well. For that matter, why do you seem to be treating this girl as if she's a criminal instead of a victim?" "I'll thank you not to tell me how to do my job," Scrimgeour snapped. "Fleur, A shout rang out. Fleur turned and saw her father hurrying forward with a monocle-clad woman following behind him. "You are all right." He pulled up short as he noticed the others near her, and his eyes widened. "Mon Dieu, Lord Black, Monsieur Potter, I assume you were the ones to find my daughter? I cannot thank you enough." "Actually, Papa, Ari, and Hermione were the ones who assisted me," Fleur said. A moment later, what he said registered, and she gasped, twisting to look at the young man who was supporting her. "Potter? Harry Potter?" Harry winced but nodded. "Guilty. You could. Ave said something," Fleur said, shaking her head. Harry just closed his eyes in resignation. "I really prefer just Harry," he muttered. Fleur frowned and barely managed to stop from slapping herself. Of course, he would hate his fame, considering its source. "Of course. I will just stick to Harry then. Yes." His head jerked back up, and his eyes widened as he stared at her, slowly nodding. "Harry, Hermione, Professor Babbling, Lord Black," the monocle woman said as she came up completely unhurried. "Miss Delacour, perhaps we should all sit down." She waved her wand, and several chairs were conjured. Shiva and Sirius quickly moved to sit down with a snort of amusement, and Harry and Hermione both helped Fleur to sit. Her mother knelt in front of her and began muttering diagnostic and healing spells while her father sat right next to her and grabbed her hand. "I am not a child, Papa. I am fine. Just a little dizzy at times," Fleur said, sighing at her father's protectiveness. It was nice to know he cared so much, though. That might not even be a result of injury at this point. "You are not fine," Apollon said with a small scowl. "You will be, but you are not currently fine. How hard were you hit?" Fleur shrugged. "Enough that I found it very difficult to force sea change. The effect has mostly dissipated now." Apollon sighed. "Yes, that would make sense. I have done what I can. You will need a potion when we return to the hotel, but you are not in danger of complications." Fleur heard her father give a quiet breath of relief, and she wasn't above admitting that some of the tension she had been holding gave way as well. "Director Bones," Shiva said, addressing the monocle woman. "Head or Scrimgeour mentioned something about questions." "Yes, the girl needs to come in to answer what happened tonight," the Auror said, looking smug again, now that his boss had arrived. Bones groaned and shook her head. "Scrimgeour, do yourself a favor and shut the hell up. You may be decent at your job when you aren't shoving your head up Fudge's arse, but I really don't want to have to protect you if you are stupid enough to piss off one of the more powerful men in the French ministry." Fleur's father gave the Auror a predatory grin, which caused the other man to pale slightly. "Now, if we're all done displaying our dominances with this little pissing contest, Miss Delacour, Harry, would you both care to explain what happened a few minutes ago? You can't seriously expect them to explain the Death Eater attack." "Amy," Sirius said. She sighed, glaring at him. "Sirius, you shut up too. I am not asking about the riot. I am asking about their own fight. Injuries were abundant tonight, but the only confirmed dead were discovered in the vicinity of those two. Scrimgeour may have been heavy-handed, but he is not wrong in that we do need to know what occurred." "3," Hermione said quietly. "I'm sorry," Bones asked. Hermione hung her head. "The confirmed dead were near those 3, Madame Bones, Fleur, Harry, and myself. I was first to kill one. I didn't mean to. I heard a scream. saw Fleur held with her arms behind her back, a man in front of her with his robes open and a mask on. I was rather angry at that, she said. Fleur saw the girl's face drop into a scowl, briefly before returning to a neutral expression, and she set her shoulders looking directly into Bones' eyes. I launched a disarming spell at the man. It must have been exceedingly overpowered because it knocked him back several meters, and I think broke several ribs. I don't know if he was still alive at that point. I hadn't meant to kill him, merely to take him out of the fight. 5 against 1 with a hostage involved are not good odds, especially when the 5 are all adult wizards, and I haven't even entered my 4th year yet. Fleur's eyebrows rose at that. This girl wasn't finished with 4th year. Someone so skilled, lithe, and impressive was so young, and from what she remembered, Harry Potter was also barely 14. While I would counsel you to attempt a stunner next time instead of a disarming charm, I certainly can't fault that reasoning, Miss Granger. Please continue, Bones said, waving her on. After I sent off the disarming spell, I jumped onto the man, holding Fleur to get him to release her. I used to take some self-defense classes before I attended Hogwarts. I came down on his neck. It was partly intentional, but I think I misjudged my weight. I am relatively sure I broke his neck as we hit the ground. Hermione's shudder was subtle but visible to Fleur. She reached around Harry and squeezed the young woman's leg. Hermione looked up and gave her a small smile. "Thank you for that, Hermione," Fleur said. "Things would likely have gone far worse had you not acted as you had." She couldn't help the shudder at the horror show playing in her head at where things would have gone if the younger girl hadn't intervened. "That's about when I got there, Madam Bones," Harry cut in. He had draped an arm around Hermione and pulled her closer to him. I tossed one of feedback stones into the grouping. The one Hermione knocked down first, and another of the attackers were taken out by the blast. A third guy was knocked back, and I sent a stone spike at him. I had expected him to put up a shield or something, but he didn't. The spike killed him. Harry's voice was carefully toneless. I sent a few spells towards what I thought was the last guy, and Hermione got a cutting curse off while he was distracted. He saw it coming, but moved too late, and it caught his chest instead of his arm. Fleur took over the story. "Those deaths were all unintentional, madam. The final one was not. I saw the final man about to curse Harry and Hermione while they were distracted. I did not have my wand, and I did not fully understand the implement that Hermione had given me. I forced a partial change and sent a fireball towards the man. I knew what the result would likely be, but I was far more concerned with protecting those helping me than with safeguarding a man who had been assaulting me." "Change," Bones said, looking between Fleur and her mother. "Avila." The two nodded. Scrimgeour muttered darkly, "Why do you think I want to bring her in for questioning?" Bones narrowed her eyes and turned to the oar. "Do you remember what happened to the last person who worked for me that had the gall to presume prejudice trumped reality, or that a favored politician would protect them? From what I understand, Mafalda is working as a paper pusher for the Prophet." Scrimgeour grimaced, nodded, and remained silent. Bones turned back to Fleur and continued far kinder. "Your heritage would certainly explain the burns." "Very well. Anything else?" "No, Madam Bones," Harry said, shaking his head. "We ran for the woods after that and met up with Shiva, and Sirius then came here immediately afterwards. Bones nodded and stood up. Your explanation matches what I've already heard from the other witnesses, as well as the observed injuries. No crimes were committed on any of your parts, merely self-defense. Miss Granger, I would recommend some training to ensure that you either learn to not overpower your spells quite so much when unintended, or learn to instinctively use other spells instead. A cutter can be just as lethal as a killing curse under the right circumstances, after all. Mr. Potter, while I certainly understand your actions, restraint is generally the better option if possible. Both teens nodded their understanding. Fleur schooled her features to avoid snarling. Those men had gotten what they deserved as far as she was concerned. I consider the matter resolved and apologize for the ordeal. Obviously, the ministry cannot be held responsible for the actions of rioting terrorists, but the aftermath could certainly have been handled more tactfully. She glared momentarily at Scrimgeour, who gave an annoyed nod in acknowledgement. If any of you require additional medical assistance, St. Mungo's is the most suitable facility. Scrimgeour, come with me. We have to find just how those criminals obtained portkeys. She gave another nod at all the assembled before heading off with the Auror in tow. As the two walked away, Sebastian Delacour turned to his daughter with a wry grin. So, you helped the local hero to take out 5 attackers with a head injury. Well done, Fleur. Fleur rolled her eyes in good humor. Yes, thank you, Papa. Hermione, I truly cannot thank you enough for this evening. It's fine, Fleur. Don't worry about it, Harry commented, waving her off. Hermione shook her head, ruefully. You're welcome, Fleur. Neither of you will have problems from this, will you? Apollon asked. Shiva leaned forward and sighed. She may not have seemed like it, but Amelia is a friend. It's good that your husband went to get her, as Scrimgeour can be a bit of a stick in the mud. Amelia is fair, and she trusts us as well. She won't let anything get blown out of proportion, and nothing will come back to haunt your daughter or these two. Sirius smiled widely. Amy probably enjoys having 5 less Death Eater wannabes around anyway. She'll be more annoyed at the paperwork, but that's what Scrimgeour is around for. If it's all the same to you, Shiva said, standing. Now that Fleur is being taken care of, I need to get my ward home. Sebastian nodded and rose. Of course, if you are ever in France, feel free to stop in at Chateau Delacour. We just might take you up on that, sir, Harry said, stepping forward and shaking the man's hand. Fleur, it was nice meeting you, though the circumstances sure could have been better. Let me know if you any help with anything in the future. He gave her a quick hug and stepped back towards Shiva. Hermione came forward and hugged her as well. The same goes for me. Take whatever your mother gives you. Remember, concussions should not be taken lightly. Fleur rolled her eyes. Yes, Hermione, keep in touch. The two teens smiled and nodded. Sirius shook hands with her parents, gave her a grin, and followed the other 3 as they headed off. Fleur sighed and turned back to her mother and father. Both were giving her matching expressions of amusement. Do not start. They were cute, were they not? Her mother commented. Yes, they were, her father agreed. And from what I hear, he is quite available at the moment. Fleur groaned. Let's just go, Please? Just because my saviors were attractive in mind, body and mannerisms does not mean she scowled as her parents broke into full-out chuckles and blushed at her admission. It has been a long night. Let's just go. Sirius had volunteered to take Hermione home with a promise to speak with her parents about the evening's events. It left Shiva and Harry alone in her flat sitting around the table, drinking tea. There had been silence for the past 10 minutes, Harry fiddling nervously with his cup. Finally, Shiva set down her mug and peered at her ward. So, you want to talk about it tonight, or would you rather tomorrow morning? Don't suppose I could put this off to never? Harry mumbled. Shiva smirked. Not a chance, kid. Harry sighed. Probably better to just do it now, then. He set his mug down as well and looked down at the table. I don't feel bad about killing them, but I do feel bad that I don't feel bad. Does that make sense? It does actually. That's a good thing, kid. Shiva shifted chairs so that she was next to Harry and laid her hand on his shoulder. The fact that you recognize you should be feeling bad for something makes you different from them. But shouldn't I feel horrible that I killed someone? I mean, I know I killed Quirrell a few years ago, but he was possessed by Voldemort and was basically dead anyway. These guys weren't possessed. They were just people. People who were assaulting a stranger and attacking someone you care about very much. Shiva said gently, "That shouldn't be an excuse, though, should it?" Harry shrugged, still looking into his mug. I had non-lethal options. I could have tried stunning them, or disarming them, or any number of other jinxes. Hell, I could have just tossed a freezer at them. But the first thing I went for were the stronger and more dangerous things. Did I tell you that at the end of term Dumbledore had accused me of going dark? What if he was right? Shiva leaned forward and wrapped Harry in a hug. He stiffened slightly, but after a few moments relaxed and settled against her. She ran a hand through his hair and said, "Kid, if I had been in your shoes, my first response would have been a reducto aimed at either the head or chest. Neither would have been survivable. Sirius would have gone for something even more lethal and borderline dark magic. You actually showed more restraint than most would. Hell, if Amelia had been there protecting Susan, then there wouldn't have been enough of a body to identify them. You didn't do anything wrong, Harry. You protected the girl you love from people who were trying to kill her. That's all you need to think about. I still feel like I should feel bad about it," he said into her shoulder. "I know, and I doubt that feeling will ever go away, kid, which is definitely a good thing." She said quietly, "Just know that I am proud of you for defending yourself and others. I wasn't lying in the woods when I agreed with Sirius that it was better them than you. I'd take 100 dead Death Eaters over you getting hurt. Harry, I'm not that special. You are to me, kid, and you are to your friends." She pulled back a bit and smiled at him. "Come on, let's watch something upbeat and then get you to bed." A few days before the new school term started, Harry was reading a book when the doorbell rang. Getting up to answer it, his eyes widened slightly at seeing Bill Weasley in the entranceway. "Hey, Bill, what are you doing here?" "Long time no see, Harry," Bill said, flashing a grin. "I'm here to talk to Shiva, actually." "She around?" "Yeah, she was just throwing some laundry on, I think." "Come in," Harry said, stepping back and waving the older man inside. "How have you been?" "Can't complain. The goblins found some intriguing ruins a while back that they sent me to check out. It took a while to get through the wards around the structure, but we got in eventually." Bill grabbed a drink out of the fridge and sat down at the table across from Harry. I have never seen so many mummies in one place before. It was like something out of one of those Muggle thrillers. Thank God they didn't all start getting up and ambling towards us. Harry and Bill shared a laugh at that image before Bill continued. Love the earring, by the way. That's that comstone thing, right? Harry nodded. Sweet idea. Fred and George said you guys were going into business together. Make sure you sell some of those once you get it fully beyond the prototype phase. Harry smirked. You just want more people to go around wearing earrings and piss off your mom. Hey, you can never have too many people with good fashion sense, Bill said, wiggling his eyebrows. Oh, by the way, how's that male ward working out for you? Nothing weird or crazy get through? Oh, right. Snapfist did say you were the one who helped out with preventing the malicious things. Harry shrugged. Well, I haven't gotten anything mean, but there's certainly weird and crazy. What teenager would want to see nude photos of a senior citizen? He shuddered at that, while Bill just laughed. I am so glad that Shiva opened that one. Most aren't that bad, though, thankfully. Shiva walked into the kitchen, then shrugging into her jacket. Hey, Bill, you ready to head on over? Just waiting on you, gorgeous. So sweet, Shiva said, laughing and patting his cheek. Come on, hunk, let's head out, so I can finish up before the shop closes. Harry looked at her questioningly, and she shrugged. Just a quick warning, Harry. I asked Bill if he had any jobs he could use some help on for a bit of an extra paycheck, and he pointed me in this direction. I should be back in about 3 or 4 hours. Try not to burn the house down while I'm gone, kid. Harry frowned, ignoring the jibe. Extra paycheck. His guardian winked at him. Tell you later. Harry, gotta run. She walked out of the flat, waving to Harry, and waited for Bill to catch up. You didn't tell him? Bill asked, pacing her. They headed towards the alley to apparate to the house she'd be working on. It would kind of ruin the surprise. She shrugged. And he doesn't need to feel guilty that I'm getting him something expensive. You realize you just ruined that chance by telling him you needed the money, right? Bill said, raising his eyebrows. Shiva frowned and cursed. Shite. You're right. Well, I'll downplay the expense. Bill rolled his eyes and held out his arm for her to grab onto. Once she had, he apparat them to the site and led the way. This is the McKinnon's place. Like they're not looking for damaging wards. They just want something secure and pervasive. Apparently, they're big on herd critters, and they specifically want perimeter wards that will let them know when any of their animals leave the grounds. If you can get a ward that will throw a tracking spell on the wayward creature, they'll pay double, triple to keep them from leaving to begin with. Shiva nodded and considered the requirements. I doubt I'd be able to do the last one. Not without a far more extensive setup than you had said they were comfortable with. The tracking spell and notification shouldn't be too difficult, though. Can you show me the anchor stones? Bill nodded and headed towards the first of the anchor points. No problem. I do appreciate this. I know you're mainly here for the paycheck, but I like these guys, and it's been annoying that I couldn't help them with this. Well, you always were better at tearing wards down than putting them up, Shiva said, crouching down and inspecting the stone. They do have a good base, but this section is horribly sloppy with a ton of holes in the setup. No wonder their critters get away. She took out a notebook and started writing several corrections to the existing runic scheme. She smirked, thinking of how Harry would handle this. He'd probably do something horribly elaborate that most professionals would barely be able to follow. She planned to stick with a simpler, but just as effective method. She'd also be done far quicker than the kid would have been. "So, I heard about the World Cup," Bill said, frowning. Shiva sighed. "Arthur tell you?" Amelia managed to keep it out of the profit amazingly enough. "I suppose it helps that only one of the arseholes the teens took out was anyone of importance. You class Goyle Sr. as important?" Bill asked, incredulous. "Well, he ran in the same circles as Lucius Malfoy." Shiva propped her pad up and started wiping out the bottom portion of the runes on the anchor stone, replacing them with the updated versions. He wasn't the brightest flame in the fire pit, but he had powerful friends. "I'm going to have to watch out for the kid this year, just in case his son or Draco tries anything." "They aren't that stupid," Bill said. He didn't sound particularly convincing. Shiva shrugged. "Never underestimate the stupidity of teenagers, especially that group of teenagers. I have no doubt that Harry and his friends would kick their arses, but I'd just as soon not give Snape or Dumbledore any excuse to go after the kid." Bill nodded. "I can see that. Hey, what is that rune? I haven't seen that one before." "It's a charm variant. I modified the basic version a while back, but never had a reason to use it before now. This focuses on animals, and coupled with the rest, it should induce a mild compulsion to have them take a nap shortly after leaving the perimeter. Hopefully it'll prevent them from wandering too far afield before the McKinnons can collect them." "Nice." Bill smiled approvingly. "You know, there's always a job open for you if you decide to leave Hogwarts." Shiva smirked. "Sorry, man. Not going to happen until at least Harry and his friends graduate. Someone's gotta at least attempt to watch over the little menace." She stood and dusted off her hands. "All right, done with this one. Where's the next anchor?" It was dark by the time Shiva got back home. As she shut the door and heading inside, she caught Harry lying on the couch with his eyes peeking over his book at the entranceway. She waved to him, and he blushed at being caught looking out for her. "Stay entertained without me, kid." Harry let his book fall to his chest as he raised an eyebrow at her. "I lived with the Dursleys for over a decade. I can keep myself busy." Yeah, whatever. Brag all you want," Shiva said, rolling her eyes. "Sue," Harry said, drawing the word out and sounding rather smaller than usual. Hogwarts doesn't pay you enough with me being here." Shiva choked on the drink she had pulled out. She coughed a few times before finally clearing her airway and looking back at Harry incredulously. "That's what you thought?" "No, kid, geez. Sure, Hogwarts pay doesn't rake in the galleons, but it's more than enough to support the both U.S. Harry." "Oh," he shrugged, not moving from his position on the couch. "Then why?" Shiva sighed and moved over to claim the armchair, near him, taking the bag she was carrying with her. "You really need to learn to let things go sometimes, Harry. I wanted to get you something nice. I know it's pretty late for a birthday present and all, and I totally missed using the anniversary of the Guardian thing, but..." She trailed off and had a small sad smile on her face. "Well, Sirius got you the firebolt last year, and he's been in prison for a decade. I wanted to give you something, also. Hogwarts pay isn't bad, but it wasn't quite enough for what I was looking at." Harry sat up, looking torn between a smile and frown. "You didn't have to do that, Shiva. Just agreeing to be my guardian is way more than enough." "Bloody hell. that takes you right through until I hit 17. Beyond that even, I know, kid, but I still wanted to. She shook her head and reached into the bag. And since you've already dragged it out of me, I guess I don't get to wrap it. Here, Shiva drew a glass ball out of the bag. It was sitting in a 3-clawed wooden stand and was slightly larger than a closed fist. There were shifting whitish clouds drifting throughout the interior and a small rune cluster on the bottom of the sphere. "What is it?" Harry asked, reaching out and carefully taking the item from her. "It looks a bit like Neville's Rememball." Shiva smiled and leaned forward. The Rememball is actually the base component. This is a modified version. Rememballs just change color if you forget something. Useful after a fashion, but not very impressive overall. This is a memory ball. It's a bit fancier. It's supposed to lock onto the happiest memories of whoever holds it and play a short scene of them. It cycles through each memory scene the next time you hold it. Memory balls only display the scene for about a minute or so after you stop channeling magic into them, so I further modified that one a bit. The rune cluster on the bottom will act like a muggle battery. Charge up the cluster, fire up the ball, and the memory will keep playing for a few days. It's sort of like a changing picture, I suppose. I figured it'd let you maybe see your mom and dad too, since it can work on subconscious memories instead of just actively recalled ones. The occlumency you've been working on could help you direct which scenes to play also. Harry just stared at the little glass ball with his mouth open. He stayed like that for almost a minute before Shiva started fidgeting. "I know it's not really that much, kid. You're kind of a hard person to shop for, though, and I wasn't really too sure of what else to." She cut off as she found herself fully enveloped by Harry. The memory ball was set carefully on the table while he had wrapped her up in an embrace. "Thank you," Harry whispered. "I love it." Shiva patted his back. "No problem, kid. Getting kind of hard to breathe, though," she said with a small chuckle. Harry responded with a laugh of his own and pulled back to sit on the couch again, pulling the glass ball close to him again. He concentrated for a moment and charged the magical battery cluster before shifting his thoughts to the memory to call up for display. After a few moments, the clouds resolved themselves into an image of Shiva walking away from the kitchen table and waving at the sections of the flat. Harry slowly got up from the table as well and looked around the room with a huge smile on his face. Shiva squinted at Image. "What was that memory? I haven't worn those shorts in 1.5 years, I think. It was the first time I got here. The night that Aunt Marge drove me out," Harry said quietly. "It was the first time I ever actually felt like I was home." Shiva blinked and turned to Harry. She had to force back tears as she pulled him into a hug. "You will always have a home here, Harry." The two stayed like that for a long time before pulling apart. Harry shuddered a bit as he walked through Hogwarts entrance hall. Seeing the Thestrals on the carriage ride up to the school had been slightly unnerving, even if the animals had been nice enough in a weird zombie Pegasus way. After Luna had explained why he and Hermione could suddenly see the previously invisible, skeletal, winged horses, Harry had stopped asking questions. He still wasn't entirely comfortable with how he felt about the deaths he had caused during the World Cup. He was thankful that the others hadn't pushed for more information beyond the basic result of the World Cup explanation. Harry and his group of friends sat down to the welcoming feast, knowing to expect big news. Daphne had given them a heads up on the express that something was coming, though she had refused to say what. Even Tracy hadn't been able to get the specifics out of the girl. Harry was looking forward to seeing what new horror show was in store for this year. Neville had joked that whatever was going on, it certainly couldn't be worse than Dementors trying to eat their souls or basilisks trying to kill them with a look. Privately, Harry completely agreed with this sentiment. Not that he would ever say that out loud, or even truly let the thought fully coalesce in his head. The young man had most definitely learned the hard way not to tempt fate in such a fashion. And for my final two announcements, Dumbledore paused for dramatic effect. Harry rolled his eyes at the show. First, allow me to introduce our newest defense against the dark arts teacher, retired Aurora Laster Moody. The doors to the great hall banged open, and in stomped a heavily scarred individual. Harry's eyes widened as he looked at their new teacher. The man had a peg leg like a pirate, and one of his eyes was a blue, magical construct that practically never stopped revolving around. The eye focused on Harry momentarily before shifting to several others in the hall as Moody stumped up to the staff table. "Wow, I can't believe he got Mad-Eye to teach," Neville muttered. "People seriously call him Mad-Eye?" Harry asked. "Yeah, Gran said he's legendary around the Auror offices. Huge dark wizard hunter, and really, really good. Best they've had in a generation, from what she said. I think Tonks mentioned something about Moody being her mentor." Hermione said. "Huh," Harry said, running a hand through his hair. "Well, maybe he'll be more like Remus than Quirrell, if we're lucky. Though looking like that, somehow, I doubt we'll end up being that lucky." "Well, he's really paranoid." Neville shrugged. "So he'd probably salute you for thinking he was going to try and kill you." As the polite applause died down, Dumbledore raised his hands and gestured for quiet. In addition, this year, Hogwarts will be hosting a recurrence of the Triwizard Tournament. There were some cheers sounding through the room, but a larger section looked either confused or simply curious. As I am sure many of you know, the Triwizard Tournament is a competition between the three main European schools, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. A champion for each school will be selected and compete against the others in tasks designed to test their ingenuity, their bravery, their competence, and their skill. The prize is 1,000 galleons and eternal glory. Murmurs of approval filled the hall as Dumbledore paused again. In the past, however, the tournament has proven somewhat dangerous. Harry heard Hermione muttering beside him, more like exceedingly deadly. He looked at his girlfriend, but she just waved him off. As a result, Dumbledore continued, "This year, the tournament entries have been restricted. The Ministry of Magic has decreed that only persons of the age of 17 prior to September 2nd will be allowed to submit their name." Shouts of annoyance rang out, forcing Dumbledore to send off a spell to quiet everyone. Harry's face shifted from entertained indifference to a predatory smile. Now, I know that many of you are disappointed. However, this is for your own safety. The other schools will be arriving tomorrow, and the selection process will begin immediately. I wish you all luck." As the students started to file out of the Great Hall, Harry's grin had yet to fully dissipate, and he carefully avoided looking at Shiva. Hermione noticed something was going on and hovered back with him. They had almost reached the grand staircase when Daphne came up from behind and grabbed Harry's elbow. "Excuse me, Hermione." "I got this," Daphne said, narrowing her eyes at Harry. Hermione frowned but nodded. Very well. I'm not entirely certain of what's going on, but if you're sure... Daphne nodded at Hermione's question. Okay, if you need me to tap in, afterwards calm me. Will do. Harry, come with me. Daphne pulled Harry out of the stream of students and directed him into an unused classroom a little ways away. She pulled out her wand and cast several privacy charms around the perimeter. Harry raised his eyebrows at her, halfway between glaring and exasperated. Are you going to tell me why you dragged me in here, Daph? Daphne finished her spell work and turned to him scowling. You stupid idiot. Harry took a half step back at the vehemence in her voice. You think me and our friends have spent the past 2 years keeping you alive just to watch you kill yourself in this tournament? What are you thinking, Harry? She closed on him and stabbed her finger into his chest. Harry had backed up until he was pushed against the desk and had nowhere to escape to. You think I didn't notice your crafty little grin? That you were being sneaky or careful? That Shiva is the only one who would care if you had a crazy idea like entering this death trap. Daphne's mouth was curled and her hands were shaking. Her hair was flapping about her face as she shook her head. She was almost as mad as when she had started going after Lockhart. Harry winced and tried to shift back into the desk even further. Will you please explain to me how you could possibly think that getting yourself into this would be a good thing? I am trying and failing to understand your reasoning. Harry, Daphne snarled. I know you haven't grown up with a wizarding background, but even Dumbledore admitted that this is dangerous. The man who makes his career out downplaying everything from a malevolent possession of staff members to a 60-foot death monster admits that this is deadly, and you'd be between 2 and 3 years behind the other contestants. What are you thinking? She threw up her hands and stalked away, beginning to pace in the center of the room, breathing hard. Harry slowly and carefully walked to the nearest desk and sat down. He dropped his face into his hands and curled up slightly to present a smaller target without being too obvious about it. I know. I'm sorry, he said softly. Daphne growled and pulled out the desk nearest him. She sat down heavily and took several large breaths. Finally regaining a semblance of calm, she said, Look, I'm sorry for yelling. I know you don't take that too well from your friends, but, Harry, seriously, help me out here. How could you think for even a moment that trying to get yourself into this tournament is something remotely intelligent? Harry kept his head down as he muttered, The ministry has apparently said that anyone participating is an adult. I can't get away from Dumbledore. Shiva can't find any loopholes. Amelia can't find any loopholes. You can't find any loopholes. The goblins can't find any loopholes. He's too good at looking good. He's too practiced at manipulating and directing things. I can't get away, Daph. He accused me of going dark last year, partly because I'm friends with you, and Tracy, Daphne flinched back at that. He what? That bloody arsehole. She fumed for a minute before reaching out to grab Harry's hand and pull it away from his face. Harry, look at me. Slowly he lifted his eyes to meet hers. I'm sorry that our friendship has caused you problems. If I was a better person, I'd probably try to distance myself from you. But I'm not a better person. I'm selfish and not above admitting I can be a bit of an icy bitch. In barely 2 years, you've risen to be the high point in my life, tied with Tracy and Astoria. So no, I'm not going to back down. And I am not going to let you get yourself killed in this tournament just to get you away from the bearded old man. Her hand tightened on his, and she sighed. Harry, if things get bad enough, then we will get you out of the country to where he can't touch you. Dumbledore's reach is long and pervasive, but it is not absolute by any means. If you truly decide you've had enough, then tell me, and I will work with my mother, Hermione's parents, and Shiva, and get you shuttled off to Australia or America or Timbuktu. You don't have to get involved in a gladiatorial death match at 14 to escape, Harry. He shrugged. I know. I thought it would be a good way to stick it to them all. The Ministry are arses, and Dumbledore is an idiot. I thought I could show them what I could do, and I know it's stupid. Daphne sighed and rubbed her temple with her free hand. It's no secret that you seem to get involved in some sort of deadly event every year, Harry. She scowled and held up her hand to him. Tracy, I told you I had to talk to Harry. Yes, I'll be down a few minutes. No, I won't be caught. I have a ninja on me, like always. Fine. Okay, talk to you soon. She let out an annoyed breath as the connection cut out. Sorry about that. Now, as I was saying, Harry, whatever deity or anthropomorphic personification of an elemental force you pissed off, it obviously likes playing with you. Please don't help it along by actively trying to participate in this thing. She paused and looked off to the side, shutting her eyes in resignation before turning back to him. I hate this, but I'd be willing to bet that somehow or other your name is going to end up being entered. It would fit the pattern of your life, unfortunately. Harry frowned. It really would, wouldn't it? I hadn't even realized that. Yes, it would, Daphne nodded. So let's make some plans in case that does happen. I can work out a statement for you to make as a magical vow to get people on your side if it occurs. I'll ask Mother to send a copy of the rules and tournament charter as well so that we can go over it with a fine-toothed comb. Maybe if we're really, really lucky, you could just sit on the starting line of the events, and the magic involved would consider you satisfying the letter if not the spirit. That isn't really what I had hoped for, Daph, Harry said, frowning. I know, but I also know I'm not alone when I say I'd rather have you alive and getting mocked by the idiots of our world than praised and dead. She glared at him. Do you think Hermione would be happy with that? Or Tonks? Or Shiva? How about Luna? She looks up to you as her hero. You know. How do you think she'd take it if you died for your pride? Harry's shoulders slumped. Okay, you made your point. I'm sorry. Daphne squeezed his hand again. I don't intend to wrap you up in a cushioning charm, Harry. I'm just trying to be realistic. When I found out about this tournament a week ago, I did a bit of research. It has a nearly 68% casualty rate. Harry's head jerked up, and he stared at her with his mouth open. See, that's why I don't want you in it. Sometimes it's the champions who die. Sometimes it's the hostages that get involved. Sometimes it's just spectators when events go out of control. In the 32% of cases without a death, there is still a 12% chance of some sort of permanent harm. She paused and moved to kneel in front of him. Harry, if you do get dragged into it, I swear I will do everything I can to see that you survive even if everyone else leaves you. I highly doubt any of our friends will abandon you, but I need you to know that I am serious about this. I am willing to swear a vow on my life and magic to guarantee I will be there for you. Please don't do that, Harry said, quietly staring at her wide-eyed. Okay, I won't. Just know that I am serious. I don't intend to lose my best friend to a blood sport. Please, just promise in return that you will not willingly enter yourself into the Triwizard Tournament. If you get pulled in by someone or something else, I promise not to berate you. But please promise me you won't go looking for trouble like that. Harry nodded, still stunned. I promise, Daph. Daphne nodded and stood up to hug him. I'm sorry I got you so upset. She chuckled into his shoulder, and he felt a bit of wetness through his shirt. Just don't be an idiot, and I'll accept your apology. And be glad I'm the one who knocked some sense into you rather than Shiva. Or Hermione. That woman is scary when she gets pissed off. Harry snorted. Yeah, you should have seen her during the World Cup. Daphne pulled back and smiled at him. Both of them ignored the slightly wet sheen in her eyes. I'd like to see that one day. If either of you ever feel comfortable lending me the memory to view, let me know. But you don't have a pensieve or anything, Harry said, confused. True, Daphne paused and smirked playfully. Well, you could always just let me into one of your mindscapes so that I could see it firsthand. Harry gulped, and she stepped away from him. Okay, are you sufficiently cowed and convinced that entering yourself in the tournament is a bad idea? Yes, Madam Ice Queen, Harry replied monotone, saluting smartly. Daphne raised her eyebrows at him. I prefer Mistress, not Madam. Madam makes me sound so old. And Mistress is far more commanding of respect anyway. Harry snorted. Yes, Mistress. Much better. Daphne smiled and turned to the door, raising her wand and canceling her privacy spells. Thanks, Harry. Thanks. I'll see you in the morning. With that said, she waved over her shoulder at him and walked out. Harry sighed and shook his head at his own stupidity from just a few minutes ago. Resolving to try and avoid telling the others just what Daphne had talked him out of, Harry heading out of the classroom and back to his dorms. September 2nd dawned bright and clear. The students were assembled on the lawn to watch the arrival of the two foreign schools. They were due in any minute. Harry was standing next to Millicent, had quietly shifted into place as Luna jumped forward towards the front of the crowd to get a better view. Hello, Harry, the larger girl said softly, her voice pitched so that only Harry would be able to hear. Hey, Millicent, how are you? Harry responded just as quietly. Better than some Slytherins. I wanted to thank you. For what? He asked. This was probably the longest conversation he'd had with the girl outside of helping her during Ancient Runes class. The World Cup. Harry's eyes widened, and he shuffled a bit from foot to foot. Before he could say anything, though, Millicent kept going. One of the people you and Hermione took out was a wizard who my father had been in talks with. I know I'm not particularly attractive, and my parents know it too. With that man dead, it's going to take them some time before they can find anyone else willing to pay what they want for my hand. She smiled at him. With any luck, it'll be long enough that I can find a suitor on my own. So thanks. You guys may not have meant to, but you ended up saving me from being a broodmare. I'll thank Hermione later, too. If you ever need a favor or a bodyguard, just me know. Harry was almost too stunned to respond. He just barely managed to grab her shoulder before she moved away. You're worth more than just a bodyguard, Millie. And I'm glad that you don't have to worry about that anymore. The Slytherin nodded her thanks. Thank you for the sentiment. Harry, after we all graduate, I'd appreciate it if you remember me when hiring for your shop. I'm really growing to like working with runes, and it'd be a fun way to earn a living." Harry nodded, and she moved off to stand near Blaze. Neville shifted closer to Harry and asked, "What did Millie want?" "Nothing. Just wanted to say she'd love a job in my shop when I get a physical location in a few years." Neville eyed him, but nodded after a moment. "Okay. Look, they're flying in," one of the younger students shouted, pointing up into the sky. Harry shielded his eyes and glanced up, searching the sky. He noticed the approaching carriage almost immediately and whistled in appreciation. It was huge and being towed by a collection of flying horses almost as large. Unlike Thestrals, these horses looked very healthy and had beautiful manes. In place of bat-like wings, these had wings more like a bird's and were covered in feathers. The carriage drew closer and gently settled to the ground. Harry cocked his head and said, "Nev, do you think they have it enchanted to be bigger on the inside? That's big, but there's no way there's enough room for their entire 6th and 7th years." "It's almost definitely enchanted," his friend agreed. "I doubt they brought the entire upper classes, though. Likely just the people interested in trying to participate in the tournament. Otherwise, they might as well have brought the whole school." Harry nodded and watched as the French students started to climb out of their carriage, following behind a woman as large as Hagrid. Harry scanned the students, but his attention was quickly pulled to a disturbance in the Black Lake. Neville nudged him and started panting mildly, but Harry ignored him, trying to figure out what was causing all the bubbles. He barely even noticed as almost all the men around him twisted to follow the Beauxbatons' progress into the Great Hall. "Bloody hell, it's a ship," Harry breathed out as the prow of a large Viking ship broke the surface of the water. "Nev, Hermione, look." Durmstrang came in a bloody submarine Viking ship. Besides him, Hermione shook her head and turned to follow his hand. "Wow, I think that's even more impressive than the flying carriage," she said. Neville frowned. "I didn't think the lake was connected to anything." Luna popped up in front of the trio with a dreamy smile plastered on her face. "Myrtle says that there is an underwater passage that leads to the sea near that copse of trees, Neville." She gestured towards the far side of the lake. "The mermen and the Grindylows stay away from it as the current gets strong, though the Kelpies love to play in the eddies." "When did Myrtle tell you that?" "Luna," Tracy asked, glancing down at the blonde. "Last year. She was quite perturbed when she got sucked out to the ocean by accident." "Oh my." Luna's widened, and she giggled slightly. "Those men are rather large, are they not? I wonder if the—" "Oh, yes, the women are quite impressive as well." Tracy made a noise of agreement, while the others chuckled. "It's Victor Crumb." An excited shout came from a few meters down. Harry groaned, recognizing Ron's voice. The redhead had been going on and on last night about the Quidditch star coming with the school. "Look, everyone, it's Victor Crumb. He was amazing at the cup. Did you see him? I was there. I almost touched him." Harry idly wondered if perhaps Ron had actually been trying to leap over the barrier at the game to get to Crumb instead of the Velas. Settle down," Dumbledore said calmly. His fellow headmasters, Karkaroff and Maxime, remained seated on either side of him. "Now, before we start the feast or introduce the method of choosing the champions, allow me to introduce the ministry judges for this momentous event." He gestured to the side, and a jovial man stood. Harry was a bit wary of him. In his experience, very few people who were that happy were genuine. Ludo Bagman, director of magical games and sports. Bagman took a small bow and said loudly, "And former Quidditch star. Happy to be here, everyone. I look forward to a fantastic competition between our schools and our nations." Dumbledore waited for the clapping to quiet before he gestured to his other side. And standing in for the Department of International Affairs, Madame Umbridge. The plump woman stood and gave the semblance a large grin. Her mouth was wide, and despite her bright pink clothes, she bore a striking resemblance to a toad. Enough that Harry found himself wondering if perhaps she had been the victim of a bad transfiguration accident. "Why, hello, my dears. I am Madame Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic of Britain. I am here as his direct representative, so I expect great things from all of you. This competition is simply a wonderful idea, and I expect Britain to put on a fabulous showing. These proceedings are such a delight to witness, and such showy arrivals by our guests. My I so look forward to seeing the effort put forth in the tasks." As the woman sat back down, Harry frowned at his friends. Did she just insult the other schools after declaring herself a direct representative of the minister? "Yeah," Neville said, grimacing. "I've heard stories about Umbridge. Gran may not tend to like most people, but there are very few she actively hates. Umbridge is one of the people with that distinction. She certainly seemed to be rather daft." Hermione snorted. "What even is a senior undersecretary?" Luna looked over and cocked her eyebrow. "You don't know Hermione? It's the highest position that a Nargle or Raxpert can achieve, while still maintaining the human cover. Daddy originally suspected that the Rotfon conspiracy utilized the office as a headquarters, but he quickly discarded that notion as the Umbridge was obviously not intelligent enough to lead such a widespread coup." Hermione's mouth worked soundlessly, while Harry struggled mightily not to laugh. After a moment, he failed horribly, while Hermione finally regained her voice. "Luna, did you just call the ministry representative Umbridge?" She sounded torn between shock and admiration. "No, Hermione," Luna said, shaking her head and still maintaining her smile. "The Umbridge. The article is very important as it is a title." Ginny leaned over and slapped Luna on the shoulders, a wide grin on her face. "I agree, Luna. My dad has truly repulsive stories about the toad." Harry managed to get his chortling back under control as the muttering from the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students died down. Both foreign headmasters were glaring at the pink toad woman, who completely ignored them all. Harry frowned a bit as he realized she was staring right at him with a predatory little gleam in her eyes. Well, at least he had found a likely target for who would be attempting to murder him this year, if Moody proved to be a decent person, as Neville had said. Yes, well, now that introductions have been performed, Dumbledore smiled with his ever-present twinkles shining in his eyes. "Allow me to bring forth the Goblet of Fire." With a flash, a golden cup appeared on a stand in front of the head table, with a small red-orange flame sprouting from the center. "This is the Goblet of Fire. If any wish to enter the tournament, simply add a slip of paper, your name and school, to the goblet. Tomorrow afternoon at dinner, it will choose the most worthy individuals from each school, and I will announce them at that time. Remember, only students have reached 17 years of age prior to this morning are allowed entry. I will personally inscribe an age line around the placement of the goblet to ensure that this rule is followed. Now the feast. With his piece said, Dumbledore sat back down, and food appeared on the tables. There appeared to be a nice assortment of English, French, and Russian food laid out. What is this? Why's they give us crappy French food? Ron's voice drifted down. The Beauxbatons are sitting over with the Ravenclaws. Why bother sending their food here too? Waste of good food space. Ginny muttered a few choice curses under her breath before turning to her brother. Ron, we're supposed to try and get along with the other schools. Part of that is trying their food. You might like it. Merlin knows you eat everything else. It's French. I'm not going to like it, Gin. Harry, for his part, was trying to ignore his dorm mate. Hermione, Luna, Nev, is the toad still glaring at me? Luna made a show of carefully inspecting the entire room, while Hermione shook her head at the younger girl in amusement. No, Harry. The umbitch has started insulting Madame Maxime. Do you think the larger woman will squash her? I can probably spin it into a nice editorial in the Quibbler if she does. Harry was too busy laughing to respond. He felt a tap on his shoulder and a soft, familiar voice asked, Excuse-moi, are you finished with Z bouillabaisse? Zay platter by me was empty. Sure, feel free. Harry moved to grab the plate indicated and pass it over. He dimly noted that most of the males at the table were just staring behind him. As Harry turned to hand the plate to the girl, his eyes widened and his face broke into a grin. Oh, hey, Fleur. I didn't realize you were coming. The Vila blinked several times before laughing happily. Airy? A small world, no? Ello. Hermione. E.T. is a pleasure to Z. You, A.Z. well. I should, Ave, realized you both would be here. This is the British school, after all. You get a pass, Hermione said with an answering smile. Would you like to sit with us? You do not mind? Fleur asked, cocking her head. Harry noticed the slight hesitation in her question. It reminded him a lot of how Luna had first reacted when asked to sit with them. Harry took Fleur's hand and guided her down to sit beside Hermione. It would be our pleasure to sit near you, mademoiselle, he said with a polite bow. Fleur laughed and was quickly joined in by Hermione, Luna, and Neville. Almost like a switch was thrown, the conversation at the Gryffindor table started back up again. Harry, Daphne's amused voice came from his calm stone. I see you have acquired a new friend. I hope that you will find the time to introduce us to her tomorrow. That's the Vila girl you mentioned earlier, yes? Tracy is practically drooling that she's sitting with you. Harry heard a distant, I am not, through the connection. Yes, you are Tracy, Daphne said laughing. You're also cursing that Harry is gobbling up all the beautiful women. You know, you can start your own harem if you want. It just might be a bit more difficult. She laughed again. Harry barely avoided snorting out his own pumpkin juice. Tell Tracy I'm happy to introduce Fleur to her tomorrow. I make no promises concerning her attempts at a harem, though. Will do. Oh, and apparently Millie has said that if you manage to add Crumb to your growing collection, she would like to ask for dibs. Harry lost his battle with holding in his juice at that point. Chapter 18. Choosing of the Champions. After dinner, the group of friends split up. Luna wandered off with Ginny, while Fleur followed her schoolmates back to their carriage. Harry waved good night to his companions in the other houses and walked up the stairs towards the Gryffindor common room. When they hit the 7th floor, though, Hermione stopped him. Harry, she said, chewing her bottom lip. Would you mind coming with me for a bit? Sure, Hermione, Harry said, curious. Nev, we'll catch up in a few minutes. His friend nodded and kept going while Hermione led Harry towards the corridor with their meeting room. How come you wanted to see the room, Meone? A few reasons, she said quietly. Hermione pulled to a stop near the tapestry and asked Harry to stand against the wall while she opened the room. Pacing nervously in front of the tap-dancing trolls, Hermione eventually got the room's door to materialize. Okay, she paused, hand on the knob, and let out a long breath. Come on, Harry. His brow furrowed at his girlfriend. Harry followed her inside and promptly stopped dead, eyes wide. What the? The room was not the meeting room he was used to. Harry had long since figured out it subtly changed each time they used it, but it had always been primarily the council chamber with a few extras. Now it was basically as far from a conference room setting as was possible to get. In place of the round table and chairs, there was a writing desk against the wall and a bed in the middle of the room. In place of the comfy, easy chairs surrounding a small fireplace, there was a beanbag chair and a recliner in the corner. Almost every wall was consumed by bookshelves filled with everything from Jules Verne to romance novels. The ceiling had several different posters, including, Harry noticed, blushing slightly, one of him and Daphne made from the photo Luna had taken over the summer as they stood in front of the dead basilisk. Meone, what the bloody hell? She stood near the desk, nodding slowly. Well, that answers that, I suppose. Turning to Harry, she smiled and gestured for him to sit on the bed, and she took a seat next to him. I started thinking about this room over the summer, Harry, and I came up with several conclusions. It's obviously not a normal castle room. Even magical locations can't generally alter themselves on the fly like we've seemed to do at times with this place. I got to thinking about how the older members of our contingent all stumbled across it in different configurations, I guess would be the appropriate term. Shiva with her supply cache, Amelia with her bedroom, Susan with her secret meeting area. When you mentioned at the World Cup about the walls suddenly being able to absorb spells when you needed a training area, I started to put two and two together. She shrugged as Harry stared at her in amusement. I figured that there were two primary explanations. Either the room existed in several primary setups that could be subtly changed in small ways, or it quite literally molded itself to whoever opened the door. Either way, the requirement to walk past it 3 times envisioning what you want would be how it latched onto the configuration to display. Harry looked around the small bedroom with an intrigued eye, peering more closely at the subtle touches that gave it life and character. It's the latter, isn't it? This is a copy of your bedroom. Hermione smiled at him and patted his leg approvingly. Yes, it is. I thought it would be excellent for accomplishing both purposes of this evening. The first was, of course, testing to see if we could create new schematics for the room, which obviously was a resounding success. Agreed, Harry said, turning to Hermione with a grin. It's very you, Meone. I can't wait to see it in real life. The poster is a cute addition, by the way. She blushed and muttered. Yes, well, it was a good picture, and you were both rather dashing in that pose. Hermione shook herself and continued slower and more confidently. I would very much like for you to see it when we next return home, Harry. I still need to introduce you to my parents in a better manner than the harried meeting at Diagon a few years ago. He nodded dutifully. So, what was the second reason you wanted it to become your bedroom, Meone? just to show me. Hermione started wringing her hands and blushing even more fiercely. Harry, I'm not sure how to, oh, blast it all. She took a deep breath and looked up at him, determination blazing in her eyes. Harry, I would like to try and progress our relationship a bit. Harry's mouth dropped open and his mind stuttered. Progress our relationship. What exactly do you mean there, Mione? Hermione rolled her eyes and put a hand on his cheek. You know what I mean, Harry. We've been dating for nearly a year and haven't done anything more than snog. I know I'm not pretty or beautiful or... Harry vehemently shook his head and cut her off. Mione, you are beautiful. I don't care that your teeth are a bit big and your hair gets a bit fluffy when you don't use that shampoo Lavender recommended. You are beautiful and don't deny it. She smiled at him. Thank you, Harry. I'll perhaps admit that you find me attractive at least, which is horribly sweet of you, by the way. She held up her hand to stop him from arguing. Regardless of which of us is correct on the subject of my physical qualities, Harry, I am a girl. I will never think I am as pretty as you as a boy would see me. Besides, compared to someone like Daphne, I am almost plain. Compared to Fleur with her supernatural beauty, and Tonks with her ability to fix anything she finds annoying, I might as well be invisible. Hermione, Harry said, frowning, you were basically my first friend. Whether or not you are as attractive as other girls doesn't make an ounce of difference to me. I know. Well, I know that here, she said, tapping her head. But this is all besides the point. Harry, you are surrounded by women now with only 5 real male friends, and 2 of them are practically triple our age, even if they are less mature than either of us most of the time. I know it's stupid to feel insecure, but between that fact and that you are not only more or less required to be in a multiple relationship, but that I am actively pushing you towards that, I can't help but feel like I might end up on the sidelines. Stop, she said, shaking her head when he opened his mouth. I know what you're going to say, Harry, and I understand and agree with it. I just can't help but feel this, though. I am smart. That's my primary asset. I want to feel like I am a woman also, though. I want to know that you find me attractive, not to just understand it intellectually. And I've known ever since we started this that I'd likely be the one to take the lead considering your childhood. She wrung her hands again and finished softly. We don't have to go very far. But I would really like to, at least, maybe, as the Americans would say, get to second base. Harry fumbled. He wasn't quite up to speed on American slang. Okay, but I'm not entirely sure what that means, Mione. Her head jerked up to meet his eyes, and suddenly she started laughing. Her laughter set Harry off, and they fell back onto the bed, chortling hysterically. After a minute or so, Hermione's laughter quieted, and she pushed herself up so that she was hovering over Harry with a smile on her face, both of their expressions far more relaxed than a few minutes ago. Let me put it in terms that you might understand better, boyfriend of mine. I would be delighted if you would touch my quaffles. Harry peered at her for a moment before his eyes widened, and he snorted again. Wow, that has got to be one of the lamest Quidditch puns I've ever heard, Mione. Though, oh God, Dean and Seamus have used that before. He laughed again, and she smiled with him, shaking her head good-naturedly. I assumed they would have. I don't think there's a good Quidditch reference for third base, but we'll approach that when the time comes. I would assume you'd understand if I said catching my snitch, though, yes, she asked, eyebrows raised. Harry's face turned red, though. He nodded hurriedly. Not really ready for that, Mione. Neither am I, love. Neither am I, she said, leaning down to lightly kiss him, not noticing how he had stiffened slightly at her appellation. Though I admit to being selfish, and wanted to be your first when we are ready for that. She pulled away from his lips and peered down in confusion. Harry, you love me? He asked softly. His arms came up and wrapped around her waist. Hermione's mouth dropped open as she realized what she had just said and the implications it would have for Harry. Blushing, she nodded. Yes, Harry, I do love you. I have for a while now. That's... He paused and leaned up to brush a kiss against her lips. That's the first time someone has said they love me. Hermione blinked rapidly. Surely Shiva would have said that at some point. No, Harry shook his head with a rueful grin. She's actually been pretty careful not to say it. It came up a few months ago, and she said that she didn't feel right telling me that yet. She felt like if she told me that she loved me, it'd be like she was taking my mom's place or something. And she's been doing everything she can to avoid replacing my mom, even if I don't remember her at all beyond 1 or 2 hazy scenes. Shiva uses other terms of endearment, like when she calls me kid, I know what she really means. Both of us agreed this is better for the moment. Oh, Hermione said softly. I hadn't realized. I love you too, Hermione Granger. Harry said, his voice quiet but powerful in its emotion. Hermione smiled and leaned down to claim her boyfriend's lips with her own. The snog was deep and long. When they finally came up for air, she smirked at him. So, about my quaffles. Harry looked in her eyes and paused for a long moment. You're really sure you're okay with this? Hermione rolled her eyes and lightly patted his cheek. Harry, I'd be willing to bet my house that I am the more adventurous one in this relationship and that I am going to be ready for things long before you are. So, to bluntly answer your question, yes. Now, do you want me to take off my shirt or not? She smirked at him as she sat up and lightly rested one hand on her stomach so that her t-shirt rode up ever so slightly. Harry groaned. You don't play remotely fair when it comes to me, you know that. Hermione just nodded sagely. Yes, Mione, I would very much enjoy you taking your shirt off. Hermione's smirk widening into a full-on grin. She reached down with both hands and grabbed the trailing edge of her shirt. Hesitating for only a moment, she lifted it over her head in one smooth motion, leaving her upper body clad in just a scarlet bra. Her face was slightly red, but most of the awkwardness seemed to have been thankfully bled off earlier. Carefully, Hermione reached behind her with one arm and popped the clasp to her bra, letting it fall to the bed beside her. Harry tried not to stare. He really did. He failed. His Mione was perfect, and her breasts even more so. They were about average size, and so perky, he idly wondered why she even needed the bra. Her nipples were small, but clearly visible against her white flesh. Harry, Hermione said with a playful tone, you need to breathe love. Harry heard what she said, but it didn't really process for another moment. When it did, he took a reflexive gasp and finally managed to tear his gaze away from her chest. Looking up to Hermione's face, he grinned sheepishly and said, Mione, I don't care what you or anyone says. You are beautiful. She gave him an adoring smirk and crawled across the bed so that she was straddling him. Leaning down to his ear, she whispered, "Prove it." Harry walked into the boys' dormitory that evening with a smile plastered over his face that he doubted even Voldemort would have been able to knock off. As he moved over to his bed, his current mood did not go entirely unnoticed. Neville cocked his head at his friend and raised his eyebrows. "Harry, you're in a horribly good mood tonight." "Yup," Harry said succinctly. "Anything you want to share?" Neville asked, laughing. "Nope." Harry smiled at him. "A gentleman never kisses and tells." Neville fell back onto his bed, holding his sides as his laughing increased. He wiped his eyes after a bit, and still chortling softly, he saluted Harry. "Way to go, mate. I was wondering just how long she'd wait before kicking your arse and moving things along." "Hey, who said Hermione was the one to push?" Harry asked, feigning holding his hand over his chest as if struck in the heart. "Oh, please, Harry. We all know that you're never going to be the one to take the first move." "Oh, wait. It still counts as the first week back." "Yes." He pumped a hand into the air as Harry looked at him inquiringly. "I got to see Tracy in the morning." "You just won me 5 galleons, Harry." Umbridge paced around the goblet of fire close to midnight and fought the urge to giggle. It had been so easy. All she'd done was write the horrible little half-blood's name onto a slip of parchment and tossed it into the goblet. There weren't even any protections against her simple subterfuge. The stupid thing had accepted her entry without a single hiccup or burp. Such a foolish old man. Why anyone could just submit any name to the artifact. A quick compulsion charm on the thing, so that it would choose her paper. And that was that. Losing her inner battle. Umbridge let out her giggle and took one final look around before starting to walk away. She hummed to herself and envisioned the brat's death at the hands of the monstrosity she had acquired for the first task. That would teach the boy to disrespect his betters. Barty Crouch Jr. resisted the urge to slap his forehead. That pink toad was a representative of the Ministry? Things had certainly changed since he had been imprisoned. Just because Barty hated his late father didn't mean he thought the man had been incompetent. On the contrary, in fact, Bartemius Sr. had been exceedingly good and ruthless at his job. If Umbridge was the cream of the current crop, well, even the pathetic fool, Wormtail, would have had a good shot at taking over. A compulsion charm on an inanimate object? How had she passed her OWLs, let alone her newts? And just simply writing Potter's name down herself and submitting it? By Merlin, if he decided to be smart and not compete, she'd lose her magic since the paper was tied to her, and not the boy. Barty was strongly tempted to go and finish the fool off. It wasn't even worth subverting people like that. All they did was pollute the gene pool. Shaking his head in pity for her poor mother, Barty used his new magical eye to take a quick look around. He was still getting used to the horribly awkward double vision, but was quickly growing to love the thing. It had taken some time to figure out the X-ray functionality, but now that he had, well, walls certainly weren't the only thing rendered see-through. Barty was greatly looking forward to his upper-level classes. If the Frenchies joined in, all the better. Even if they didn't, there were always mealtimes to ogle. That was all he was getting with babbling. Anyway, there was an attractive woman, indeed. You could bounce a galleon off that arse. Barty couldn't imagine how Moody had managed to avoid using the functionality. The Veritasrum questioning had proven the man was above such things, though even the potion had been unable to force the retiree to explain why. Well, Barty had been in prison, and then under the Imperius for a long time. He certainly didn't have such hang-ups. The Death Eater did have some standards, though. He'd restrict himself to just the 6th and 7th years. Happily convinced that he was definitely alone in the entrance hall, Barty moved forward and dropped his parchment into the goblet. This one had been torn off of one of Potter's old assignments, so that the name was written in the boy's own hand. The school had been filled in above the name by Barty, but that wouldn't be enough to tie the magic to him. Only to identify the appropriate category. He chuckled again at how ridiculous this task had become. A hydra and a manticore? He hadn't even been able to find out the final monster these fools would face. No, Barty wouldn't be assisting Potter through this. There wasn't any point. If the Ministry was going to go all out on this gladiator game, he'd simply sit back and enjoy the fireworks. His master would surely be satisfied with the boy's spectacular death. Finishing a short spell to add a 4th school's name to the goblet's enchantments, Barty turned away smiling. He almost felt bad for Potter. Dumbledore listened to the report from the portrait of Icarus the Winged. Icarus had a penchant for heights, and his portrait was stashed away in the loftiest reaches of the entrance hall. It made for the perfect vantage point for spying on the coming and going of students. Tonight, in particular, it made watching over the plots of others laughably easy. Umbridge's foolish scheme hadn't a prayer of succeeding, and when she'd left secure in her own superiority, Dumbledore had groaned thinking he'd have to go and take matters into his own hands. Then Alastor Moody, Crouch Jr. had stepped up to the plate. The young man had been good. Dumbledore could give him that. He'd managed to fool most, and his performance might even take in Amelia in passing. But Alastor had been his friend for several decades. He had long ago established safeguards to ensure that people would be able to identify if someone was impersonating him. When Alastor had made Dumbledore memorize 3 different phrases that would be included in his initial address after some time apart, he'd thought the man horrifically paranoid. Now that said precaution had proven correct, well, he'd buy the old man a bottle of fire whiskey when the year was over and Crouch had been taken care of. A simple check of the castle wards had shown the list of personnel on the grounds and revealed Barty's ploy. It wasn't a bad plan, all things considered. Dumbledore had initially tipped his hat at the man for coming up with it. Now Barty had proven worth Dumbledore's blind eye by taking care of the little problem without Dumbledore ever having to dirty his own hands. Just because Harry needed to die, it didn't mean he had to personally participate in the killing. After all, that was what trials were for, were they not? To test oneself, and, if one was found unworthy, to punish. Considering the evening for a moment, Dumbledore was only too happy that Umbridge was even more foolish than he had assumed. Merlin forbid if she had actually managed to be. Even an iota more competent, he might have had to worry about Harry's name coming up twice, or 3 times, if Icarus hadn't told him about Barty's attempt as well. Shuddering at the thought of that potential disaster, Dumbledore popped a lemon drop into his mouth and started preparing to head to bed. By the time lunch rolled around the next day, Harry had gotten over his annoyance that his friends were betting on his love life. That had probably been largely helped by the Weasley twins quietly confiding that the main pot had already been taken by McGonagall last year, when Hermione and he had officially become a couple. Harry had barely been able to look at the Scot all during the morning classes after learning that little tidbit. He ended up in a rather interesting discussion with Fred and George during lunch while the rest listened in. "I can't believe you missed our beards, Harry." George groaned. "They were so impressively long and everything." Fred nodded sagely and started stroking the air under his chin, where his beard had previously been. "Truly epic, mate." "Well, they weren't intentional, so I don't see why you're bragging about them," Harry said, lifting an eyebrow at them. "Did you seriously think that a simple aging potion would get you over that line?" "It seemed like a simple enough thing to try," Fred said with a shrug. Harry nearly choked on his drink. He started laughing so hard. Fleur turned to Hermione and asked, "Is this normal? Does Harry regularly have issues eating? This is the second time he has nearly died at Z table in less than a day." Her mouth quirked up at the end of the statement, trying to hide her grin. Hermione just rolled her eyes. "You get used to the random bouts of madness. It's a hazard of the Comstones." The brunette gave her friend an evil little grin. "Just wait until you get your own. Then you'll be the one interrupted by random insane comments you simply won't be able to stop from laughing at." Fleur shuddered theatrically. Luna gave a dreamy smile and reached over to pat her hand. "Don't worry, Fleur. Our whispers are far more entertaining than blibbering humdingers. They can be quite rude sometimes. We will simply harp on the amazing virtues of classmates and staff." She paused and tapped a finger against her chin. "Though I may inquire every so often if you've come across a crumple-horned snorkack." Harry got his laughs quieted and smiled at Luna. "One day you'll find them, Luna." Turning back to Fred and George, he lifted an eyebrow. "So you two wanted a simple solution to get your names in the goblet, and you went with an aging potion?" Fred shrugged. "Granted, it's not our best idea, ever." George continued with a solemn nod. "We're convinced Dumbledore is having this selection so early in the year because he wants to ensure that we can't figure out ways to cheat the precaution. Downright conniving of the headmaster. That is," Fred agreed sagely, "why, it's a right Slytherin move. No offense, ladies." He nodded to Daphne and Tracy, who simply raised their eyebrows in response and acknowledged the point. "You guys realize the age line is only 2 meters back from the goblet, right?" Harry asked. The twins nodded. "Yeah, of course. What's your point, Harry? Got a rune we could use to get across or extend our arms or something?" George asked. Harry looked between all his friends. Susan, Hannah, Neville, Luna, Tracy, Daphne, Fleur, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny all looked back with confused expressions. Ron was trying and failing to look like he wasn't listening in, but the neglected food on his plate was evidence against him. Katie, Angelina, and Alicia all had their eyebrows raised as well. "Really? None of you have a clue what I'm getting at. Katie, you at least should understand. You're a half-blood." "What does that have to do with?" Katie began before trailing off and slamming her head into the table. "God, Harry, you don't seriously think that would work?" He grinned. "I'm sure Fred and George will let us know in a few minutes if it does or doesn't." "Harry, mate, buddy, pal, partner," Fred said with respect practically dripping from his voice. "Please help a fellow prankster out. You guys ever heard of basketball?" Harry asked innocently. Hermione made a squeak beside him, and Dean groaned. Ron's eyes narrowed, and the rest just looked confused. Except for Luna. Luna fell off the bench holding her sides, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. George asked, holding up his hand, "What's basketball?" Harry took up a napkin, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it at George's face, hitting him between the eyes. Imagine that was the goblet. At the stunned expressions of his companions, Harry took another napkin and folded it into a small triangle. He held that in his palm and used his other hand to flick it toward the Slytherin table. The little paper flew across the room and struck Malfoy in the back of his head. Harry had already turned back to look at the others, who were even more dumbfounded than before. And that is from Muggle American football. Bit different than regular footy, but still entertaining to watch. "Who hit me?" Malfoy screamed from the other side of the room. Harry completely ignored him. Fred and George looked at each other, blinking owlishly. As one, they reached into their backpacks and tore out pieces of parchment. Hurriedly writing on their respective sheets and folding them up, they turned to Harry and bowed. "Excuse us for a moment." A little ways away, Ron balled up his own slip of paper and hurriedly followed his brothers into the entrance hall. "No way is it that easy," Tracy muttered, staring after them. Hermione sighed and shook her head, staring into her plate. Wizarding culture seems immune to logic to a scary extent. I have apparently been infected by whatever infliction they have. It certainly wouldn't surprise me at all to see. Oh yes, it worked. 3 beaming redheads returned to sit at the table. Fred and George bowed again to Harry. "Our liege, you are truly worthy of your greatness." "No problem, guys," Harry chuckled. "Good luck. If you get chosen, you better put forward a good show. I know you're smart enough to do well." Daphne shook her head. She muttered just quiet enough for Hermione and Tracy to hear. "Merlin, thank God I yelled at him yesterday, before he had the chance to think about it." Luna picked herself up and sat back down, smiling from ear to ear. "Harry, Tracy, would either of you mind if I entered my name?" Matching expressions of horror blossomed across nearly every face within earshot. She let it ride for almost a minute of complete silence before devolving into more side-splitting cackles. "Don't worry, I wouldn't want to upset fate by throwing that large of a wrench into her plans." Dinner rolled around, fraught with tension. Everyone from 3 different schools were waiting with bated breath for Dumbledore to end the meal and just get on with the champion selection. Harry was sitting with just Neville, Hermione, and Luna, as the others had all decided this was important enough to stick with their separate houses. His stomach was clenched, and he had barely eaten anything. Whether he was hoping his name did still come out of the goblet, or if he was hoping it wouldn't, even Harry couldn't say. All he knew was that he felt like he was going to be sick, and he just wanted this night to end so he could get on with his life one way or another. Hermione beside him was almost as nervous. She had his hand clenched so tight under the table he could barely feel his fingers. "Attention, please. Attention, please," Dumbledore called officiously as he stood up with arms outstretched. Immediate silence fell upon the crowd. Smiling Dumbledore waved his wand, and the goblet of fire floated into place on its stand directly in front of him. The champion selection should begin momentarily. Headmistress Maxime, Headmaster Karkaroff, and I all wish to extend our best wishes to all who entered and assure you that whether or not you are chosen as your school's champion, you are all worthy of respect. The goblet's fire blazed higher and shifted from orange to blue. It seems the goblet is ready to deliver the name of our first champion. Dumbledore moved forward and caught a small folded piece of paper as the flames dropped back down into the cup. The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum. The hall broke into applause as Krum nodded his determination and stepped forward. A very small smile on his face was the only expression he let out. The rest of Durmstrang was not so reserved, though, and they hollered and stamped their feet. The Hogwarts and Beauxbatons congratulations was almost as loud. Ron's voice rang out over a good portion of the noise. Woo-hoo-ho! Go Krum! Go Krum! Krum was waved towards a side door near the back of the hall, and Dumbledore waved for the crowd to quiet down. The goblet started flaring up again, and when Dumbledore pulled his hand back, he was clutching another slip of parchment. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. The applause from the Beauxbatons was not nearly as enthusiastic as Krum had received, though the students from Hogwarts and Durmstrang were obviously pleased with the Vila girls' selection. Fleur smiled widely as she walked to the door Krum had entered. Harry wasn't sure if he imagined it or not, but he thought she held her head a bit higher after Hermione had shouted, "Way to go, Fleur!" Again, the applause slowed, and again the goblet flared. The champion for Hogwarts is Fred Weasley. Dumbledore started clapping with the rest of the school for a moment before he blanched and looked at the note in his hand again. He grimaced and cast several spells on the parchment as Fred was bowing and glad-handing practically half the school during his way towards the back room. While the applause from the other two schools was similar to the earlier champions, Hogwarts seemed almost evenly split between cheers and laughter. Finally laying aside the piece of parchment with Fred's name on it, Dumbledore raised his hands for quiet. Yes, yes, thank you one and all for your support. There were many murmurs amongst the Hogwarts students, though the staff reaction to Fred's selection was varied. Flitwick apparently had won a bit of gold, as he was happily counting galleons handed over from Sprout, Vector, and Shiva. Harry smirked as he saw McGonagall shift, holding one hand to her face. Her other hand surreptitiously slid over and deposit something on top of Flitwick's pile. "Now, we will—" Dumbledore cut off as the goblet flared again. Harry groaned and squeezed Hermione's hand. Daphne was right. He had never had to bother with considering entering on his own. Dumbledore drew the paper back from the goblet as the flames died completely. Harry Potter. All sounds in the hall died. Harry Potter. Harry sighed and stood up. Hermione's eyes had widened, and she tried to tug him back down into his seat, shaking her head. "I'll be back in a bit, Mione," Harry said softly, leaning down to kiss her cheek. "Gather everyone up into the room's council configuration." He stepped back from her and pulled his hand out of her grip and headed towards the back room. The students flooding the great hall all seemed to continue holding their breath. Harry glanced towards the staff table and saw that McGonagall and Flitwick were both leaning back in their seats with a resigned expression. Bagman, on the other hand, was looking ecstatic. Moody was completely unsurprised. Snape had an even darker sneer than usual, and Shiva wasn't there. Harry's insides churned as he got closer to the trophy room the champions had gathered in. He hadn't had a chance to talk to Shiva about the conversation between Daphne and himself the other day. Would she think that he had entered himself into the tournament? Would she care if he had? Would she take him telling Fred how to enter as proof that he had done it too? Would she call him a liar when he said he hadn't? Would she kick him out? Would he have to go back to the Dursleys after everything? Would Daphne's word be enough to convince her? Would Daphne decide he'd gone and been an idiot despite his promise? Would she leave him too? Would Hermione believe him? Would Harry's rapidly stumbling mind came to a grinding halt as he pushed open the door to the trophy room and found himself pressed up against Shiva's shoulder. Harry breathed out a shaky sigh, and his guardian pushed him back. Her eyes were angry, but whether it was at him or otherwise he couldn't tell. "I'm only going to ask once, and I will accept whatever you say as the truth, Harry," she said softly. Her voice still seemed to carry through the entire room. Fred, Fleur, and Crumb looked on with confused gazes. "Did you enter yourself?" Harry shook his head. "No. Daphne talked me out of it the night we heard about the tournament. I considered it, but—" Shiva pulled him back into her. "Okay, kid. Okay. We can deal with this." "Harry," Fleur asked, "what is going on? Do they want us back out here?" Next to her, Fred sighed. "No. Harry's luck is just acting up again, I imagine." The door to the trophy room banged open, and Dumbledore came in like a storm of fury. He started to reach for Harry, but when he saw the teenager still next to Shiva, the old man's arm dropped, and his gaze narrowed. Behind Dumbledore, Snape, Moody, and the other headmasters walked in. "Did you enter your name into the Goblet of Fire, Harry?" Dumbledore said. His voice practically seemed to rumble with anger and power. Harry scowled. "No, Headmaster, I did not enter my name." "He is obviously lying," Snape said, glaring at Harry. Harry and Shiva glared right back at the potions master. Maxime and Karkaroff nodded along with Snape. Fleur looked between Harry and the others. "You are to compete, Harry?" she whispered. "But there are already 3 contestants." "Exactly," Maxime said, striding forward. Her bulk took up a large section of the corner of the room. She came close enough to Harry that Shiva raised her wand slightly at the larger woman. "Say, little boy is not only a liar, he is a cheat. Don't you dare call Harry a cheater." Shiva shouted back at Maxime. "If he says he didn't enter, then he didn't enter. This is outrageous. How dare Hogwarts have 2 champions? I will not stand for it." Karkaroff shouted. "The boy will not be involved, and if he is, then Durmstrang will withdraw." "No, we will not," Crumb said, scowling. He strode forward. "My magic is tied to the goblet and the tournament now. I have no intention of withdrawing and losing my magic because someone smart found a workaround of the enchantments. He is obviously skilled. Let him compete and show his skill." "I didn't enter my name," Harry hissed through his ground teeth. He turned to Crumb and growled out in a slightly less frustrated voice, "But thank you for the support." Crumb nodded at Harry, but didn't seem quite convinced. Harry turned to look at Fleur as the professors resumed shouting at each other. His friend was frowning and talking to Fred, who just kept shaking his head, gesturing towards Harry. "Fleur," Harry said softly. She appeared to hear him despite the ongoing arguments and turned to look at him. She gave a soft smile and a nod. Tapping her ear, she mouthed "later" and went back to talking to Fred. Harry sighed and felt Shiva pull him against her tighter. Turning his attention back to the debate, he heard Umbridge say in her sickeningly sweet voice, "Well, the boy has made his bed. Now, he must lie in it. Regardless of anyone's feelings, he is a participant, and he will compete. Or we could simply bar him, and he'd lose his magic. Either way would be a suitable punishment for a cheater, I suppose." She gave a little giggle that set Harry's hairs on end. When had the woman even entered? For that matter, when had Bagman entered? Shiva snarled, "Oh, really? And how do we know that you didn't enter him? You certainly seem to be taking every opportunity to degrade Harry and our guests." Umbridge's smile made Harry want to hurl. "I am a representative of the minister, himself, little girl. I realize that may be a bit too complicated for you to understand." "Oh, so the minister is in the habit of insulting his allies, then?" Maxime growled. "Be quiet, pink-toed, or you will see yourself squashed." "How dare you?" "Quiet." Dumbledore roared. The room fell silent. The magic of the goblet is absolute. Harry must compete or he will lose his magic. There is to be no more debate. "Actually, I have a question about that," Harry said, raising his hand. All eyes turned on him. "Can I see that piece of parchment, Headmaster?" With a frown, Dumbledore handed the slip of paper to him. "Well, this is my handwriting." "He admits it." Snape crooned. "As I was saying," Harry snarled, "this is my handwriting with my name. But the school above, it isn't mine. I've never even heard of Salem Exchange. And it looks like this thing is torn on the bottom. Look, you can even see a bit of the next line down. I think this was from an essay for History of Magic. Nothing else I wrote would have goblins on it." Shiva sighed. "The Salem Exchange School closed about 5 years ago. Guess we know how your name came out now." Moody grunted. "Aye, someone was smart about it." Unnoticed to everyone present, Umbridge preened, apparently forgetting that she had not used Harry's essay, nor had she written a new school. The guilty party obviously entered him under a fourth school with him, as the only participant. "It doesn't matter how he cheated to get in," Karkaroff said. "What is important is that Hogwarts now has 2 champions and Durmstrang and Beauxbatons only have 1. So just select 2 more of your own students," Shiva said, glaring at the man. "Goddess knows, it's not that complicated of a solution." "What?" Karkaroff yelled. "Why are you even here, babbling?" Snape shouted, "As Harry's legal guardian, I have far more right to be in here than you do, Snape. At least Moody has the excuse of being a retired or what's yours? Headmaster's pet." Shiva yelled back, "Why you?" Snape grabbed for his wand, but Dumbledore pushed his arm down and stepped between the 2 professors. Harry stepped forward, pushing Shiva behind him, and tried to shift the argument away from an out-and-out fight. "Madam Umbridge, the Ministry has declared that only legal adults can participate in this tournament this year, correct?" "Absolutely, child," Umbridge said with a little giggle on the end. "I am not a child, Madam Umbridge," Harry said. Behind him, he felt Shiva stiffen. "And I am being forced to compete in this, yes." "You have no other choice." Her smile widened. Harry nodded slowly. "Okay then." He turned to Karkaroff and Maxime. "You're right. It's not fair that Hogwarts has 2 champions. So if we can't turn the goblet's fire back on, why not canvass your students to see if anyone wants to be a second contestant for your school to even things out?" If you want the same restrictions on them as are on the four of us, then just have them sign a magical contract or something. Fleur stepped forward. That is not such a bad idea. It would remove much potential controversy. Crumb also nodded. I agree with this proposal. It sounds fair. Fred held up his arm. I also like it. We could rename the tournament into the Hex Wizard Tournament too. Harry grimaced at that contribution. Maxime and Karkaroff turned to each other and considered before either could say anything, though Dumbledore spoke up. I do not think that would be keeping with the spirit of the tournament, unfortunately. I have to vote against it. Maxime sighed but nodded. As distasteful as I find it, I agree. Risking one of my students is already bad enough. I am in no hurry to risk a Z-Con, simply to balance Z scales. Fleur can win all on her own. Fleur's eyebrows rose, and she glanced at Harry before nodding at her headmistress. Umbridge gave a little giggle. The Ministry will not accept such a drastic change at this stage. Karkaroff scowled. Well, I would have agreed to it, but it appears I'm overruled. Victor will be more than enough to crush your contestants. Crumb snorted and rolled his eyes. Okay, well, if we're all done fighting with each other, Bagman said, stepping forward with a happy smile. The man's expression was so out of place that Harry almost started laughing. Now, the first task is meant to test your courage and ability to think under fire. It will be on October 31st. Quite appropriate hold a frightening task on Halloween, don't you think? Bagman chuckled, and whatever good mood Harry had managed to acquire from his minor victories just plummeted straight through to China. He might as well just jump off the astronomy tower now, because it would be quicker and less painful than whatever was going to happen on Halloween. We won't give you any hints to this, except that you should be prepared for a fight. Good luck to everyone, and... Wait, Shiva said, holding up her hand. What are the restrictions? I'm sorry, Bagman asked, confused. The restrictions. What can't they bring into the area? What level of spells are they allowed? Who can help them? What are the bloody rules, you imbecile? Bagman frowned for a minute, then chuckled again. Oh, yes, I did seem to forget that part, didn't I? Crouch was supposed to be the one explaining all this, but with Miss Umbridge's late replacement. Madam, it's Madam Umbridge, or Senior Undersecretary Umbridge. The Umbitch giggled. Yes, of course. With Madam Umbridge's late replacement, I'm not fully up to speed on specifics like that. Let's see. Rules. What were they? All right. Bagman snapped his fingers and nodded. The champions can't receive any assistance from members of the staff of their own schools. They are allowed to bring in a single spell casting aid at the start of each task, as well as any items of clothing they prefer. They cannot use Muggle items. They are allowed to use any spell, rune, or ritual they deem appropriate, barring the use of unforgivables, of course. Lethal force is frowned upon, but not illegal. I think that covers most of it. Shiva nodded and remained quiet. After glancing around the room and seeing no one else about to comment, Bagman smiled and clapped his hands together. Well then, good luck to our champions. I'll see you all next week for the weighing of the wands. The assembled students and teachers started to file out of the room. Fleur attempted to speak with Harry, but was quickly steered outside by Madame Maxime. Crumb just nodded to his competitors as he followed Karkaroff out. Dumbledore gave a small shake of his head and left with a scowling Snape following, completely ignoring both Harry and Shiva. Moody went with them, and Umbridge and Bagman left quickly as well. It was soon down to just Fred, Harry, and Shiva. "So," Fred said with an air of forced joviality, "looks like the Potter luck has struck again. Mate?" Harry sighed and nodded. "Yeah. You know, it's funny, I almost did enter intentionally. How hilarious would it have been if my name had come out twice, huh?" Fred snorted. "Yeah, that would have been a great prank. I'm surprised no one bothered to yell at me for being underage." Shiva groaned. "Yeah, I'm sure McGonagall will grill you later, Fred. To be honest, most of us expected either you or your brother to figure out a way to get in, so we weren't really surprised. At least you'll be 17 before the school year is out. And you were an official champion, so the goblet deemed you worthy. The worst we can really do is yell at you for being an idiot and then praise you for being smart and getting around the restriction. You know, Professor, Harry is the one who showed me and a lot of the other JYFFS how to enter." Fred said, frowning. Shiva's eyebrows rose, and she turned to Harry. "Oh, come on. It's not complicated. All I did was fold some paper and show them how to toss it so they could lob it into the goblet. It's not like I invented the wheel, Shiva." Her jaw dropped, and she just stared between the two of them. "No bloody way. He didn't even bother to put up a kinetic ward or a repelling charm around the thing?" Two shaking heads answered her. "Oh, for crying out loud. It's like he wanted people to try and enter. Congratulations, Fred. You earned your spot. I look forward to seeing how you do. Unfortunately, I can't help you since I teach here. However, I don't teach at the Salem Exchange, and were you to sit in on some training sessions I have with Harry, well, I can't very well bar you from watching him now, can I?" "I might have to sit in on some of those, Professor," Fred said, nodding. "Harry, you want to head into the tower together?" "Yeah, but I need to meet up with my friends first. See how many I still have after this." He muttered, "If you come with, I can show you the room I'll probably use for a lot of the training." Oh, Shiva. Hermione worked out a lot more of what the council room can do. It's pretty neat and a lot more versatile than we thought. Shiva nodded while Fred bowed for them to show the way. Squaring his shoulders, Harry walked out of the trophy room and heading up to face his friends. Harry walked into the room with Shiva and Fred following behind him. He winced as he saw a divide down the center of the room. Hermione and Daphne were on one side while Susan, Neville, Hannah, and Tracy were on the other. Luna was sitting next to Hermione, happily playing with her hair, but still obviously in the middle of the two separate groups. Tracy was glaring at Daphne while Daphne and Hermione were busy comparing notes and crossing things out on separate sheets of parchment. Hey guys," Harry said, raising his hand in a slight wave. He received huffs of finally from Hermione and Daphne, a happy smile from Luna, and grunts from the others. "Wow, tense in here," Fred said, shaking his head and walking forward. "So which side is the Harry's luck sucks, but he's not an idiot like Fred's side?" Snorts of amusement greeted him as Luna gestured grandly towards Hermione and Daphne. "Cool." Fred smiled and plopped down beside Daphne. "So, Nev, you leading this seriously? Harry, why you would go be as stupid as Fred's side?" Neville groaned, but nodded. "Apparently. You guys really don't believe I enter myself, do you?" Harry asked quietly. He moved to sit across from everyone in the center of the table. Shiva took a seat beside him. "We're reserving judgment until we had a chance to talk with you. Harry, Neville said carefully. We've been friends for over 3 years. None of us are about to throw away our friendship with you over this, but we do want to know what happened tonight. Harry turned to look at Hermione, Luna, and Daphne. Daphne sighed and looked up from her paper. I already told you 2 days ago. Harry, I'm not abandoning you, and I'm not about to berate you for being dragged into yet another horrible situation for pissing off some elder deity by having the audacity to be born. Hermione sighed. And I am certainly not about to let you deal with this with just Daphne. You people say I'm scary. If I'm not around to tone you both down, she's going to have you practicing the blood-boiling curse by the end of the month. She shook her head and smiled at Harry. And no, Harry, I certainly don't think you would enter this on your own. I am sure you would have had good reason to. But I seriously doubt you would have wanted to annoy us all quite so much by not mentioning such a thing to us beforehand. Luna spoke up. I don't particularly care either way. She shrugged. You are my friend, and I will of course support you no matter what. You helped me when no one else cared, and I will always do the same for you. She cocked her head, and her gaze grew a bit sharper, with her tone slightly less vapid. However, I also know how badly you desire to be free of the chains binding you, Harry Potter. If you did enter the tournament of your own, choosing, I have no problem with that. What would make me somewhat perturbed was if you had done so without telling me prior. She smiled, her dreamy look back and the cold edge gone. Much as Hermione said, I don't really think that you would do that, though. You are far too noble to not tell at least one of your friends before you go and do something foolish. Neville sighed and leaned back in his chair. Look, Harry, I know you didn't do squat with the goblet last night, but you had some chances earlier today. And the 4 of us, he gestured to Susan, Hannah, and Tracy, agree with Luna and Hermione that you would have a good reason to get into it. You're using it to get emancipated with the legal loophole, the ministry, right. Harry nodded. Shiva looked at him in surprise before laughing. Wow, kid, I hadn't even considered that before Umbridge started going on about it in the trophy room. You realized that loophole before. Harry smiled slightly and ran a hand through his hair, nodding again. Daphne snorted. I'm not sure I really expressed just how impressed with that I was the other day. It really is rather Slytherin of you, Harry. Tracy sighed and nodded her agreement from the other end of the table. It is extraordinarily cunning to use their own rule against them like this without seemingly any of them realizing it. I think you're really a Grifferin. Harry laughed, and several others joined in. Fred turned to Daphne questioningly. A Grifferin? She shrugged. A Slytherin hiding in Gryffindor. Or a Gryffindor with Slytherin tendencies. More or less the same thing, I suppose. Yup. Our Harrykins is totally a Grifferin, Fred agreed, happily flashing a thumbs up. I'll agree that I'm a Grifferin if you agree that you are a Slytherin. Harry groaned. At the questioning looks, he expounded, a Slytherin with Gryffindor tendencies. What true, full Slytherin would willingly run into the Chamber of Secrets to fight a basilisk with no backup beyond me? Daphne worked her mouth for a minute before the rest of the room agreed. Harry was right, she was certainly a Slytherin. Harry, Neville said, drawing the attention back to him again. Can you tell us what happened? Harry sighed but nodded to his friend. When Dumbledore announced it at the welcoming feast, I thought about entering, so I could get out from under his thumb. Daphne talked me out of it." He blushed as he continued. She made very good points and was not shy about expressing them. Daphne nodded her agreement, but steadfastly refused to look up from her sheet of parchment. "I didn't enter my name into the goblet. I can't say I'm really all that surprised that I did get entered, or even that I'm entirely disappointed by it, because I can still use it now to get complete control of my own life." He shrugged. "However, I can tell you that I did not put my name into that thing myself." Daphne slid one of her papers over to him. "If you want, that's the magical vow. I had Hermione look it over too. It's horribly specific, but it's always smarter to be as specific as possible with vows to ensure you don't accidentally force yourself into anything because you missed a word or something." Shiva took the paper from Harry's hands and smiled at the younger girl. "Thanks, Daphne, but it's not necessary. We have some proof that Harry didn't enter. The parchment with his name on it is in his handwriting, but it looks to have been pilfered from an old essay, and the school name isn't in his hand." Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Tracy all let out a loud, relieved sigh and slumped back. Tracy saluted him. "Well, that's good to know. I'd hate to have to call you an idiotic Gryffindor when you've been doing so well with being sneaky and conniving lately." "Thanks, Trace," Harry said, shaking his head in amusement. "I think." Susan rolled her eyes. "Seriously, Harry, it's nice to know you didn't enter yourself. We still would have stood by you if you did. But," she shrugged, "I probably would have been annoyed with you for a while. From what I've heard, this thing is a glorified blood sport if you're not extremely well prepared, and at least somewhat lucky." Hannah nodded. "Yeah, I agree. Fred, by the way, you're a bloody idiot. Harry, you get a pass for coming to your senses. Always listen to the girl. We're pretty much always right. Fred, did you even bother to ask Alicia if she was okay with you doing this?" Surprising everyone, Fred nodded. "Of course, George and I love to prank anyone and everyone, but we're not idiots. I'm not about to lose my girl just because I wanted to prove I'm more than just a prankster." Hannah's mouth slammed shut with a clack. Hermione looked at Fred in a new light. Wow, a Weasley twin wanting to be more than a prank master. I'm proud of you, Fred. I may even convince Harry to introduce you to Padfoot and Moony now. Fred had been leaning his chair back on two legs with his feet up on the table. At Hermione's mention of two of the creators of the Marauders map, he completely lost his balance and crashed to the floor. What the bloody hell? As the group of Gryffindors trumped into the common room, with Fred and Harry at the forefront, they arrived to thunderous applause and proffered butterbeers. With wide eyes, Harry even saw McGonagall sitting in an armchair with a butterbeer in hand. "Professor?" Fred exclaimed. Harry vividly nodded along with the man. "Ah, I was beginning to think you two had tried to run for the hills," McGonagall said, levering herself out of the seat. "First off, Harry, I've seen enough since you've arrived to recognize your misfortune when it occurs. As I'm sure Professor Babbling has already figured out, with you entered under a different school, I would be more than happy to provide any assistance you require. Professor Flitwick has also extended his services, and I believe he mentioned something about perhaps now Potter will regret not taking me up on those dueling lessons. He seemed quite smug about it too, so perhaps you should prepare a rejoinder before class with him." Harry just stared as McGonagall cracked a large smile. Half the room's mouths dropped at that. "Secondly, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall turned to Fred and sighed heavily. Everyone seemed to hold their breath. Fred, you better bloody well put forth a good showing. I know you can do it. Make the same effort as you use in your pranks, and you should have few issues. Make Gryffindor proud, both of you. She walked past the goggling students towards the portrait hole. Just before opening the way, though, she turned to Harry and gave one final note. I imagine you'll be leaving the castle tomorrow to obtain necessary items. Do try to ensure that Professor Babbling gets you back before curfew. Harry, good evening, everyone. Try not to stay up too late. Tonks was about to go to sleep for the evening when she was interrupted by an insistent tapping on her window. Trying to ignore it, Tonks groaned and rolled over. Her bruises from the stupid doxies were aching, and all she wanted was to sleep. The work in clearing number 12, Grimmauld Place, had gone a lot faster once Remus had started to help them. Unfortunately, she was still doing a lot of it on her own between serious tentative dates with Bonesy and his appointments with the mind healer that Remus escorted him to. This battle-maid job was getting old fast. It was interesting, sure, but she wanted to raise Walburga and Orion Black from the grave just to kill them again. How many dark artifacts did one family need? Even the Malfoys probably had less than these people. The tapping came again. Snarling Tonks sat up. Fine. I'm coming, you stupid bird. Shuffling towards the window, Tonks glared at the offending messenger. The beautiful snowy owl fluttered inside and perched on the bedpost. Tonks groaned again and shook her head. Sorry, Hedwig. It's been a long day. Forgive me? The owl twisted her head and hooted imperiously. How about for an owl treat? Hedwig turned to regard her before twisting away again. I am not making you bacon at 11 p.m. I have some bologna left over from lunch, though. Is that an acceptable compromise? Hedwig looked at Tonks again and gave a quick head bob and hoot. Tonks smirked and got her sandwich, bringing it back to the owl. As she gobbled up the proffered treat, Tonks laughed. You are one spoiled bird, Hedwig. Hedwig hooted agreement and lifted her leg to deliver her letter. Tonks unwrapped it, seeing Harry's distinctive scrawl, and smiled to herself. Tonks, so before I start this letter, let me first say, please don't crumple it up and burn it until the end. Read everything before losing your temper battle maid. Tonks blinked. That certainly didn't bode very well. Okay, so I don't know how much you've heard or if Sirius knew beforehand or not. The Triwizard Tournament is starting up this year. Great fun, right? A tournament that apparently has a 68% death rate, including hostages and spectators. She'd heard talk about the Crouch having pushed for the tournament to bring morale back up after the Sirius death hunt, but had figured it would have died when he was forced out of office. This really didn't bode well. I considered trying to enter it for a bit. She seriously considered fleeing to the school and slapping some sense into him. He'd listen to her. Probably. Or she could find Hermione and get the brunette to slap some sense into him. But Daphne browbeat me into thinking straight. So that's not happening anymore. Tonks breathed a sigh of relief. Then she reread that line and laughed. Yeah, green grass would be her second choice after Hermione. Shiva would have freaked out too much. I figured this next part would probably be better in a letter rather than coming you. The selection was tonight. Durmstrang has Victor Crumb as its champion. Cool, huh? The Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delacour, the same Fleur I told you about from the World Cup. Small world. Tonks nodded agreement. That was a bit unexpected. It would be nice, though, that he and Hermione got to hang out with Fleur a bit in a non-deadly setting. Well, as non-deadly as preparing for a Triwizard tournament could be. A traitorous part of her mind seethed at the French villa for being there while she was stuck in a house trying its best to kill her. And from Hogwarts, it gets a bit tricky. Dumbledore just put up a stupid age line around the Goblet of Fire. It wasn't even that far from the goblet. I showed a few of the Gryffindors how they could make those little paper football things, American football, not footy, and flick them towards the goblet. So, yeah, Fred Weasley got chosen because of that. Tonks burst out laughing. Oh, Harry. Poor guy probably just earned himself a servant for life after that. Good for Fred. He was resourceful enough to do fine during the events. And everyone thought it was over, but well, you know me and my luck. The goblet flared up again, and wouldn't you know it, my name came out. Don't light the letter on fire, Nymphadora. Either keep reading or calm me. Tonks snarled and had to set the parchment down before she tore it into little pieces. She let out a yell and slammed her fist into the wall of her bedroom. Merlin's balls. Bloody freaking fucking son of a goddammit. Screw you, old man. Tonks' hair kept shifting from fire engine red to her natural brown, and her face nearly purpled. She shook out her hand and cast a quick healing spell to reset the bone, using the pain to focus a bit. Come on, contact. She bit off the last word and took a few deep breaths. Not yet. She'd wait until she finished his letter first. She didn't consider for a second that Harry had circled back around and entered himself into the tournament. He had said he hadn't, so he hadn't. This was Dumbledore's fault. She didn't know how, but it was Dumbledore's fault. She'd strangle the old man with his own beard the next time she got her hands on him. Still reading? Wow. Okay. I'm a little surprised, but thanks for not freaking out too bad. No dice, Squirt. Just too mad to call, she muttered. All right, so Shiva helped defend me to the 3 headmasters, Snape, Moody, Bagman, and Umbridge. Umbridge, that bloody toady bitch, is there. Tonks was sorely tempted to hit the wall again. You probably know, but Umbridge is horrible. I've barely spoken to her for 10 minutes, and I already hate her. Luna's dubbed her the Umbitch. Apparently, it's an honorary title for despicable human-toad hybrids in the Quibbler that got a snort of amusement out of Tonks. I'm pretty sure she's trying to kill me. If she was actually intelligent, I'd probably be a bit worried. If her display of brains during that meeting, though, was any indication, well, honestly, I'm more worried that there is a second person trying to kill me who's doing a much better job of it. My current bet is Moody, but that's mostly because he's the defense teacher this year, and 2 out 3 murder attempts isn't a good record so far. Tonks frowned. Moody had trained her. He was weird and somewhat creepy, sure. And if you got on the wrong side of his paranoia, you'd probably wind up with a lengthy stay in St. Mungo's and a phobia of something or other. But he shouldn't have anything against Harry. So, yeah, Shiva defended me. I'm using this opportunity to get something I've been searching for years. If that's too vague, you can calm me later. Fleur seemed to accept that I didn't enter myself. I don't think Crumb cared either way, but he wasn't against me taking part. Fred's just happy to have a friend to practice with. I talked with the others afterwards. Hermione and Daphne were immediately on my side. Luna was also on my side, but would have been quite angry if I had entered myself without telling her. Tonks nodded again. made sense. Those three were basically his right hands. Neville was close behind, but he didn't seem quite as tight as the three girls. And Harry was obviously going to claim Emancipation, somehow, which could only be a good thing. Neville, Tracy, Susan, and Hannah were annoyed. I get the feeling that they were willing to listen, but that they were ready to believe I had entered myself. I honestly don't blame them, especially since I almost did. And they were all present when I had told Fred and the others how to enter their names. So while it's frustrating, I can't blame them for being suspicious. Too bloody noble, Tonks said, shaking her head. Hedwig hooted her agreement. We managed to convince them that I hadn't entered myself. Going back to the common room was interesting. McGonagall, of all people, was there drinking butterbeers with the GRYFFS. Tonks dropped the paper in shock. She hurriedly scrambled to pick it back up and keep reading. I know, crazy right. And she wasn't angry at all. She was actually more or less commiserating with me for my awful luck and offered to train me if I asked. Flitwick has also made the same offer. She didn't even yell at Fred. She all but patted him on the back and praised him for getting in. I don't know what the hell we did to make her loosen up, but I love the old Scot. Tonks would toast to that. Congrats, Squirt. You have done the impossible yet again. Well, either you or Fred. Toss up there. And so we get down to the entire point of this letter. Well, the second point of this letter. Yes, I wanted you to find out before it's in the papers, but I also would like to ask a favor. Well, I suppose more of job opportunity. I know you're still sorting out your feelings and things, and I am too, I guess. So I sure as bloody hell don't want things to get awkward. But I could really use a bit of help. Shiva, McGonagall, and Flitwick all have classes to teach. Fleur and Fred are both fellow champions, so I can't do everything with them. Daphne and Hermione are developing a crazy schedule with some pretty advanced things, but they still have classes too. You were the youngest Auror in decades, and you were trained by a legend. I would really appreciate it if you'd be willing to help me train. I have an idea on how to get my utility belt into the tasks, but, well, if it doesn't work, I really need to get better with my spells. Please help? Yeah, screw that. Tonks shook her head and turned to Hedwig. Is he serious? Hedwig gave a hoot that sounded suspiciously like the owl version of a laugh. Yeah, he really is an idiot, huh, girl? Come on, contact. Harry. Tonks, how far did you get? Harry asked, sounding wary. Almost to the end, Squirt. I need a new nickname for you, by the way. Did you seriously believe I wouldn't come help you train, Harry? She asked, sitting down on the bed and petting Hedwig. Well, I don't know, Tonks. It's been a very long day. Yeah, I get that, she sighed. Harry, are you going to be at Gringotts most of the day tomorrow? Oh, you figured that part out. Good. Yeah, probably. McGonagall gave Shiva and me carte blanche to head over whenever. Seriously starting to love that woman. Tonks muttered. Okay, in that case I'll take the day to get some things together, give Sirius and Remus the heads up, and Beto over to help first thing Monday. I'll see if I can swing some quarters in the castle under a private tutor thing. If not, I'll just bunk in Hogsmeade or something. There was a long pause. Are you sure, Tonks? You really don't have to do this. Harry, she sighed. I'm sure that Hermione has already stated several times that she's not going to let you get your arse kicked here. Well, that goes double for me. I have a ton of experience that pretty much none of the others do. I care about you, Harry, a lot. and I'm not letting you get hurt because I can't get over myself. Another long pause. I care about you too, Tonks. Thanks. You're welcome, Harry. Now get some sleep. I'll see you in a day or two. Disconnect. Hedwig hooted and bumped her hand. Yeah, I know. I'll take care of your human. Hedwig hooted again. Fine, you stupid bird. I'll let him take care of me too. The owl preened. Eventually. An indignant hoot followed, and Hedwig pecked her fingers, eliciting a laugh from Tonks. The owl leaned over and picked up the letter again. Tonks took it back and finished up the ending. If you're willing to help, I really do appreciate it, but the last thing I want to do is push you into anything that would be weird or uncomfortable. You mean a lot to me, Tonks. So, either way, thanks. I'll talk to you soon. Your friend, Harry. Chapter 19. Freedom Fun. Harry and Shiva slipped away from the castle before breakfast had even started. The sun was just barely peeking over the horizon when they walked through the doors of Gringotts. Getting escorted to Snapfist's office and exchanging greetings, the trio got right down to business. So what is your purpose here this morning, Warrior Potter? Snapfist asked, intertwining his fingers. I wouldn't have expected you to, what's the human term, skive off classes, simply to come and see how your accounts are doing. The ministry just forced me to enter the Triwizard competition. They've declared that only of age magicals can compete. I have a memory to back this up, with the minister's personal representative essentially stating that I am now considered the wizarding equivalent of an adult. My magical guardian happened to be right beside her, nodding his agreement. Harry said, handing over a vial with the swirling memory. Snapfist blinked. He stared at Harry, down at the vial, back at Harry, and then turned to Shiva. Truly? She nodded and grinned. Yup, the kid came up with the delightful little loophole, all on his own too. Snapfist blinked again. He gingerly took the memory vial in one hand. One moment. I will examine this and return shortly. He twisted and came just short of running out the door, leaving Harry and Shiva looking at each other with raised eyebrows. They only had to wait for about 5 minutes before Snapfist came back in, roaring with laughter and tears streaming down his eyes. There was a second, older goblin with him that was also chuckling. This goblin was garbed in a finely detailed suit of ceremonial armor that was stained blood red. He had a retinue of 3 guards in full plate armor behind him. Snapfist gestured from the newcomer to Harry, and the goblin stepped forwards. Harry and Shiva both stood and bowed. May your gold ever flow, they recited. The newcomer kept chuckling and waved away their formalities. May your horde be increased warriors. I am Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts. Don't worry about the formalities, Potter, babbling. You two have sufficiently entertained and impressed me that I am comfortable with dismissing them in private. Harry raised his eyebrows. Apparently the older goblin didn't consider armed guards private, but it wasn't his place to judge, so sure, whatever. That was quite a fun little way around your situation you found, Potter. I do ever so love poking the ministry. Even more so when I can use their own proclamations against them. Come, sit. Let us finish this emancipation immediately before they wise up to their mess. Ragnarok took the seat that Snapfist had vacated, and the account manager pulled up his own chair to the side, pushing several forms across to Harry and Shiva. Harry looked at Shiva with a question in his eyes, but she seemed as clueless as to the importance of the new goblin as he was. Director sounded big, but just how big? Considering for a moment, Harry decided it wasn't an issue worth bringing up. Glancing over the papers, he pointed at one section. Ragnarok, snap fist. This says I still need a guardian until I hit 17. What's the point of all this then? Ragnarok waved a clawed hand. It's unimportant as you already have your legal guardian specified. That section is primarily for the Muggle side of matters. The Muggles are quite annoying to deal with, so magical emancipation and Muggle emancipation matters are handled separately. You will be freed of needing a magical guardian, but you will still require a legal one. Babbling is still willing to fulfill that role. She snorted. I'd be a pretty evil person to back out at this point. Then absolutely nothing changes beyond you gaining control of your person in the magical world. Ragnarok slapped his hands together and gave a greedy little smile. I so look forward to the reports from the school and the Wisengamot after this becomes public. It will make my month. He sighed slightly and gave a little grimace. True, it is a blow to the nation's pride that we were beaten to the punch by a wizard, but at least you have proven yourself a capable warrior, Potter, and Babbling has certainly shown she has more intelligence than the average, which by throwing her weight behind you. I was exceedingly impressed with the basilisk corpse. Are you certain you won't part with it? Harry smirked. Sorry, Ragnarok. I'm really looking forward to that part of my house's display. Well, can't blame an old goblin for trying. Harry finished signing the forms and handing it over, rubbing the back of his hand. How did that quill work without ink? Shiva tapped the back of his hand. Blood quill. Harry. They're only used in Gringotts and on extremely important magical documents. Blood bindings are powerful. She paused and grimaced. Also, the quills can leave scars if you use it for too long at once. So don't ever let your paperwork pile up to that point. It really freaking hurts. Snapfist grinned at Shiva. Speaking from experience. Hey, I was a teenager. Cut me some slack, yeah. Everyone laughed at that. Potter, Ragnarok said, nodding after he put the form aside. Draw you wand, but do take care not to point it in my direction. Harry nodded and slowly drew his wand, leaving it aimed at the floor beneath him. Now repeat after me. I, Harry James Potter, heir to House Potter, heir to House Black, do hereby claim my right of emancipation granted to me by the Ministry of Magic. So mote it be. A flash of light lit up both the form and Harry as he finished the statement. A ring appeared on his finger, and Harry lifted his hand to examine it as he put away his wand. The ring seemed to be a stylized version of his invisibility cloak with a beautiful black sapphire in the middle where the cloak's hood would be. What's this? Ragnarok shrugged. Designation that you are recognized as Lord Potter, head of House Potter. You are acquiring quite the collection of titles, little wizard. He laughed again. Now, as to your new status, do you have any requests of your vault or family documents or finances? Heir. Harry thought for a moment, running his hand through his hair. Keep the finances managed by whoever is best at investment stuff. I'd like the marriage contract between myself and Miss Weasley brought up here. And I definitely want to read my parents' wills. Done, Ragnarok said, nodding. He snapped his fingers, and one of the guards left the room. I took the liberty of retrieving your mother and father's wills on my way up. James Potter's will first. Harry nodded and accepted the proffered document. As Harry's hand closed on it, the wax seal across the middle glowed briefly before splitting down the middle. Smiling, Harry opened the roll and started to read aloud. Last Will and Testament of James Charles Potter. Well, if you're reading this, I guess I'm dead. That seriously sucks. Bloody hell, it sucks. I had to write this to being with. I'm far too young and handsome to be writing this. That was supposed to be a joke. I really hope it's not a goblin reading this, because then all the humor would be lost through their monotone delivery. Though I suppose that could be entertaining in its own way. Whatever. Onwards. Okay, first things first. If Lily has been killed and Harry is still alive, he better be. If he's not, Dumbledore, either me or Lily will be clawing our way back out of whatever afterlife we end up in to strangle you. Then before Lily is buried, I charge the executor of this will to ensure that little Harry touches my wife while holding the necklace we left him. Don't ignore this. My boy deserves a chance to say goodbye to his mother. Now that bit of morbidity is over and done with, onto inheritance and bequeathment items. If Lily is alive, she and Harry split everything. If she didn't make it, Harry gets everything. If both are gone, well then split up the Potter assets between Sirius Black, Frank Longbottom, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, and Andromeda Tonks. Unless we happen to die in our sleep or otherwise didn't make it out of our hiding, whole property. As much as I hate to admit it, if Peter didn't think we could win, I suppose he might have been convinced to let them in if they hurt him. In that case, just make sure you investigate him before giving him any of my assets. Same with Remus. I don't think Remus has switched sides, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, just in case. Okay, so final piece of business. Harry's placement. If Lily is gone, then this is the order of who gets custody. Sirius Black, godfather. Siri, raise him with enough humor to have fun, but make sure he doesn't become as bad as you or me. Alice and Frank Longbottom, godmother, House Potter allies. Hey Harry and Neville can be basically brothers. Andromeda and Ted Tonks, family friends of both the Potters and Sirius. Dora, take care of your little cousin. Amelia Bones, family friend. Amy, I know you were sweet on Sirius, so maybe use this as an excuse to finally lock the old dog down. Minerva McGonagall, respected mentor. Min, try to loosen up with the boy, okay? Any orphanage or willing family, with the exception of any Death Eater family. Arm inspections in this case are mandatory. Do not under any circumstances leave my child with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. When Lily comes home practically spitting fire and disowned her remaining family, there's a bloody good reason for it. She may not have given me all the details, but when someone practically demands you not have a baby because he's liable to be a freak like his mother, then I don't need more details. Those people are lucky I promised a year ago not to hurt them. I'd sooner leave Harry with Marcus Greengrass at this point than Petunia. So anyway, I think that about covers things. Hopefully this thing will be completely rewritten before it ever gets used. Tada, and good luck to those left behind. Harry, I love you, son. Harry blinked away a slight sheen from his eyes as he finished the letter. Shiva gave him a small smile and a short hug while Ragnock and Snapfist just looked at each other mildly intrigued. Is it normal for wizards to request their spawn fondle the deceased? I haven't attended many readings, but that never seemed to come up in those I do remember. Ragnock asked. Harry frowned, fingering his necklace underneath his shirt. Not in the Muggle world, though people do tend to cry on the coffins a lot. Maybe it's a pure blood custom. None that I've heard of, Shiva said slowly. What was that about a necklace? Harry pulled it out of his shirt and showed it to her. The little piece of gold jewelry with the intertwined L, J, and H wasn't particularly impressive or ostentatious. Guess it means this. I think, he shrugged. This was in the box in the attic with my mum's books. I only really take it off when I shower or sleep, and it's always under my shirt otherwise. I'm not surprised you haven't noticed it. It's not like I go waving the thing around. Shiva frowned and reached out to touch the necklace. It doesn't seem like anything magic or whatnot, but I can't imagine James specifically mentioning it if it wasn't important. Do you think your mum used an interaction between it and herself to anchor whatever protection ritual she used on you? Harry frowned, thinking it over, as he slipped the metal back inside his shirt. I guess it's possible. I doubt there'd be anything left at this point, though since it's been so long, maybe we should try it. Ragnock cut into the conversation. Do you wish Gringotts to exhume Lily Potter to complete this aspect of the will? Harry and Shiva both grimaced. He shook his head. Shiva, Snapfist, Ragnock, you guys have been in this world a lot longer than me. Should we? I'd really like to avoid desecrating my mum's grave if there's little point in it. Shiva sat back and crossed her arms. Well, Harry, I've never heard of any type of magic that could stay in a ready, steady state for decades after the caster's death. Maybe Merlin or Morgana, but no one in the past few hundred years. Even Dumbledore's spells probably wouldn't last longer than a week or two tops with the proper anchoring. Your mother was brilliant, but I doubt she was brilliant enough to do that. But the protection she casts still works. Harry said, frowning. It does, but as I understand it, it's tied into whatever is carved into your forehead. Harry, it's not a spell she cast. It had to have been a ritual of some sort. That's a lot different than anything that could finish anchoring by touching her body with a catalyst. Shiva said, shaking her head. Like the Egyptians. They used already anchored wards. Nothing that was temporary. Harry turned to Ragnock, and the goblin shrugged. I make no claims to understand the particulars of wizard magic, Potter. I can, however, tell you that we have never seen something like this before in my years, nor are there any stories passed down about a similar occurrence. Harry nodded and leaned back, running a hand through his hair. Nobody's ever survived the killing curse either, though, and Mum figured out how to make that work out. Okay, how about we do it over the summer holidays? If it's something that lasted this long, then another few months won't make any difference. I need to focus on the tournament right now, and I'm not going to be able to do that if I keep seeing visions of my mother's skeleton every time I close my eyes, Harry said, shuddering. You sure, Harry? Shiva asked, leaning over and squeezing his knee in support. Harry nodded and scowled. This wouldn't even be an issue if Dumbledore hadn't sealed the will to begin with. Yet another thing I can lay at his feet. Let's move on to her will. The goblins shrugged and handed over the second document. Last will and testament of Lily Evans Potter. Well, this is just awful all around. I'm 21 and writing my will. Oh, well, that's the hazard of pissing off a madman, I suppose. It could be worse after all. I can't seriously believe I just wrote that. Ugh, now it's almost guaranteed to be worse. Let's move on. If Harry is still kicking and goo-goo-gaga-ganji, he better be, or I'm dragging someone to hell, then at least part of my plan will have worked. I can't say I'm too surprised most of it failed. I basically invented an entire branch of new magic to make it work, and it's not like it could be tested beforehand. Hiding like a rat in a sinking ship certainly removes most opportunities for appropriate experimentation. Oh well, at least I tried. Better than most people these days, it seems. As to distributing my assets, if James hasn't gotten sick of me yet, then split my stuff between him and Harry, with 75% going to Harry. If he has, then everything goes to Harry regardless of which family my boy ended up in. If both are gone, I suppose I should give all my assets to Nymphadora Tonks. I always liked that girl, and she adored Harry, so she deserves it. Now, custody for Harry. Here's the order. Sirius Black, Godfather. Sirius Black, if you raise my little boy to be as much of a prankster as yourself, and James the First will beat your arse after you cross. And don't think I don't mean that. Alice and Frank Longbottom. Godmother. House Potter allies. Alice. I know you'll take good care of him. And you always said that you wished Neville would have a sibling one day. Andromeda and Ted Tonks. Family friends of both the Potters and Sirius. Nymphadora. Take care of him. And watch over him like you promised me a few months ago. Amelia Bones, family friend. Amy, you're one of the few pure-blood witches I've met who regularly uses logic. How scary is that? If we're this far down the list, you should probably see the writing on the wall and get the hell out of the country with Harry. Minerva McGonagall, respected mentor. Min. Same warning as Sirius, but inverted. I don't want Harry to be a strict disciplinarian any more than I want him to be a horrible prankster. Any orphanage or willing family with priority given to squibs and half-blood families. Zero family of any Death Eaters or Voldemort sympathizers. Arm inspections in this case are mandatory, as are full financial checks to see where their money was funneled recently. Do not under any circumstances leave my child with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. I swear to heaven and hell, Merlin and Morgana, God and Goddess, I will tear limb from limb anyone who leaves my little boy with my sister. She is no longer any family of mine, and I will see the world burn before I let that horrible excuse of a man touch my child. Jealousy is one thing, but she has gone beyond the pale. She can have Harry the day I can eat a snow cone with the devil. Well, I think I've hit on the important points. Harry, honey, I love you, and I know you'll grow up to be a wonderful and kind man. Don't listen to the bigots, baby. They're idiots, the lot of them. Forge your own path, and if people won't let you, well, you can always just go make your own island or something and invite your friends along. Magic is awesome that way. Take care of yourself, son. Harry laughed softly as he put down his mum's will and wiped his eyes. Sounds like Mum was getting rather annoyed and strained, huh? I wish she was still around so I could see what she'd do to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. And Dumbledore for leaving you there, kid, Shiva said with a soft smile. She sounded like a bit of firecracker. Ragnock nodded. I actually had the pleasure of meeting Lily Evans shortly before her age of majority. She was one of the very few humans I liked. She tended to rant about certain wizards as much as any goblin did. I must say, Potter, it is refreshing to see you inherited that aspect from your parent. Thanks, I think, Harry said, shrugging. The door to the meeting room opened again, and the guard re-entered holding the marriage contract. He passed it to Ragnock before resuming his position against the wall with his fellows. Ragnock held up the contract and raised an eyebrow, Shall I destroy this now, Potter? Actually, Harry said, holding up a hand, I'd like to take it back to the school with me. I have zero intention of signing it, but I do want to ask Ginny if she wants the protection of making sure she can't be entered into a marriage without her consent. Shiva frowned. You sure, Harry? I'd recommend you just burn the thing now. What if someone potions you or something and convinces you to sign it? It's either going to be ash or back in the vault by the end of the night. Shiva, I like Ginny. I'm not going to decide this without her input. His guardian sighed, but nodded her acceptance. Ragnarok rubbed his hands together. That should take care of most everything on Gringotts' end. Potter Manor will be completed in time for the winter holiday season if you wish to inspect the work then. Harry nodded. Okay, we might stop by. Thanks for your help, Ragnarok Snapfist. No, thank you, Potter. I have not been this entertained in a very long time. The old goblin's smile was unnerving, and Harry was extremely thankful it wasn't directed at him. Till we next meet. Potter, babbling, keep the chaos going. He got up, chortling to himself, and was almost at the door before he called back. Oh, and good luck in the tournament, warrior. Do yourself, your family, and the nation proud. He walked out, followed by the guards leaving Snapfist and the humans alone again. Snapfist breathed out. It is not often one obtains an audience with Ragnarok the Bold. If you are willing to wait for just a bit longer, I have something that I think you might be interested in, Warrior Potter. Both a bit of a gift and a business proposition. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. Sure. What is it? One moment, the goblin snapped his fingers and a piece of paper flew out of the piles and through a slot in the wall. It's a creature that you may be interested in. Their natural habitat tends to be near some of our cities. Many goblins consider them something of an entertaining pet. Normally, we don't bother talking about them with outsiders, so they are quite rare above the surface. I thought you might be interested in purchasing one, though, for a mutual acquaintance. Shiva frowned. What sort of creature? Is this a dangerous or controlled animal? Snapfist snorted. It is dangerous to sweets, nothing else. The door to the room opened once more, and in walked a goblin escorting a small critter. It was on a leash and about the size of a small dog with soft brown fur. It was waddling around on 4 legs and idly inspecting the surroundings with its tiny wiggling nose. The muzzle seemed like a cross between a bunny and a dog. On the sides of its head, just above its small ears, were a pair of tiny curved horns. They reached around and just barely poked above the curve of its head, seeming almost squashed in appearance. On the whole, the creature was one of the most adorable and cuddly things Harry had ever seen. What the heck is that? Shiva asked, staring wide-eyed. This, Snapfist said with a grin and a grand gesture, is a crumple-horned snorkack. Harry walked into the Gryffindor common room with a huge grin on his face. Luna and Hermione looked up from their books while Fred, George, and Neville narrowed their eyes in confusion. Luna couldn't really blame them. Whenever Harry looked that happy, something momentous either had just occurred or was just about to, and nothing earth-shaking had happened since the champion selection last night, as far as she knew. Luna cocked her head as she saw Harry holding a small bundle which appeared to be shifting around under the blanket. She didn't remember him leaving with a pet. Granted, she didn't remember him leaving since he had been out far too early for most decent folk, but she certainly would have noticed anyway if he had taken a pet. And Crookshanks was sitting right there by the fire, so he hadn't taken Crooks either. Had Harry bought a pet while he was out then? But why? And why was he only staring at her? She was the one supposed to stare, not the other way around. "Hi, Luna. Good day so far?" Harry asked, his grin not dropping for an instant. "Yes, Harry. It has been quite pleasant. What is in your arms?" Luna asked. People started quieting down in the common room as they saw something interesting happening. Luna resisted the urge to sigh. The Gryffindors may not be bullying Raxburts like the Ravenclaws, but they enjoyed their gossip far too much at times. She had honestly been rather surprised to learn that despite Lavender and Parvati's reputations as gossip queens, the two were some of the politest about their chosen hobby. It seemed to be largely the upper years and Romilda Vane, who were the worst of the lot. Harry lightly stroked the blanket, which quivered again in response. "Oh, this." His grin widened even further. Luna saw Hermione cock her head off to the side, and Ginny plopped down near the twins, looking around in confusion. Luna nodded. "Yes, Harry, your package appears to be alive." "It is." He's stepping up to her. He held out his arms. "Here, she's a gift for you." Luna's dreamy expression faltered, and she felt a frown of confusion slip through. A gift? Why would Harry be giving her an animal as a gift? She slowly reached out and pulled the blanket aside. Luna's eyes widened, and she let out a scream of pure, unadulterated glee. Her hands shot forward to grab the small creature and started whirling around before abruptly stopping and bringing it into her chest to cuddle. The small animal made an amused sounding snort, and a tiny tongue reached out and licked her cheek. Luna let out another whoop of delight and turned back to Harry. "Harry, you found a crumple-horned snorkack. You gave me a crumple-horned snorkack. A crumple-horned snorkack." She jumped forward and kissed both his cheeks before pulling back and holding out the tiny snorkack. It wiggled its adorable little nose at her and seemed to grin in amusement. "Oh, Merlin, it's grinning at me. It's grinning. Harry, you are amazing. You are the best. I don't even know enough words to describe this. I have to write a letter to Daddy immediately. It's a snorkack." Luna, and the snorkack clinging to her chest, tore off towards the stairs to her dorm, desperate to find parchment and quill. As Luna left, barely coherent, the rest of the room stared between where she had disappeared to and Harry chuckling softly as he took her vacated seat on the couch. "Well, that went a bit better than I expected, actually. I had been wondering if she'd be able to talk after I gave her the critter." "Harry," Hermione said slowly and carefully, "was that animal really a crumple-horned snorkack?" "Yup. Honestly, cross my heart and hope to die. A crumple-horned snorkack." "Yes, Hermione." Harry was grinning like a loon at this point, and his girlfriend just looked increasingly astounded. "An actual imaginary creature?" she asked. "Not so imaginary, it turns out," Harry said, nodding along. Hermione made a noise that Harry couldn't quite identify and drew herself closer to him. "Only you could go to Gringotts trying to get emancipated and walk away with a bloody imaginary creature," she muttered into his chest, sounding despondent. Harry just laughed and pulled her into a hug. He kept holding her until her breathing slowed down again, and Harry let her drift back to simply leaning against him as he ran his hand through her hair. "Turns out they live near the goblins. Snapfist offered to let me buy one after he heard that Luna was looking for one. They're really rare above ground, and nobody ever thought to ask the goblins, so most people didn't think they really existed. He paused and tapped his chin. They're utterly adorable, aren't they? I'm thinking of buying a few breeding pairs in a few years and starting to sell them to people too. Or I could just suggest it to Luna. Snapfist seems to like her too, so she'd probably get a good deal. Ginny laughed and shook her head. I can't believe you found a snorkack for Luna. She's never, ever going to leave your side now, and you probably earned a small, blonde attack dog now, Harry. Ginny said, grinning and holding her sides. She's been going on about snorkacks since before I can remember. Bloody brilliant, mate, George agreed, shaking Harry's hand. Thanks, guys, Harry said, still grinning. Though really, you should thank Snapfist. He's the one who thought to get the critter to Luna. Harry's grin fell, and he leaned forward, Hermione shifting so that she wasn't pressed into him. Okay, let's get some privacy screens up now. I have some things I need to ask you, Ginny. Fred, George, you're welcome to stay like last time. Nev, you've heard this stuff before too, so you might as well stay to offer some advice. All four nodded as Hermione sighed and took out her wand to cast the spells. When they were done, she looked to Harry. I assume it went well then? The goblins didn't give you any trouble? Harry shook his head. Nope. Snapfist went to get a higher-ranked goblin to talk to us too. Ragnarok the Bold. Apparently he's the director of Gringotts. Harry was about to keep going, but paused as he noticed Neville staring at him, slack-jawed. Nev, Ragnarok the Bold? Seriously? You just sat down with the bloody leader of the Goblin Nation in England. Neville asked, blinking repeatedly. Harry leaned back and ran a hand through his hair. Wow, he said quietly. I guess that explains why he had guards with him. Yeah, we did. Apparently, he's rather impressed with the chaos that surrounds me. Fred shook his head and whistled. Emancipation, a snorkack and leader of the country's goblins, all in one morning. We have to up our game, dear brother. George shook his head. No, brother. I think we need to concede defeat. Harry Potter is a rival we cannot surpass. Harry chuckled. I appreciate the votes of confidence, guys. Let's move on though, shall we? He held out the marriage contract form to Ginny, who took the path with wide eyes. Gin, this is the marriage contract. Now that I'm emancipated, I can either destroy it or toss it back into my vault. Destroying it is my first instinct. I hate leaving something like this lying around, and I really don't like it when people try to control my life. However, I'm not the only one affected by this. If your mum signed one once, then she could sign one again. Do you want me to put this back into my vault until I either get married or you turn 17 in order to protect you? The twins looked at each other. George nodded for Fred to go ahead. You'd be willing to do that for her, Harry? Harry nodded, but it was Hermione who spoke. Of course he would, Fred. This is Harry we're talking about. The boy would give his kidney to a friend. Neville considered and said, It's a toss-up. Now that you can enter and leave the vault without issues, people could get you to sign the thing with the right spells and potions. It's still difficult, but it is possible now. However, you're right. Ginny would be better protected with it still hanging around for a bit. Ginny finally stopped staring at the paper and scowled. She looked up at the group and vehemently shook her head. No, I don't want that. Mum can try to do whatever the hell she wants, but she'll never get Dad to go along with selling me off like a two-canute whore. If she tries to lock in another of these things, I can get Dad to annul it as head of family. Probably. And even if I can't, it's not right. Destroy it, Harry, she snarled, handing the parchment back over to him. Harry took the paper and looked at her with a concerned frown. You sure? Yes, Ginny nodded. I still want you, Harry. I probably always will. But I'm not a fool, and I'm not desperate. I'm not going to potion you into loving me, and I see how many girls already have a piece of your heart. As frustrating as it is, I don't fit in that picture. Destroy the contract so I can move on. Please. If you keep it, I can still delude myself into thinking I have a chance when I really don't. George turned to his little sister and put a hand on her shoulder. Gin, you have a chance. He's only dating Hermione right now, and they're still teenagers. Teenage romance doesn't always last. Ginny shook her head again and smiled sadly. No, George, I don't have a chance. Harry loves Hermione, and if he broke up with her, he is Tonks, Luna, Daphne, and Tracy. Harry held up a hand. Tracy doesn't like boys. Doesn't matter, Ginny said. Hell, if I've been reading the last few meals correctly, the French Villa is interested as well. Harry and Hermione both started at that and turned to look at each other with wide eyes. She was practically tackling people this morning trying to find you when you weren't at breakfast. Harry. Hermione sighed and nodded at that. Look, I just don't want false hope. If I do have a chance, then leave it in your vault. But if I don't, then just destroy it now. Harry, I don't want to force you into anything. And I don't want to pine after a boy that won't ever be interested in me. Harry sighed and nodded to her. He considered for a long moment before pulling out his wand and casting a small incendio. The marriage contract quickly crisped and left behind just a small pile of ashes. Harry gave Ginny a small, sad grin. I'm sorry, Ginny. Really, I am. Ginny shrugged. I know. It's not your fault. Thank you for telling me now. I'll move on. There's plenty of other boys in this school. I'll see you all in the morning, she said, getting up. Ginny hurriedly wiped her eyes and walked over the stairs to her dorm. The twins leaned back, sighing. George saluted Harry. Right kind thing you did there, mate. Most would have just gotten rid of it immediately. I'll watch out for her to make sure she's okay. You and Fred should concentrate on the tournament. Harry sat down to dinner that evening with his usual group of friends and ignored the stares of most of the school surrounding him. The Gryffindors didn't care one whit about rumors flying around, since most had been in the common room when McGonagall had basically admitted that Harry hadn't entered himself. It seemed that the vast majority of Hufflepuff was also supporting him. Susan had mentioned that she and Hannah and sat down everyone and more or less threatened to curse anyone who tried saying that Harry was cheating. They had pointed out several instances in the past that showed it was far more likely that someone was out to get him, and the house had quieted down. Slytherin was split somewhat. Malfoy had a sizable following mocking Harry and digging at Fred somewhat as well. The ones supporting him mostly consisted of quiet first through third years and Daphne, Tracy, Blaze, and Millie. Ravenclaw, well, Padma and Sue supported him. The rest of the house apparently still hadn't forgotten how he'd threatened them last year. There were a few first and second years that seemed to have his back, but not many of the upper years. Fleur entered the great hall and looked around. Spotting Harry, she exhaled loudly and made a beeline for him, claiming the spot to his right side and earning a raised eyebrow from Neville, who moved over accordingly. Finally, I've been looking for you all day. Harry, where have you been? You have not been avoiding me, have you? Harry smiled at his friend. No, Fleur, I haven't been avoiding you. I was out of the castle for most of the morning and the afternoon. I just got back a little while ago. Oh. Fleur frowned and turned to her plate. I am sorry, Zen. Harry, I wanted to tell you that I do not believe you cheated to enter like Madame Maxime does. I trust you, Harry. If you say you did not enter, then you did not enter. Harry smiled and bumped her shoulder with his own. Thanks, Fleur. That means a lot. If you wish, I would be willing to help you train for this. I do not want to see you hurt. Harry. Hermione chuckled. Well, Harry, you're certainly collecting quite a few new tutors. Yeah, Harry said, running a hand through his hair. I sure am. Thanks, Fleur. I'll take you up on that. I don't tend to be too stellar at spells, though just so, I focus more on runes. She raised her eyebrows at him and grinned. No, truly? I had not noticed this. She raised a finger and poked some of the rune stones on his crisscrossed utility belt harness. That must be what Z's are. Why they are so inconspicuous. Harry laughed. All right, I get the point. Fleur nodded happily and started to fill her plate. Harry rolled his eyes and moved to grab some food himself. Daphne plopped down across from him, sighing. The table jumped slightly when she dropped a giant tome she'd been carrying onto it. Harry raised his eyebrows at her and stared pointedly at the book. Daph, that looks even larger than the book that Hermione checked out first year for some light reading. Hermione glared at him. Some of us enjoy intellectually stimulating volumes of knowledge. Neville shrugged. Yes, Hermione. And some of us prefer our back-breaking labor to be in the greenhouse rather than of the library book variety. Honestly, boys, she muttered. Daphne snorted and shook her head. I'm with them on this one. Hermione, your recreational reading tomes are rather extreme at times. But that's besides the point. Harry, I told you I'd get a copy of the rules for this tournament. I got them. Harry's fork froze halfway to his mouth, and he stared at the book that Daphne had flipped open. Very slowly he lowered the utensil back to the plate and said, toneless, Daphne, please tell me that is not the set of rules for this thing. Sorry, it's the comprehensive set of rules, she said offhandedly. Here, I've marked the important sections and took some notes on the Cliff Notes version. She slid the book across the table, and Hermione immediately pushed her meal aside as she shifted to read the highlighted sections better. Fleur also leaned across Harry to start reading while Harry just looked on blinking. Fred whistled as he saw the size of the tome. Wow. Hey, Greengrass, is there anything in there that I need to worry about? She shrugged. I'd recommend listening in, but honestly, you're not a fourth year. So you probably know more than enough to get through with at least most of your limbs intact. You are entertaining, Fred, but I'm helping Harry first and foremost. Harry gulped. I don't think I'm going to be able to memorize all of this, Daph. That's what me and Hermione are for. Harry, like I said, I made notes for you of the important items. She paused and frowned, her hands curling into tight fists. Tracy leaned into her and gave her a hug, which worried Harry even more. Hermione's muttered curse certainly didn't help things. What? How screwed am I? Fleur sighed heavily and reached out a finger to touch a section of the document. This is what you are frightened of. Yes. Hermione nodded, as did Daphne after craning her head a bit. Daphne sighed and started talking. Yeah, that's the one. Harry, you're only allowed to start the tasks with a single casting instrument. Bagman mentioned that last night. Harry said, not getting where she was going. That means either a wand or a single runestone. Harry. His face lost most of its color at her words. You can't take your utility belt into the task. I'd recommend your wand, as I doubt any of your inventions are versatile enough to function as a suitable replacement. And you'll have to leave your calm stone behind, as well. Bloody hell, Harry muttered. Yeah, Daphne agreed. The good news is that runes aren't actually forbidden. So anything that you etch after entering the arena is perfectly acceptable. I'm fast, but I'm not that fast. If something is attacking me, there's no way I'd be able to carve something quickly enough to be useful. Hermione squeezed his leg. So, like I said last year, Harry, we work on improving your spell casting. It's not the end of the world. You'll be fine. Despite the surety of her words, Harry knew Hermione well enough to hear the strain and worry underneath. Yeah, I'll be fine, Harry said, unsure of just who he was trying to convince. Fleur frowned. Is there any restriction on summoned items? Daphne looked at her and blinked. Then a large grin split her face. Delacour, I could kiss you. No, there is not. Harry, first order of business, summoning charms. Like your fishing line, but it doesn't need line of sight. One of us will hold your utility belt in the stands, and you can summon it. Hermione shook her head. Yes, that's a good plan, but you need to focus on spells, Harry. I'm not leaving this to chance or luck. You need to be able to function well enough to survive without relying on your primary skill set. Whoever entered you knows your focus, and they will likely take steps to stop you from having access to that. Neville frowned. Yeah, but we know most people don't really think of out-of-the-box stuff. Do you really think they'd consider him summoning his runes when they couldn't even think of Fred just tossing his name in from over the line? Fred shook his head. They might. My method was distinctly muggle. No magic involved. When it comes to magical solutions, we all think much more roundly. The summoning charm is still a good primary plan, Daphne said, shrugging. If it doesn't end up working in the task, well, that's why Harry's getting several tutors. The group all nodded in agreement. Hermione reached out and pointed to another section. Does this say what I think it says, Daphne? The Slytherin looked where Hermione was pointing and nodded. Yeah, I like that part too. Harry, you're allowed to skip any classes you want as long as it's for training and preparation purposes. The only real restriction on that front is that teachers from your own school can assist, but as it's already been stated by others, that's completely irrelevant for you, since your official tournament school doesn't actually exist anymore. Oh, and you're also excused from any exams over the course of the year. Harry and Fred both smiled. Cool. So we can avoid potions if Snape gets too annoying, and we can also skip history of magic to keep studying. Fred nodded. And astronomy so that we can sleep more. He shrugged when the others stared at him with looks of frustration. What? This face needs its beauty sleep to keep looking amazingly rugged and handsome. Alicia smacked him on the back of the head, and the surrounding people all laughed. Luna came up at that point. and sat down next to Tracy, with her snorkack still clutched in her arms and a smile plastered on her face. "Hello, everyone. I just finished sending off my letters." "Hi, Luna," Harry said. Tracy leaned down to peer at the creature cuddling into her friend's chest. The snorkack leaned up and licked Tracy's nose. She pulled back laughing and smiling. "What is that, Luna? It's adorable." Luna beamed. She held out the snorkack so that everyone around could see. "She's Coco, because her fur looks like hot cocoa. She's my very own pet crumple-horned snorkack. Harry got her for me, from the goblins. Isn't she just the most beautiful and cute and cuddly and sweet and huggable thing you've ever seen?" The non-Gryffindors around the table ceased all conversation and turned to stare between Luna, Coco, and Harry. Tracy tentatively reached out a hand to touch the snorkack, who nuzzled into her happily. Daphne twisted slowly to stare at Harry. "You got Luna, an imaginary creature. From the goblins." Harry smiled. "Yup." Hermione groaned and slapped a hand to her face. "Don't bother, Daphne. I already went through this. It's apparently mostly subterranean, and the goblins neglected to mention the species to outsiders. Harry has enough good will that his account manager made an exception." Fleur cocked her head. "What is a crumple-horned snorkack? I've not heard of this creature." Hermione groaned again, and Daphne joined her this time. Neville just laughed, but Tracy looked over amused. "It's a creature that Luna and her father have searched for years. They weren't really sure it existed before today. It was our snipe hunt," Luna agreed, petting Coco's head. It made a noise somewhat like a purr. "We're going to be printing a special issue of the Quibbler detailing everything. I had said that Daddy should probably have an issue with the tournament coverage first, but couldn't quite get him to agree. So we instead compromised with 2 separate issues. I can give you a copy of the snorkack one if you'd like." Fleur just looked amused. "Yes, thank you, Luna. It is quite a cute animal. Who cares about a stupid snorkack?" Ron said from a little ways down the table. "It's probably not even real. Just a weird animal that Harry picked up and decided to have a bit of fun with you. Loony." The temperature around the table dropped several degrees, and many conversations stopped. Harry, Luna, Tracy, and Hermione all turned glare at Ron. Daphne, ever practical, packed up her research material, and Neville removed the plates from in front of his friends. Fred turned to face his brother, and George perked up from where he was sitting near Angelina. "Ron," Fred said, "you should apologize to Luna." "Bloody hell, now you're taking their side too, Fred. It's not enough that he helps my brothers get into the tournament. And not me, is it? Now he's got you as his attack dog too." "What?" Fred asked, narrowing his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about, Ron?" "Little brother, you were tossing your name in right beside us," George said. Ron scowled. "And yet it was Fred and Harry's name that came out. You 3 just always have to be better than me, don't you? You can't be satisfied with letting me have my own moment. No, you just have to go and ruin it. If you hadn't put your name in, Fred, then I would have been chosen." Harry snorted. "Seriously? You're barely passing any of your classes, and you never do anything besides play chess and exploding snap or talk about Quidditch. You're taking the easiest electives, and all you do is insult people. You still refer to Daphne and Tracy as the snakes. You're as bad as Malfoy, just on the opposite side of the spectrum, Ron. What the bloody hell makes you think the goblet would think you deserved a spot as a champion of Hogwarts? Ron's face turned scarlet, and he slammed his hands onto the table. Oh, you're one to talk, you bloody cheater. You attacked me second year. Your roommate. Why are you in this thing? Fred shouted back at his brother. You were stealing from him, Ronald. Of course he attacked you. We attacked you too. He's in this because someone wants him dead, just like every other bloody year he's been here. Sit back down and shut up before you make even more of a fool of yourself. Ron snarled. No, screw you, Fred. All you, George and Ginny, do is take his side. Bill too. None of you care about me or about how I feel. You all listen to those snakes and Looney, and you worship the ground Potter walks on. I'm done with taking that lying down. He's a bloody cheater and an attention whore. All he wants is more fame and money and girls. He has everything, and I have nothing. And you're supporting him and helping him? You can all go to hell. Ronald, Fred said with an undercurrent of rage, you have one more chance to apologize to us all. George nodded, his face set in stone. Not going to happen. Ron said, his entire head approaching purple now. Family first. You people forgot that when you supported him over me. I hope this tournament does kill him and maim you, Fred, because it's what you both deserve. The few conversations still going in the great hall at that point stopped dead. If a pin had dropped, it would have sounded like a cannon blast. Harry shook his head and stood up. Well, it's nice to know where you stand, Ron. Excuse me, everyone. I'm going to go put some extra wards around my bed to make sure I can sleep without having to worry about getting a spell to the back. He walked out of the great hall. Ginny, George, and Fred all slowly stood and moved to stand together. Ron, Fred said, congratulations. You've just gotten what you always wanted. 2 fewer older brothers. I imagine Bill and Charlie will probably follow along with disowning you after this. Percy'll probably still have you, and we all know Mom and Dad aren't about to kick you out of family for your temper. But us, it's over. You are no brother of ours, Ron. George took up as his brother stopped. Getting angry and jealous is one thing. Actively hoping that a family friend is killed and your brother is injured for life. He shook his head. I don't care about your temper, Ron. This is low even for you. I used to look up to you, Ron, Ginny said, glaring. The only reason I haven't cursed you right now is because the professors are watching, and I'm not going to give them that excuse to punish me. The brother I grew up with would never have said those things. I don't know what happened to you, but I don't really care anymore. You've insulted my friends and family enough. Stay away from me. And if you ever call Luna loony again, I'd watch your back. The 3 family members followed Harry out of the room. Ron sneered at their backs and sat back down, grabbing his plate of food again. McGonagall slowly walked up behind him with Shiva at her side. Mr. Weasley, come with me. Ron glared at his head of house. Professor, if you had a problem with what I said, you should have spoken up earlier. McGonagall's mouth almost became invisible as her lips pulled into such a thin line. Her hand holding her wand tightened noticeably. Mr. Weasley, I let that continue because your wands remained holstered, and I was hoping that your family would make you see reason before you went too far. I was apparently rather overestimating your ability to understand long-term consequences. Stand. Now. He stood and snorted, pointing at Shiva. Yeah, Well, she doesn't have any reason to be here. She's just Potter's attack dog, just like the others. You threaten my ward, Shiva said with narrowed eyes. I have the right to ensure his safety in his own house. Ron just snorted again and followed the two professors out of the room. Luna looked after the departing personnel with sad eyes. It's a shame things have come to this. She clutched Coco tighter to her chest. The snorcack reached up and licked her chin. Tracy sighed and leaned over to hug the blonde. Don't blame yourself for forcing this, Luna. Ron Weasley is an idiot who never thinks before he opens his mouth. He'll regret what he said later and probably try to apologize in a few weeks. Daphne shook her head. It won't matter. He went too far this time. Hermione sighed and nodded. I agree. I'm going to go check on Harry. Pleasant evening, all. As Hermione departed, the group finished up and packed their bags. Fleur turned to Neville and asked, Are all ZE meals at Hogwarts, sis, interesting? Neville shrugged. Around Harry? Yeah, usually. Generally, things spread out a bit over the year instead of all in the first few days, though. So this is a bit much. Fleur nodded. Ah, well then I guess I will simply Ave to get used to it. Neville smiled. I'm sure Harry will appreciate that. He started to leave with the others, but paused and smirked at the older girl. Hermione is sure to like that as well. The next morning's breakfast saw a very unhappy Ron Weasley eating his pancakes. Professors McGonagall and Babbling had berated him for nearly an hour the previous evening, and he was given detentions until the Yule holiday. McGonagall had even gone as far as saying that the only reason he wasn't suspended until then was that no wands had been drawn during the confrontation. Babbling had warned him that if anything happened to Harry in the dorm, that he would be the first investigated. Ron shoveled another piece of hash brown into his mouth and scowled. He knew he'd taken things a bit far. He'd apologize in a week or two after they'd had a chance to think it over and realize he had a point even if he'd been stating it wrong. Really, it wasn't his fault that his family had abandoned him. Harry Potter had slowly managed to steal everything from him, and then Fred had to go and make things even worse by getting into the tournament in his place. It just wasn't fair. How was Ron supposed to prove that he was just as good as the rest of his family if he never had the chance to show off his skills? Stupid Potter. Stupid Fred. Stupid school. He tensed as he saw a red letter fly in the windows of the Great Hall. That was Errol. The old owl was immediately recognizable as it stumbled almost drunkenly through the air. How the poor thing was still alive, Ron had no idea. It was headed in the Gryffindor direction. Of course it was. His mother must have heard about what he said and sent him a howler. The old bird dropped in front of Fred, and Ron blinked. His face split into a grin as he realized that his mum hadn't sent the howler to him. It was to Fred. Mum was angrier with Fred than him. Fred grimaced and reached out to open the howler. Fred Weasley, how dare you enter the Triwizard Tournament? You are underage and not nearly skilled enough to compete on the same level as the other champions. I remember your owl's child. Don't think I don't. I can't believe you would do something so foolish. I have never been so disappointed in you. You are dragging the Weasley name and the Hogwarts name through the mud. Young man, I have half a mind to come to that school and drag you home by the ear. Boy, you will tell them you resign immediately and let them choose a more appropriate champion. Ron couldn't keep his grin from spreading. That's right. Fred and George had done awful on their OWLs. Mum always knew the right things to say. The Howler turned to Harry, who just shook his head in annoyance. And you, Harry Potter, how dare you? The audacity to corrupt my sweet boy with your lies and arrogance and cheating ways. You stay away from my son, or I will bend you over my knee, child. And spurning Ginevra, my daughter is worth 10 of you, Harry Potter. You should be so lucky to marry my little girl. I can't believe you would throw away an opportunity like this. T.O. be married to a proper pureblood family is, and the Howler abruptly cut off as two different spells hit it in midair, and it vanished into ash. Babbling was standing with her, wand pointed at the offending piece of paper, breathing heavily, with a snarl plastered on her face. Ron's jaw dropped as he traced the second spell to a vision of beauty. Her hair was bright, scarlet red, and she was dressed in nearly skin-tight muggle jeans and a t-shirt with fingerless gloves, a leather jacket, and combat boots. Her face was twisted in fury as she stared at where the Howler had been. Ron idly wondered who this amazing woman was, and if she was more or less beautiful than the Vila girl. Harry raised an eyebrow in amusement as Tonks stalked through the room to stand behind him. Why in Merlin's name would you let that drizzle keep spouting off? Honestly, I was curious to see where the rant would go. Hi, Tonks, Daphne said, shrugging, while Harry smiled up at the woman and waved. Her hair shifted from red down to a hot pink, and she sighed. You guys have the weirdest sense of humor. Tonks ruffled his hair, causing Harry to scowl, and moved over to the staff table. I'm surprised you let that thing keep going, Shiva, Tonks said as she nodded to Shiva. The professor gave an annoyed grunt. It's general policy to let the students take care of Howlers on their own. When the bint started going off about spanking my ward, though, she snarled. We'll see who spanks who, Molly Weasley, Shiva muttered darkly. Tonks grinned and nodded her agreement. Turning to McGonagall, she waved. Watch her, McG. She mentally pumped a fist at McGonagall's raised eyebrow. I'm here as a personal tutor for Harry. Do you happen to have any spare rooms I could bunk in, or do I need to grab a place in Hogsmeade? Dumbledore cleared his throat. Nymphadora, I really... Tonks scowled. The name is Tonks, headmaster, or Miss Tonks if you must. And I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the deputy headmistress, seeing as she is the one who controls room assignments. Be that as it may, Miss Tonks, Dumbledore said, putting on his best grandfatherly grin. Tonks' eyes narrowed as she felt a slight probe against her mental walls as she met the old man's eyes. Thank Merlin she had finally started taking those lessons with her mom. I really don't think young Harry requires a tutor. He was met with incredulous stares by everyone present except Snape and Karkaroff. Tonks snorted. So a competition specifically stopped because it was too deadly, where Harry is nearly 3 years younger than the closest competitor, and where he is a 4th year going against 6th and 7th years. He doesn't require special tutoring? That's what you're saying, headmaster. It would be inappropriate and against the spirit of the tournament, he said, spreading his hands wide in supplication. Tonks just shook her head. You show me the exact sentence that says I can't tutor him in techniques, skills, and spells, and I'll leave. Until then, stay out of my training. McG. McGonagall shrugged. We have several open professor quarters. Tonks. Whenever you wish to inspect them, just call for a house elf, and they'll show you the way. I will be covering battlefield transfiguration techniques, and I believe Phileas will be working on shortened charm casting, as well as basic duel spells. Tonks nodded. Okay, I'll focus first on movement and speed casting in that case. I appreciate the heads up, ma'am. You can't do that, Dumbledore spluttered. It is against the rules, Minerva. Young Potter cannot be assisted by any teachers in his own school, Maxime finished. Yet MSSR, Potter is not entered under Hogwarts. You did not realize Ceci is Air Knight. But surely because Harry attends this school, he... Spirit versus letter. Headmaster, Tonks said, cutting him off. Unlike you, it seems, most of us would prefer Harry has the best chance possible to survive this death trap. Maxime waved her hand in agreement. I may not be happy that Z boy is competing, but I have no wish to see him harmed due to inexperience. Bosbatons has no complaint with Sis. Karkaroff scowled. I wish I could dispute it, but I agree. There's no leg to stand on for Durmstrang to lodge a dispute. Dumbledore frowned. Of all people to not dispute a Hogwarts champion, receiving extra help. Karkaroff? Very well then. I suppose I will need to brush up on the rules myself. It is apparent I missed several items. Your problem, not ours, Tonks said. I'll catch you later, McG, short stuff, Shiva. She nodded to the three teachers and walked back to Harry, who was still watching her with amusement. Come on, Squirt. If you're done with breakfast, we have a training session to start. Harry grinned and stood up, grabbing his backpack. Snape also stood and shouted out, Potter has potions this morning. You will have to wait. Harry just waved to Snape. Sorry, Professor. I'm going to have to skip your class on account of official training purposes. Tonks tossed a victorious grin at the staff table as she escorted Harry outside. Chapter 20, Task Training and Wand Weighing. All right, Harry, first things first. You got any workout clothes here? Tonks asked her newest student as they came to a halt near the edge of the Black Lake. Harry ran a hand through his hair and shook his head. No. Sorry. That's one thing I haven't bought yet. Tonks just shrugged and pulled out a small backpack to start rummaging through it. No worries. I kind of expected that, to be honest. Most wizards and witches don't bother with regular exercise since potions and spells can regulate a lot of things exercise would help with. Here we go, she said, pulling out a pair of shorts and a tank top, handed them over to Harry, and stepped back. Put these on. Ugh, Tonks, we're in the middle of the grounds. Harry waved around him as his face grew red. Fred and Fleur came up, walking down from the castle in time to hear, and both started giggling. Tonks rolled her eyes and waved her wand, conjuring a small screen. So modest. Better? Now hurry up. Sighing, Harry quickly switched out of his robes and into the gear Tonks had provided. Wow, these fit well. Well, they better. I asked Shiva for your size before grabbing them. And I asked Madame Malkins to throw a fitting charm on them too, Tonks said. Fleur came forward. Do you mind if we stay to observe some of Z training, Miss Tonks? Tonks looked her up and down, narrowing her eyes. Fred can stay, but he needs to change as well. You're Fleur right. The girl Harry and Hermione helped at the World Cup. Behind her, Fred saluted Tonks and transfigured his robes into something closer to what Harry was wearing as he stepped out from the curtain. Tonks considered Fleur for another few seconds. The younger girl's eyes strayed to Harry's figure, and Tonks couldn't help the small feeling of annoyance that sprang to life watching this blonde eye him. But it wasn't fair to Fleur to get frustrated with the girl. Tonks had taken an intentional step back, so she didn't have the right to get annoyed with other girls not doing the same. Besides, she was supposed to be friends with Harry. Fine, you can stay. Both of you, though, need to understand that my priority is Harry. If you keep up, you can keep working with us. But if you fall behind, that's your problem. The two other champions nodded, and Tonks let out a breath as she turned back to her charge. She had to blink a few times and consciously clamp down on her hair. Harry had filled out. He wasn't a gangly, too skinny kid anymore. He didn't have much in the way of muscles, but he was fit and somewhat toned. Probably a nice mix of Quidditch and getting decent meals during the summer, finally. Shiva had mentioned something about the nutrient potion regime finally finishing up a month or two ago, too. Shaking her head, Tonks snapped herself out of her ogling. Hell, no wonder. Fleur had been staring. All right, first lesson, Harry. He nodded to her and stood at attention. What is the best way to not get hit by a spell? Cast a Protego or a variant shield charm, he said immediately. Tonks shook her head. Wrong. Try again. Air. Intercept it with something? Like a conjured rock or a precision spell? Nope. One more guess. He paused to consider. After a few moments his eyes widened, and Harry said with a smile, Don't be where it's hitting. Tonks smiled back and nodded. Exactly. Lesson number 1. Avoidance. You can't be affected by a spell if it misses you. Dodging is probably one of the single most useful skills any wizard can learn. Most spells are stopped by shield charms, but the Unforgivables in particular are not fazed by them. No Crucio or Avada Kedavra will hurt you, though, if they can't hit you. But we are not going against a person firing ZE killing curse, Fleur said, frowning. At least, I would certainly hope we are not. Fred shrugged. Being around Harry for more than 5 minutes, you learn to expect the worst and be pleasantly surprised when it doesn't happen. Hey! Harry shouted indignantly. Tonks just rolled her eyes and addressed Fleur. True, but the principle still stands. If you can dodge an AK, you should be able to dodge most of what's coming in this tournament. Harry held up a hand. What about area attack spells? Like fire or a ramped-up version of my freezer? That's the water and ice one, right? Harry nodded at her question, while Fleur just raised her eyes, intrigued. Area spells are harder. Dodging isn't as useful against them, so shields tend to work best. The best defense against someone tossing out area attack spells is a strong offense. Generally, most area spells take a bit more power to cast, and they will also drain your shields a lot faster. So you need to take them out quick. Going up against creatures that breathe out fire or something doubly so, attack and attack fast. Keep them off their game while you dance around the battlefield. The trio nodded their understanding. All right then, Tonks said, rolling her shoulders. From now on, Monday through Saturday, we'll meet out here at 6 a.m. and go for a quick run around the lake and some fitness exercises afterward to build endurance. We'll skip that this morning and just work on technique and dodging. She gave an evil little grin. Let's get started, shall we? Harry groaned as he slipped into the library seat next to Hermione. She started rubbing his back, and he felt some of the knotted muscles loosen a bit. Tonks work you hard. Hermione asked. Yeah, Harry agreed. Lots and lots of jumping around. Quidditch is good for the arms and the thighs. Not so good for the lower legs or the back, apparently. So what are we working on, Mione? She pulled over a book, grinning. Research. Harry snorted and raised his eyebrows at her. Okay, creature research. Bagman may not have told you what you're facing in the first task, but 9 times out of 10, it's been some sort of magical beast. Generally, you have to kill it, get past it, or steal something from it. So we're doing research and drilling into you as many different kinds of magical animals as we can, focusing on their strengths and weaknesses. Okay, sounds good, Harry said, concentrating on her hand, still rubbing his back. What classification are we looking at first? Hermione chewed on her lip, and Harry had to concentrate to focus what she said instead of letting his mind wander. Well, I figure we should probably start with some of the 5X creatures and move on to the 4X creatures. I have a list of some of the more likely animals they might choose based on prior decisions. Factored in Umbridge and her horribly blatant hatred of me, Hermione snorted. It's me, Harry. Of course I have. That's... She trailed off and fingered a page in the book. That's actually what I'm afraid of. Harry reached over and squeezed her leg before kissing her cheek. I'm going to be okay, Mione. I promise you, I will survive this thing. Now, what are we looking at first? Hermione set her shoulders and nodded. Right. Yes. Okay, so this is a chimera. Harry, Fred, and Fleur met up with Daphne after lunch. Surprisingly, Victor Crumb was present as well. Hi, Victor, Harry said. I didn't think you'd want to join us. The Quidditch star shrugged. I half heard of the greengrass prowess as well as your own. I admit I don't believe half the stories, but did you really slay a basilisk? Harry and Daphne both nodded. Fred grinned and just pointed to the 2 of them before saying, they're being modest. Just the 2 of these Slytherin slayers went up a 1,000-year-old serpent with just a wand, a few rune stones, and a whole pile of attitude. Then Harry here pulls a sword out of a hat and stabs the thing through the mouth. Fred, Harry muttered, running a hand through his hair. Crumb nodded appreciatively. This is impressive. And I hear also you are a good Quidditch player. V must play a game sometime. For now, though, V learn. Daphne took Harry aside before saying anything to the others. Harry, I don't mind teaching you, but I'm not sure about the others. Most of what I plan to show you, well, let's just say that Hermione wasn't exactly wrong. She turned away from him and shuddered a bit. I'm not proud of what my father has taught me, and I hope that you never have to use these things, but I think you should know them anyway just to be safe. Harry put a hand on her shoulder and gently turned her around to face him. Daph, he said softly, you don't have to be ashamed of knowing darker spells. I don't care. Hell, I have a rune stone that launches a giant railroad spike at someone. I'm not exactly the pinnacle of light here. Daphne snorted. True. I suppose neither of us shoot rainbows from our behinds. I'll teach the others one of my first spells, but afterwards I would prefer it just be you and me, and any of our core group if they are interested. Harry nodded. I'll let them know. They walked back over to the group, and Fleur smiled at the 2. So what is this gray spell Fred has been going on about so much? Daphne's mouth lifted into a predatory grin. Well, Fleur, funny you should ask. See, there is a reason I'm referred to as the Ice Queen. Harry frowned. I thought that was because you rebuff practically everyone in Slytherin. Well, that certainly helps reinforce it, she shrugged. The main reason, though, is a spell that is particularly useful on boys that get too uppity and decide to take liberties where they aren't wanted. My mother termed it the frozen balls. All 3 boys present gulped and subtly shifted a hand in front of their groin. I don't suppose I have a volunteer to demonstrate on. Ah, Mr. Potter. Come in, come in. Professor Flitwick exclaimed as Harry stepped into the classroom. All of the desks had already been pushed back against the walls, and Flitwick was beaming at the student. I heard from Miss Greengrass that you needed work on the summoning charm. I think we can do that at the end of this lesson, as the charm is quite simple really, and just takes practice. First, I'd like to go over a bit of basic dueling strategy. Harry nodded. Okay, Professor, I really appreciate you offering to help me on this. I know I've kind of turned you down previously. Flitwick laughed and waved the comment away. Yes, bet you're regretting that now. Don't worry though. You already know the spells I would have taught you, and you're proficient enough. No, what I plan on teaching currently is chain casting. Chain casting? Harry asked, cocking his head. The diminutive man nodded excitedly. Yes, spell chains make any duel or battle far more intense and decisive. Some are more difficult than others, but that doesn't always translate to more effective. I'm only going to focus on the simpler ones for the moment. Air. Oh, I haven't explained it yet. Flitwick turned and pointed towards one of the walls. Watch. My wand. Harry. Flitwick started waving his wand in intricate patterns and shouting out spells. Unlike every other casting Harry had seen, this time there was no pause or transition between anything Flitwick used. The professor's wand was in constant motion, shifting from spewing out flames to a lash to a jet of water to ice to a gust of wind to a banishing spell before he abruptly stopped. Turning back to a wide-eyed Harry, Flitwick smiled. That is a chain casting. A series of spells that begin as the previous one ends such that with practice you never have to stop between each spell. Done well against an unskilled opponent, you can easily overwhelm them through sheer speed and combined effects. What I just used was the off-balance chain, one of the most basic options available. Harry just kept goggling at the man. Holy wow. Flitwick chuckled. Let's begin, shall we? McGonagall smiled as Harry came into the classroom she had set aside with Fred following in. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, I am afraid you will have to take a seat in the corner over there. Ah, the corner of shame. Fred groaned, theatrically holding one hand over his head and the other over his heart. He conjured himself a small hat saying dunce, donned it, and took his seat. The other 2 rolled their eyes at him, and Harry took up a position near the Transfiguration teacher. Now, what I'm going to show you is how to turn your battlefield against your opponent. I don't imagine you will be able to accomplish quite as much as I will show you, but if we can get you both up to the point of being able to raise obstructions, I think that will be sufficient. McGonagall proceeded to make a little demonstration, shifting several desks into birds that dive-bombed a mannequin in the back of the room. The birds exploded in midair before several of the raining feathers turned into swords and spears skewing the target. More desks became suits of armor and started marching towards the dummy, and when they threw their spears, those shifted into snakes that bit their target. Spikes rose out of the wall and Fleur skewing the dummy, bringing the demonstration to a close. Fred whistled and clapped slowly while Harry just stared at the destroyed target in awe. McGonagall smiled at him. "There is a reason I enjoy Transfiguration, Mr. Potter. It can be quite cathartic to let loose every once in a while." Harry slowly nodded. "Now, as I said, I don't expect you to be able to do much of that at all, even by the end of the year. Your father became quite good at it, but it took him nearly 5 years of intense practice focusing solely on that. No, what I'm going to primarily show you, Harry, is how to forge walls out of the surrounding ground. If your enemy can't see you, they can't hit you." Harry went to Fleur's training session with Luna tagging along behind. She had a free period and wanted to see what the older woman could do. Well, that, and she had wanted to show Coco the grounds. Privately, Harry was half convinced the latter reason was the real one, that she was following him out to the lawn by the lake. Luna drifted off to the side as Coco stopped to sniff at the trees nearby, and Harry moved up to greet Fleur. The Vila smiled back and motioned for him to sit down. "Harry, I think before we begin training, I should explain a bit about myself. How much do you know of the Vila?" "Not much," he said, shrugging. "There aren't many books with quality information on them in Britain. Some of the stuff I did find was pretty biased." He scowled, thinking about the prejudiced drivel he had read. Fleur sighed and nodded. "Yes, I assumed as much. We are a private people as it is, and it does not help that many dislike your country's attitudes towards non-humans. The primary thing you must know is twofold. One," she said, holding up a finger, "is that we are nearly immune to mind magics. It is part of the benefit to the allure. I will explain the allure in a moment. The second thing is that the flames I can conjure are not typical fire." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I kind of figured that one out when you said at the World Cup that they were hungry. Seemed a bit more than regular fire." Fleur nodded. "We. The Vila flame is like a diluted form of a fiend fire in actuality." Harry frowned. "Wait, fiend fire is the thing that has a mind of its own and almost always ends up killing the caster too because they can't control it or stop it from consuming everything around it, right? My flames are not that bad. Do not fear. A Vila fireball will only seek to consume the target and then behave as a regular flame. The conjuration imbues the intent." She paused for a second and concentrated. Her arm sprouted a light coat of feathers, and a fireball coalesced in her hand. "This fireball is intended to simply eat the blanket laid out over Zir. Should I miss the blanket, it will be a normal fireball. Should I hit the blanket stuff?" She aimed and lobbed her fire. It hit the blanket, and the flames seemed to spread out to the ends of the cloth, then curling back into the center as it burned away. When the blanket had disappeared under the flames, the fire simply stopped moving on its own and simply started to burn the grass around it. Fleur sent a short burst of water from her wand to extinguish it. "That is the Vila fireball. I can target it towards simply your shirt if I wished. Stuff you would likely have burns afterward. It would not consume you it did the blanket." "Wow," Harry muttered. Smiling at Fleur, he said louder, "That's really useful, Fleur. Thanks for explaining that." She nodded in reply. Both were interrupted by Luna. "Does it have a name?" the younger girl asked innocently. "It seems like it should have a name. Vila are people of love and passion. Can we call it passion fire? Fleur's mouth dropped open, and Harry laughed. He had to hold his sides as he shook. Fleur took several attempts, but eventually responded. We simply refer to them as fireballs. Passion fire, she finished weakly. Luna nodded with a large smile. Oh, yes. It's so appropriate, don't you think? Please, can I call it passion fire? Please, please, please. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her eyes widened with her lip turning down in a half frown. Harry shook his head. Fleur was goner. Almost no one could resist Luna when she gave them that look. True to his prediction, Fleur caved. Fine. Call it passion fire. But when my man complains, then you will be one to explain to her. Luna hurriedly nodded and skipped back over to Coco, giggling. Harry shook his head at the two. Don't worry, Fleur. Luna is very good at these things. You mentioned the allure. Fleur sighed. She turned back to Harry and nodded. The allure is primarily why Vila are disliked. We subconsciously emit a magical field that calls to those around us. Primarily males, but it can also attract certain females as well. The allure does not brainwash anyone contrary to what the books say. It merely causes extreme infatuation. It is a form of control, true, but it cannot make someone do anything more than they would normally do, albeit under extreme circumstances. They wish to please us, and if we turn that desire up, then they will do most of what we ask. This has been abused in the past, but it is not something that many of us would do intentionally. Extreme emotion can make control harder. There tend to be very few that are resistant or immune to the effects. My phaser is one. And I'm another, right? Harry asked, rubbing his chin and thinking back to the World Cup and when she had first come to sit with them. Yes, you are highly resistant to my allure. Harry, she said, smiling. It is nice to be around someone that I do not have to worry about constantly controlling myself near. Resistance tends to be something innate. Our best guess is it is related both to a person's desire for privacy, as their level of attraction to us without the allure's effects. I bring this all up, Airy, because I want to try some zing with you. I am particularly skilled with personal enchantments and charms. I understand you already have a charms teacher, so I would like to work on your resistance. I want to help you improve your natural ability and hopefully learn to block out things more intense on my allure. Like what? Harry asked. Things like powerful sleeping charms, compulsions, notice-me-nots, perhaps even the Imperious. I will, of course, not be casting the Imperious on you. But I would like your permission to flare my allure to work on improving your ability to resist this, then move on to the other items. If we progress far enough, fast enough, then perhaps we can work on improving your ability to function while on fire. Harry gulped. Fleur, please tell me you mean under fire and not on fire. She just smiled. Why, Harry, I thought you realized that I explained. The Vila Flame works for a reason? Molly Weasley was sitting in kitchen making dinner Friday afternoon. Arthur had come home a few minutes ago, but she'd sent him into the living room so he could relax after his long day, like normal. The house was so calm and quiet now that all her children had either left or were at school. Bill and Charlie were still out of the country in their far too dangerous jobs. No matter how often she berated those two to wizen up and settle down into a safer, more stable career, neither ever listened. She had no idea where she'd gone wrong with raising those boys. Molly shook her head sadly at the foolishness of youth. All she could do at this point was keep trying and hoping this bit of rebellion would peter off soon enough. Percy was doing fabulously, though. He'd even gotten a job with the ministry. Oh, she couldn't be more proud of her perfect son. Thinking of her youngest, for though Molly frowned and nearly burned her stew, the nerve of Fred to cheat his way into the Triwizard Tournament. She was only thankful that dear Ron had had the good sense to inform her before she read about it in the papers, that the twins had managed to con him into the attempt as well. When those two got home, she'd make sure they took the lesson to heart for once. And poor Ginny. She'd felt it as the contract between her daughter and the Potter boy had been destroyed. The goblins had been only too happy to inform her that he had taken the document with him when he left. She didn't understand how Harry Potter could have possibly damaged the contract on his own without the approval of Dumbledore. She'd have to ask the headmaster about that when she visited the school next. How it had happened wasn't nearly as important as the fact that it had, though. Harry Potter declaring her daughter unworthy. She could only hope he'd taken her scolding to heart. It wasn't enough that he was pushing her sons into even worse behavior than usual, but now he was saying their family wasn't worth his hand. Harumphing, she scooped out 2 bowls of stew and called her husband to the table. "Are you all right, Molly? You look upset," Arthur asked as he sat down. "It's nothing, dear. I'm just still a little frustrated with the boys." Arthur reached over to pat her hand. "Fred will be fine. I've always known that if he applied himself, he'd go far. You just watch, this will be the best thing to ever happen to him." Molly started to reply, but stopped as an owl came into the room and dropped off a smoking red letter. "A howler," she said, blinking in confusion as she stared at the letter. "Who could possibly send me a howler?" She reached out to the letter, and as soon as she touched it, it sprang to life. "How dare I enter the tournament?" Molly froze as Fred's voice reverberated through the room. George's followed immediately after. "We both entered the thing, Mother. And so did precious little Ronikins, or maybe he forgot to mention that to you." Fred and George were definitely switching lines now, and her face grew red. Maybe he forgot to mention something else, like how he said that I deserved to be maimed and Harry deserved to die in this competition. "And just so you know, Mum, Fred is more than capable enough to do this. And I'm training with Harry and the others. And we tried to enter this long before Harry showed U.S. an easy way that no one had considered. He didn't corrupt U.S. He probably prevented U.S. from hurting ourselves by going for more impressive options. And just so we're clear, Mom, if Fred did follow your stupid advice to bow out, he'd lose his magic. So kindly stop talking about things you don't know anything about, Mom." The howler curled up and vanished into a ball of ash. Molly slammed her fists onto the table and stood. "Why those two? I'm going to that school immediately." And she cut off as a second bird came into the kitchen and dropped another howler onto the table. Trembling with rage, Molly reached out and touched that one as well, only to cringe back as her daughter's voice shouted throughout the house. "How dare you yell at Harry? Mother, you signed that horrible contract for US before I was out of nappies. Practically before I even left the hospital. Harry has been nothing but a gentleman since he found out about it and told me what he was doing every step of the way. He had every right in the world to tear that thing up as soon as he was able, but he talked to me about it first to make sure I was okay with that. That I would be all right with the possibility of you selling me off again. If you ever try to force me into a marriage again, Mother, I will go to Bill, and you will never see me again. Molly's mouth dropped open as Ginny's howler's ash fell to the table. She fell into her seat and simply stared at the mess on her table. Molly, Arthur said. She looked up at him and cringed. Her husband's face was set in stone. She hadn't seen him this angry since they had left school. What contract is Ginevra talking about? Arthur, dear, it's really nothing. Just a little. Well, Molly was again saved from finishing her reply as a third owl came into the kitchen bearing another howler. She paled and reached for her wand to banish it. Arthur caught her wrist and plucked the wand from her hand. Perhaps we should hear what this one says as well, Molly. He reached out, and this time a voice she didn't recognize yelled out into her home. You threaten my ward. Who the bloody hell do you think you are? You have no idea the shite that Harry Potter has had to deal with his entire life. He does not need some two-bit hag threatening to spank him for standing up for himself. Your twins would have gotten their names in that thrice-damned goblet with or without Harry telling them how to do it without hurting themselves. And if your youngest son had had any brains, then he would never have tried to enter himself. Spurning your daughter. Have you ever bothered to speak to the girl, Molly Weasley? Harry risked his freedom to ask your daughter what she wanted to do with that stupid contract, and she asked him to tear it up because IT wasn't right or fair. And what the bloody hell makes purebloods so perfect? The smartest witch in this school happens to be a muggle-born you bigot, and Harry is the most promising magical inventor our world has seen in a generation, yet he's a half-blood. Stay the hell away from my ward woman. The howler curled up into ash, and Molly could only gulp as she looked with wide eyes at her husband. Molly, I think we need to have a bit of a talk over what you have been doing the past few days. It had been a grueling week for Harry. None of his friends or allies had let him rest for very long. Between the massive amounts of specialty training coupled with the few regular classes he attended and Tonks workouts, Harry was completely wiped. He took some slight comfort in knowing that at least Sirius and Remus weren't among those punishing him with individualized spell training. Both had wanted to, but apparently after speaking with Tonks, they admitted they couldn't contribute much more beyond what Harry was already getting. Instead, they were holed up in the Black Library doing researching to see if they could find anything unusual or off the wall that might be useful. Sunday dawned bright and clear, and Harry was lying on the grass with Hermione, Fleur, and Tonks nearby. They had just finished a final allure resistance experiment. Harry had been amused to find that even on full blast, Fleur barely even caused his eyes to droop anymore. Yet Hermione, amusingly enough, had started to crawl towards the blonde for a few seconds before catching herself and sitting back down muttering something under her breath. Tonks also confessed to feeling something, but had discovered that if she rapidly shifted a few times, she could clear her head and avoid the majority of anything Fleur dished out. It wasn't quite as good as natural resistance, but it worked in a pinch. I hurt in muscles I didn't even know I had, Harry complained. Tonks snorted. This is nothing. I couldn't even feel half my body when Moody was done with me my first week. Still need to try and talk to that idiot. He was your primary trainer, right, Tonks? Hermione asked. Yeah, she agreed. Things have been so busy this week that I haven't had an opportunity to sit down with him. When I'm free, he's teaching. When he's free, I'm tutoring. We'll meet up eventually and have a drink or something. Well, I'll have a drink while he sips from his canteen. There's a limit to paranoia. This is Z grumpy scarred man with Z peg leg, an odd eye. Fleur asked, scowling. I do like him. I feel like he is seeing rights rough my robes whenever I get close. Tonks shrugged. Mad Eye can stare pretty hard, so I can't blame you for that. He may be an arse, but he's a good man. He'd never use his eye to do that, Fleur. Fleur shook her head. I will still keep avoiding him all Z same thank you. Say only ones on Z's grounds I would let see under my robes would be Harry and Hermione. Harry's eyes bulged, and Hermione started coughing, 2 sets of cheeks giving off huge blushes. Tonks had to force her hair to stay the blue she had chosen for the day and push down the growl that had started to come up. Hadn't she already decided not to get angry with the French girl? She had no right to be territorial when she wouldn't admit to having a claim. Harry tried to say something, but just spluttered. Fleur, on the other hand, started laughing. You two are far too easy to tease, she said between chuckles. Truly, Zuff, while I doubt I'd object, I would much prefer to go on a date or something first. I am not, what is ZE English expression, hard-boiled. The 3 others turned to Fleur, blinking for nearly 5 seconds before bursting out in side-splitting laughter. Well, I guess it was not Z right expressions then, she said, rolling her eyes. It's easy, Fleur, Tonks said between her laughs. All the enmity she had felt a few moments ago drained away. The Vila girl could apparently be as adorable as Luna sometimes. You're not easy. Yes, that. I knew it was an egg expression. Hermione shook her head, quieting down. That's not really the etymology of the expression, Fleur. It actually comes from. Hermione, not the point, Harry said, wiping his eyes. His stomach grumbled loudly, and he snorted again. Well, speaking of food, sucks we have to head inside to get some, though. You could just call a house elf and ask them to bring us a picnic basket. You know, Tonks commented. Really? Harry asked. Any house elf, could I ask a favor? Hermione narrowed her eyes at the same time saying, There are house elves at Hogwarts. A loud crack sounded as in front of the group of, for a house elf in a small uniform made out of an old ratty sweater, and a single glove appeared standing in the grass. The elf bowed low, and Harry stared at him. How can Dobby best of service, great master Harry Potter, sir? Dobby, Harry asked incredulously. You're at Hogwarts now. Hi, how have you been? Dobby straightened up and immediately burst into tears. Great Master Harry Potter, sir, inquires after Dobby's health. Great Master is best master ever. You know this guy, I take it? Tonks asked, fighting to hold on to her laughter. Fleur made no such attempt, and was curled up on the grass, biting her fist. Harry just groaned. Dobby, please, we've been over this the last time. Either just Harry, or if you absolutely must, Harry Potter or Harry, sir. Okay? Please? And for the love of Merlin, please don't start calling me best, master, ever great master Harry Potter, sir. Harry tried desperately pleading with the elf. Dobby's sobs quieted, and he peered at Harry. Can Dobby use Master Harry Potter? Harry Potter. Master Harry. Harry groaned. Fine. Just no more than 2 words. Deal. Dobby stuck out his hand, and Harry shook on it. Now how can Dobby Bess helping Master Harry, Master Harry's Grangey, Master Harry's Tonksy, and Master Harry's Flower? Tonks and Fleur both raised their eyebrows at these names. Hermione was too busy glowering at Harry to seem to notice her new name. Can we get a picnic basket out here? If it's not too much trouble. We can go inside if it is, Harry said, running a hand through his hair. Oh no, Master Harry. It best no problem. Dobby gets it and brings it right back. The house elf quickly snapped his fingers and vanished. Harry, Hermione said slowly. Sensing danger, Harry turned to smile at his girlfriend. Yes, Hermione? He tried to flash her the look he knew made her lose interest in anything but snogging him. Apparently, he wasn't as practiced at it as he'd hoped. Why is Dobby still referring to you as Master? Holding up his hands, he looked to the 2 older girls for support, but they just smiled and waved him on. Traitors. I have no idea. Hermione. I haven't seen him since Daddy Malfoy left the castle 2nd year. She frowned. You didn't bind him to servitude afterwards. If I had, don't you think you'd have noticed by now? Always appeal to logic. Hermione would listen to logic. Well, yes, I suppose I probably would have. She said, sounding unsure. Tonks shrugged as the picnic basket popped into existence in between the 4. You sure about that, Harry? She ignored the betrayed expression. He shot her. I'm not saying you did it intentionally, but house elves kind of need the bond to survive. Hermione crossed her arms and huffed. They don't need institutionalized slavery to survive. That is brainwashing on a cultural level. No, Hermione, I don't mean figuratively they need work, though they do of course like it. I mean literally. Here, watch, Dobby. Can you come back for a minute? Miss Tonksy Bess calling for Dobby. Dobby asked as he popped in with a crack. Can you please tell Master Harry's Grangey? Hermione noticed the nickname that time, but held her tongue for the moment. What happens when a house elf isn't bound to a family? It is not something elves usually be talking about, Dobby said, wringing his hands. Hermione frowned and sat forward a little. Why? Dobby, please. Dobby sighed and looked to Harry, who nodded encouragingly. If elves lose their bond, they lose their magics, and then they die. Hermione froze, and Harry shot up straight instead. Wait, what? I gave you a death sentence by freeing you. Dobby hurried, shook his head fast enough for his ears to flap. Oh no, Master Harry. Yous be freeing Dobby from bad masters. Dobby being ever so grateful, but Dobby being bad too. Fleur smiled softly and reaching out to pat Dobby's shoulder. You bonded was your arrow, no? Dobby nodded his head glumly. Dobby is sorry, Master Harry. Dobby knows he should have asked, but Dobby didn't want to make yous feel pressured. Harry groaned. I think Neville needs to pick his pure blood classes back up again. Don't worry about it, Dobby. If you're happy with me, you're welcome to stay. He was promptly tackled back down to the ground by a sobbing elf wrapped around his chest. But I have ground rules. Dobby hurriedly pulled back and sat up to listen. Okay, rule 1. No intentionally hurting yourself. If you think you need to be punished, run it by me first. Dobby nodded. Rule 2. No trying to save my life unless I specifically ask for it. Also, any potential life-saving attempts must be themselves non-lethal to me and friends/allies, and should also not be expected to cause severe bodily harm, including maiming, scarring, and permanent disfigurement. Fleur started to chuckle before seeing Harry was serious and cutting off. She stared for a moment with an open mouth before turning to Hermione, who mouthed later. Dobby seemed to consider. Can Dobby attempt to save Master Harry's life if Master Harry is unconscious, or cannot ask for help if Dobby agrees to the restrictions on life-saving attempts? Sure. Dobby agrees. Okay, Rule 3. You get 2 days a week time off as well as 50 galleons a month, Harry said. Dobby looked horrified at Harry's offer. 1 day a month and 1 galleon every 3 months. The house elf replied, voice much firmer than before. 4 days a month and 1 galleon every month. Dobby paused before replying, 2 days a month and 1 galleon every month. Harry nodded. Deal. Final rule for now. Rule 4. You need a proper uniform. Since I can't give it to you, can you make your own if I ask you to buy the cloth? Dobby can do so. The little elf started bouncing up and down in his excitement. Master Harry? Would Master Harry be willing to take on second elf? Master Harry will have a big family. Someday. Winky would be very useful. What happened that Winky needs a new family? Tonks asked, concerned. Winky's master was killed while Winky was in another room. Winky heard the fight and tried to help but was too late. Winky refused to bond to Master's son when she found she was released. Winky did not like Master's son. Harry frowned. Wow, that's awful. I'm really not sure if I need a second elf, but I don't want her to have any issues. Anybody else want to help out? Hermione frowned, but shook her head. If no one else will, then I suppose I will, but I would really prefer not to have a slave. Even if it is apparently a symbiotic relationship, it still feels wrong. Fleur also refused. My family has house elves already. Dobby, how about I stop by the kitchens to meet her tonight? If she's nice enough, and we don't clash, then I could take her in. Tonks said, shrugging. Dobby nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Miss Tonksy. Dobby be making sure Winky is presentable. If Master Harry needs anything, just call for Dobby. The house elf popped away, leaving the group to themselves. Well, Harry said, attempting nonchalance, who wants food? Harry was just finishing up his morning routine with Tonks when Colin Creevey came running up to them, breathing hard. Hi. I've been looking for you. Weighing wands need you. Come on. Tonks raised her eyebrows at the third year, while Harry cocked his head, trying to puzzle out just what Colin was saying. Creevey, Tonks said, hold up. Catch your breath. Now, let's try this again. What do you need Harry for? Colin still panted, but could at least talk again. The weighing of the wands. For the tournament. He was supposed to be in potions, but Snape said he wasn't there. We're supposed to be up in the classroom in a few minutes. Tonks shrugged. Well, they're not going to start without him. Guess we're done for the morning. Harry, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Try not to kill whichever reporter attempts to swipe you. That tends to reflect badly in the articles. Tonks, Harry deadpanned. He wiped his face with a conjured towel, then walked over to the younger boy. Well, lead the way, Colin. Follow me, Harry. I can't believe you're in this. This is so amazing. Is it true that you're also the heir black? Because if you are, that means you need a second relationship and, people talk and everything. And it's just, well, that opens up a lot of options. Harry nodded along politely and decided that Colin could give Hermione a run for her money with the amount of words uttered without breathing a word. He completely missed Tonk's hysterical giggles and Colin's blushing look. So, Colin, I imagine they're going to have a photographer, but considering some of the articles that the Prophet puts out, I'd prefer to have some counters in the Quibbler. Luna's in class, but they already pulled you out. You want to sign up as my official photographer? Harry asked. His eyes widened, and he gushed, Really, Harry? You want me? Sure, might as well. Harry shrugged. Colin turned bright red and mumbled an acceptance. Harry couldn't help but think he was missing something. The two walked into the classroom that Colin indicated, and Harry waved hello to the other 3 champions talking in the corner. Harry started to walk towards them when he was waylaid by a woman in acid green robes and horrible horn-rimmed glasses. Mr. Potter, Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet. So glad you could make it. You must be ever so enthused to be the Hogwarts champion. Come with me. We need to get an interview before the ceremony starts. Harry narrowed his eyes as the woman dragged him away and towards a broom closet. If you want an interview, I'd prefer it to be in the corner, well within sight of the rest of the room. Ms. Skeeter. Oh, don't worry, Harry, I won't do anything untoward with you, she said with a horribly false giggle. She opened the door to the closet and started to pull him inside. Harry noticed Fleur's face set in an angry snarl as she pushed off from the wall. Before Skeeter could get him in, Harry pulled free from her grip and crossed his arms, stepping back. Ms. Skeeter, I am not remotely comfortable with being out of sight with you. If you want an interview, it will be out here. Skeeter's smile faltered before she plastered it back on her face and whipped out a green quill, setting it on a piece of parchment hovering to her side. Well, from what I hear, Harry, you seem to enjoy being alone with older women. Professor Babbling, or Tonks, Fleur Delacour, why, it's almost as if you're seeking out the company of these aged witches. I just assumed that you would enjoy my own company as well. Harry scowled, and behind him, he heard Fleur snarl low. He felt a slight push on his mind and recognized the feeling of her letting her control of her allure slip. As amusing as watching his friend roast this woman alive would be, he decided to nip this in the bud himself. And Skeeter had insulted Shiva. Marge had made that mistake too. Ms. Skeeter, how about I give you a statement just so we are absolutely clear? Former Tonks has been my friend for years and is currently my primary tutor for this tournament. Fleur Delacour has been a friend since we helped each other survive a terrorist attack at the Quidditch World Cup, and is a fellow champion who is also helping me to learn enough to survive this competition. Professor Bathsheba Babbling has been my legal guardian for years and was my mentor prior to that. I advise you to destroy whatever your quick quotes Quill wrote and report that statement exactly as I stated and intended it. The last person who made the mistake of insinuating I was in an intimate relationship with the woman who has been the closest thing to a mother I've ever known was blasted into a wall with 10 broken bones. Skeeter's eyes narrowed. The people have a right to the truth, Harry, she said, uttering the much-hated battle cry of the reporter. I've read your truth, Ms. Skeeter. I think even Voldemort tells the truth more often than you do. He sneered, twisted on his heel, and walked away, extraordinarily happy with the flinch he'd received from mentioning the Dark Lord. Fleur stepped up into the spot Harry had just vacated. Harry is not the only one who takes offense to illicit allegations. I recommend you report the facts. She conjured a ball of passion fire and idly lobbed it from hand to hand before letting it dissipate. Insulting me is something I am used to. Insulting my friends Zuff said I do not take sitting down. Skeeter snorted at the two teenagers as they walked away. Fools, she muttered. Everyone knows the quill is mightier than the wand. Fleur was pleasantly surprised when she walked back up to the other champions, and Harry hugged her. Thanks for having my back, he whispered. Pulling back, he gave her a wry grin. And thanks for not setting her on fire. I'd hate to have to try and deal with that fallout. Crumb nodded. Yes, if V are to dispose of the trash, V should do it somewhere more private. The other three looked at him wide-eyed before all four started laughing at his joke. They were still laughing as Umbridge, Bagman, and the headmasters walked into the room, with Ollivander following along behind. Umbridge's face took on a distinctly sour expression as she saw the champions actually enjoying each other's company, and Harry rolled his eyes at her upturned nose. I see everyone is here. Excellent, Bagman said with a grand smile and a flourish to the front of the room. Now, without further ado, let's start the weighing of the wands. Mr. Potter, let's get you up here first. Shaking his head in annoyance, Harry started forward and joined Ollivander, handing over his wand when asked. Ollivander's inspection of his wand made Harry feel a bit creeped out. The way the man handled the stick of what seemed almost sensuous. Everything was pronounced in good working order shortly enough, however, and things went well for Fred too. Crumb looked mildly annoyed as Ollivander put down the manufacturer of his wand, but held his tongue. Fleur was not the only one angered by the wand maker's comments towards her. Who cares if her wand has a Delacour? Harry couldn't help himself from blurting out. Most eyes in the room turned to him. Inwardly, Harry cringed, but he kept up his annoyed glare on the outside. I mean, it obviously works very well for her. Is there really any reason to comment on Vila Hare's being temperamental other than to deliver a backhanded insult? We already have Umbridge for those. We don't need another. Umbridge's smile widened, sending shivers down Harry's back. Why, dear boy, you must be mistaken. She gave her horrid little giggle. I would never insult proper purebloods. Why, just look at Mr. Crumb. His wand was obviously the highlight of the showings today. The implications that the other three champions didn't fall under her aegis of being proper purebloods wasn't lost on anyone except Bagman. And maybe Dumbledore, whose distant expression never once changed. Fleur took her wand back from Ollivander and nodded sharply. Thank you, Harry. At least some of the English know how to be polite. Maxime stepped forward. If we are done exchanging barbs, perhaps it is time to take Z pictures. Harry groaned and moved where the photographer, Bozo, and Skeeter directed them. They kept trying to shift him to the front, but he had managed to mostly avoid it through the majority of the pictures. It took almost half an hour before they quit snapping shots, and Harry was able to wrangle the others for a few quick shots from Colin. The younger boy hurried away, calling out that he'd be sure to get them to Luna for her article. The four champions walked out of the room together, chatting amicably. Rita tried one last time to cut them off, but they just parted and walked past her, completely ignoring the woman. As they reached the door, Victor tossed out a final comment to set the reporter's blood boiling. "So, may I give an interview to this quibbler as well?" Tom Riddle, aka Dark Lord Voldemort, was in the middle of a rather frustrating day. He was currently propped up against the back of the armchair, with Wormtail holding a communication mirror in front of him. As if this wasn't annoying enough that he couldn't hold the thing himself, the fact that Wormtail was shaking so much the view kept shifting was almost enough to have Voldemort sending another Crucio into the Fool. Sadly, he'd have to wait. It wouldn't do to break the mirror until after he'd finished his conversation, after all. "Barty," Voldemort said slowly and in a voice barely above a whisper. He didn't dare try to shout, as this homunculus form wasn't quite capable of managing that and still conveying his displeasure. "What do you mean, the boy will likely die? I thought I sent you there to ensure that Potter would be delivered to me." The form of Barty Crouch Jr. shifted uncomfortably on the other side of the glass. "Master, I've been going over everything. There's simply no way for me to discreetly assist the brat during this task. That bitch Umbridge is listening too closely to Dumbledore's suggestions. There's going to be a ward that prevents anything and everything from getting through. And if I do anything to the arena before it starts, we tip our hand. And it could ruin everything. Master, if I may, if the boy dies during these tasks, wouldn't it just prove that he wasn't worthy of being the source of your new blood to begin with?" Voldemort snarled. He was right, of course, but there was certainly no way that Barty would be told that until Voldemort could present it as his own idea first. "He has insulted me, and I wish to repay that insult. I suppose if the boy were to be horribly torn apart limb by limb in front of his friends and family during a ministry-sponsored event, that might make my recruitment simpler and would certainly demoralize the opposition. What creature did you say he'd be facing? It would have to be suitably impressive to make up for the lack of a personal kill after all. Something like a Nundu would do nicely. They've acquired a Manticore, a Hydra, a dragon, and a Greek chimera, Master," Barty said, smiling. Voldemort's eyes widened. "A true chimera?" "Yes, Master. The rumor is they've already lost a handler trying to coral it into the transport." Voldemort laughed. He couldn't help it. This made up for the problems he'd been having recently. "Oh, this would be fun to watch. See that he faces the chimera, Barty. Should he by some miracle survive, well, all the better to cement the loyalty of my Death Eaters again when I kill him." "It will be done, Master. Do try to ascertain that at least one of the fools survives. I would hate to have to abduct some random wizard on the night of the final task." "Don't worry, Master. The solstice ritual will not have any problems. While the other Hogwarts champion appears to be a joke, the Durmstrang one is promising, and the half-breed also appears competent from the few times I've been able to catch her training. Would Crumb work as the sacrifice?" Voldemort mused out loud. He couldn't remember making any enemies of a Crumb family, but there were so many names, and it was so long ago. It was possible he'd killed a relative or two. "I managed to speak with him several days ago, Master. He should do fine if required. The boy is powerful and smart, but he cares little for things beyond flying and being able to protect himself, it seems. He is starting to befriend Potter as well, and he seems to have no love for our beliefs." "Very well. Voldemort waved his small hand in dismissal. Do you have anything further to report? Barty hesitated, causing Voldemort's eyes to narrow. Before the Dark Lord could comment, though, Barty began to speak. Master, Potter has acquired the services of a metamorphmagus former Aur, the half-blood daughter of the blood traitor Andromeda. Nymphadora Tonks is skilled, but that is not why I bring it up. Moody was apparently her mentor. The paranoid old man surely has some method in place to let other Aurors know if he was compromised, while Dumbledore has fallen for the ruse easily enough. And so, the Rune Stone Path comes to its end. What began as a mysterious object has become a symbol of transformation, of a Harry Potter who chose knowledge, chose self-discipline, and carved his identity outside of prophecy. Temporal Knight has gifted us a rare kind of fanfiction, one that is thoughtful, deliberate, and steeped in mythic power. This finale brings closure without losing mystery, and leaves us not with answers, but with the tools to ask better questions. Which moment in this final part struck deepest for you? The hidden magics revealed, the emotional resolve, the sense that Harry has become not just powerful, but truly wise. Let us know in the comments. We'd love to reflect with you. If you've enjoyed the full journey, please like, subscribe, and share this story with those who believe there's always more magic to be found. And if you'd like to help us tell more stories like this one, the Wizard Army welcomes you. Did you know? The Rune Stone Path is often recommended alongside fanfics like The Song of the Trees and Evanesco as one of the top Harry-centric AU stories with strong magical systems and character evolution. Thank you for listening and walking this path with us. And remember, real magic is the courage to choose your path, even when the world expects another. Until next time, Grimoire Guardians, seek truth, wield wisdom, and may your story be your own.